In his own thoughts, the protagonist understood that risking one's life was an extraordinarily difficult choice, no different from committing fully to work, sports, hobbies, or even gambling. In Japan in the year 2034, abandoning everything in pursuit of a single goal had become especially daunting. He had never properly attended school, nor had he worked enough even into adulthood. Instead, he had staked everything on a single pursuit, dedicating all of himself to it aside from the bare necessities of survival, food, sleep, and basic bodily needs. His ambition was absolute. He sought the flawless position of first place, recognized across the world, an existence revered by all as though he were a god. He aimed to become the strongest ruler in history, one who had never known defeat. That identity defined him completely. He had achieved it. He was ranked number 1 globally in the fully immersive Vermorp Mobius Online by an overwhelming margin. Everything he had accomplished, everything he had built in his life, had culminated in that status. But all of it became nothing in a single moment. His main character, 7, had been hacked and deleted. Not only that, but all related data, backups and records, had been erased as well. He was not the only victim. A total of 3,000 high-ranking players suffered the same fate. Rumors suggested that the perpetrator was another top-ranked player who had acted out of envy. However, such a massive breach could not have been the result of a careless act. It required an abnormal level of determination. The game's administrators later issued an announcement stating that none of the lost character data could be restored. The only compensation offered was a minor promotional benefit for creating new characters. Overcome with anger, he tore off his VR device and lashed out in frustration. Despite repeated inquiries and even direct protests at the company's headquarters, the administrators never changed their response. Eventually, after exhausting his rage, he collapsed onto his bed. A sense of emptiness consumed him. He found himself unable to think clearly, producing nothing but heavy sighs. The reality was undeniable. He would never reclaim his position as the world's top player. After some time, he forced himself upright. Remaining in despair would accomplish nothing. Slowly, a wide grin spread across his face as a reckless conclusion took hold. If everything was gone, then there was nothing left to lose. However, when he next opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. As he looked around, the environment began to feel strangely recognizable. It resembled the world of Mobius Online. Confusion set in as he questioned when he had logged in. As he stood there, disoriented, a girl nearby reacted with visible irritation at his presence. When he turned toward her, he immediately recognized her as Icejohn, the well-known poster character associated with Icicle. Although he was familiar with her voice, the way she behaved felt different from anything he had experienced before. This left him wondering whether some kind of update or unexpected change had occurred without his knowledge. Meanwhile, Ice's cheeks flushed red as she stared at his face. Her demeanor shifted abruptly, and she became flustered and apologetic, asking about his purpose at the store. The sudden change left him confused. Moments ago, she had been irritated, yet now she appeared gentle and embarrassed. Without hesitation, he remarked on her cuteness, internally concluding that such behavior could only be the result of an incredible update to the game. His comment only deepened her embarrassment, her face turning an even brighter shade of red before she hurriedly retreated into her store. Watching from outside, he found her reaction remarkable, interpreting it as evidence that a new rapport system had likely been implemented while he had been away. However, his attention shifted when he caught sight of his own reflection. The realization startled him. The character staring back was not his main avatar, 7, but rather his alternate character, 2nd. This secondary account had been created at the same time as his main one but had never been developed, remaining a mere storage character with no experience or progress. Now inhabiting 2nd's body, he let out a deep sigh. The thought of starting over in Mobius Online felt overwhelming, and he quickly decided he would simply log out. Yet when he attempted to do so, he found himself unable to access the settings or initiate a logout. Confusion set in as he considered the possibility of a system bug, even contemplating the use of an emergency stop to return to reality. Gradually, a realization surfaced. A faint smirk formed as he remembered, there was no reality to return to. He had already died. That understanding, however, raised a new question. Why was he inside Mobius Online? He began to consider the possibility that this world was his afterlife. More than that, he recalled his own final wish, that he might be reborn into the world of the game he loved so much. Though he had once thought such a wish pathetic, he now wondered if it had somehow come true. To test it, he pinched himself. A sharp pain shot through him, forcing a gasp. The sensation was real. Combined with Ice's unnatural behavior and his inability to log out, the conclusion became undeniable. He had been reborn inside a game world. Overwhelmed with joy, tears filled his eyes. The realization brought him a level of happiness far beyond anything he had ever experienced, surpassing even the moment he had once claimed the top rank in the world. Unable to contain himself, He broke into erratic movement, laughing and celebrating wildly for nearly an hour, completely disregarding his surroundings. His outburst eventually drew attention. A guard approached, seized him, and restrained him, declaring him under arrest. The guard turned toward Ice to confirm the situation, and she affirmed that Second had been the one causing a disturbance in front of her store, insisting he be taken away. At that, a cold sweat broke across Second's body as the reality of the situation set in. Shortly after, he found himself at the station of the Third Chivalric Order. In simple terms, they functioned as the police force of the Kingdom of Castal. Seated before him was a woman conducting the interrogation, pressing him about his earlier behavior. Second admitted that he had simply gotten carried away. The questioning quickly shifted. Based on his appearance, the woman suspected he might be a noble. She demanded to know his family, why he was alone, and where his companions were. Second denied being a noble, though as he did, he found himself briefly observing her. She carried herself like a dignified and refined knight, more than just attractive, she possessed a striking beauty. Yet she did not resemble any NPC he had encountered before, leading him to suspect she might be unique to this world. His distraction did not go unnoticed. The female knight responded with intensity, slamming her hands onto the table and asserting that noble status held no authority over the Third Chivalric Order. To her, anyone who broke the law was a criminal, and justice demanded that crimes be punished. Her sense of duty was unwavering, centered on protecting innocent citizens. Second attempted once more to clarify that he was not a noble, but his words were cut off before he could finish. Realizing the futility of reasoning with her in that state, he fell silent. Moments later, her demeanor shifted again, becoming cold and controlled. She interpreted his silence as refusal to cooperate and placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, ready to draw it if necessary. This escalation made Second visibly uneasy, prompting him to quickly comply. As she relaxed her stance, she remarked that cooperation from the start would have avoided this. She then demanded his name and occupation. He identified himself as Second and claimed to be an adventurer. The response was met with immediate disbelief. The female knight accused him of lying, leaving Second uncertain of how to proceed. Her sharp gaze lingered on him before she pointed out the obvious flaw in his claim: his attire. The clothing he wore was too refined and expensive to belong to a mere adventurer. At that moment, Second realized the source of the misunderstanding. Although far less extravagant than the equipment of his main character, 7, his alternate character had still been outfitted with rare and high-quality clothing for aesthetic purposes. That choice had now backfired, making him appear like a member of the nobility. The situation grew more troubling as he recalled the strained relationship between the lower ranks of the Third Chivalric Order and the nobility. This particular knight, judging by her behavior, seemed especially burdened with resentment toward nobles, driven by a powerful and uncompromising sense of justice. Without any means of proving his true identity, Second found himself in a precarious position. The female knight raised her voice again, demanding that he reveal his true intentions. However, before she could continue, her words were interrupted by the sudden entrance of another man into the room. Without warning, the man struck the female knight lightly on the head, scolding her for her behavior. Turning to Second, he apologized for her conduct and stated that he would take over the questioning. Second responded with a silent nod. The man explained that Second was suspected of deliberately obstructing business and requested a clear and concise explanation of his social status and intentions. In response, Second introduced himself as a 17-year-old adventurer. Internally, however, he acknowledged the truth. His real name was Satsuo Shikaru, a 28-year-old unemployed man. Since the character he inhabited had been set to 17, he chose to answer accordingly. The man acknowledged the statement and brought up witness reports describing how Second had been dancing and making strange noises in front of a grocery store. When asked for an explanation, Second admitted that he had simply lost himself in the moment and apologized for the disturbance. Pressed further about his intentions, he insisted that he had no plan to cause trouble and had acted without any particular purpose. As he spoke, Second felt a deep sense of embarrassment. The situation forced him to recognize that he was now part of a functioning society, one governed by rules and expectations. The man eventually concluded that Second was claiming no deliberate wrongdoing and, after a sigh, accepted the explanation. In the end, Second compensated the grocery store, ICC, and was released. However, the experience left him questioning how this society operated. The compensation amounted to only 150,000 CL, a sum that seemed insignificant compared to what he was used to. In his previous understanding, such an amount would not even be enough to purchase decent armor. At present, he possessed over 2 billion CL. Without hesitation, he had already equipped himself with rare, visually appealing clothing, ironically the very attire that had caused him to be mistaken for a noble. In addition, he had purchased a full set of armor, bringing his expenses to around 2,300,000 CL. Whether that was considered expensive in this world remained unclear. It became apparent that the value of currency differed significantly from what he remembered in Mobius Online. Realizing this, he concluded that understanding the economy of this world was now a priority. At that moment, his stomach growled loudly, interrupting his thoughts. Taking it as an opportunity, he decided to find a place to eat, reasoning that the cost of a meal and lodging would give him a clearer sense of monetary value. Spotting a nearby establishment, he judged it suitable, recalling that such places often had a bar on the first floor. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. A young woman approached to greet him, and he inquired about the price for a night's stay. However, instead of answering, she simply stared at him in silence. After a brief pause, Second repeated his question. The young woman suddenly snapped out of her daze, hastily apologizing as she struggled to compose herself. Her response came with visible hesitation, as though she had been caught off guard. For a brief moment, Second recalled experiencing a similar reaction earlier with Isejon, which made him quietly suspicious of the receptionist's behavior. After regaining her composure, she explained the cost of a room. A night's stay with meals included was priced at 7,000 CL, while lodging without meals cost 4,000 CL. The figures immediately struck Second as surprisingly cheap. That realization quickly led him to another conclusion. The full body armor he had purchased earlier must have been far more high-class than he initially assumed. Deciding to conserve his resources while learning more about the economy, he opted for 5 nights without meals. The receptionist promptly agreed and handed him the key. As their hands briefly touched, she froze, her face flushing a deep red. Second blinked in confusion, unable to understand the cause of such a reaction. Not long after settling in, he made his way to a nearby pub. Sitting alone, he casually observed his surroundings, only to notice several girls stealing glances in his direction. It was then that everything finally made sense. His appearance stood out. The avatar he inhabited had been customized with a limited-time premium design, crafted to be exceptionally beautiful. In a virtual game, such details might not attract much attention, but in a world that now felt entirely real, the effect was undeniable. The reactions he had been receiving, from Isejon, the receptionist, and now the patrons of the pub, were all a result of that design. A subtle sense of realization washed over him. This was no longer just a game environment. The sensations, the reactions, the presence of others, it all carried a weight that felt real. A faint shiver ran down his spine, followed by a strange but pleasant feeling. Without meaning to, a smile formed on his lip. In this world, his efforts would not be meaningless. Memories of the past resurfaced. Voices that had once dismissed his dedication, claiming that striving in a game was pointless. Others had urged him to return to reality, to pursue a conventional life, to think seriously about his future. Those arguments, once overwhelming, now felt distant and irrelevant. Here, in this world, both the logic he had been forced to accept and the dissatisfaction buried deep within him had lost their hold. A quiet laugh escaped him, gradually growing into something more genuine. Lifting his head, his eyes sharpened with determination. He made a decision. In this world, just as before, he would rise to the very top once again. The next morning, Second awoke groaning in pain, his body protesting after the previous night's excess. He had gotten far too carried away, recklessly guzzling alcohol he wasn't accustomed to, all in celebration of his reincarnation into a parallel world. Now, he was paying the price with a pounding hangover. Forcing himself to stand, Second reminded himself that this place was no longer just the setting of a game, it was his reality. In this world, Mabayon, numerous skills were considered essential for survival. Ignoring them was not an option. The system that governed Mabayon revolved around experience points. To learn skills and improve his stats, he would first need to accumulate experience. Fortunately, gaining experience was straightforward. He could either defeat monsters or complete quests. The skills available in this world covered a vast range, from combat techniques to magic and crafting abilities. Each skill followed a structured ranking system, starting from the 16th class up to the 1st class, then advancing further from 1st grade to 9th grade. Beyond even those ranks existed a special classification known as a title. To increase skill ranks and stats alike, experience points were essential. However, stat growth varied depending on the growth type chosen during character creation. Naturally, raising stats would also require a considerable amount of experience. Before long, Second made his way to the bar on the 1st floor. Taking a seat, he asked a nearby waitress for a serving of curry rice. The woman greeted him warmly and went off to prepare his order. Unaware of the curious glances directed at him, Second sank into deep thought. Then it clicked, he had already realized it. The growth type of his current character, Second, was the same as his previous character, 7, an all-rounder. As an all-rounder, his stats would grow evenly across the board without any particular specialization. On the one hand, this balanced growth made it an ideal type for someone aiming to be the best. On the other hand, it meant being a jack of all trades but a master of none. Just then, the waitress returned with his meal, apologizing for the wait as she placed the curry rice before him. Second reflected further. Unlike specialized growth types, which could result in uneven stat distribution, the all-rounder type allowed for steady and harmonious development across all attributes. In many ways, it was an overwhelmingly advantageous choice. However, that advantage came at a cost. The early stages of development for an all-rounder were significantly more demanding compared to other growth types. Realizing this, Second concluded that he had no choice but to rely on a particular method. After finishing his breakfast, he headed straight to a potion specialty store. Without hesitation, he requested that the staff provide him with as many bottles as possible: detoxification, dispel, recovery, and high-grade potions. His sudden and excessive order left the staff utterly speechless. The old man finally found his voice, hesitantly warning Second that purchasing all the potions, including those in storage, would amount to an astonishing sum of money. However, Second paid no heed to the warning and simply asked how many bottles they had available. The old man replied that they currently had nearly 630 in stock. Without hesitation, Second told him to bring all of them. Both staff members were left in shock. The potions Second intended to buy were not ordinary ones. They were enhanced high-grade potions with detoxifying, dispelling, and recovery effects, each strengthened twice over. Each bottle cost 120,000 CL. At that price, purchasing 630 bottles would total an overwhelming 75,600,000 CL. After regaining his composure, the old man hurried off to gather the potions. Upon returning, he apologized for the delay as he presented them to Second. Second decided to pay for everything in cash on the spot before storing all the bottles into his inventory. Just as he was about to leave, he casually added that he would need around 9,000 more bottles, asking them to restock accordingly. The two staff members were once again left standing there, completely dumbfounded, their jaws hanging open. As for Second, he had a clear purpose for such an absurd purchase. This method was once known in Mabayon as the DK tactic, a cheat-like strategy for gaining experience quickly in the early stages. It originated from an old 8-bit game called Dinosaur Quest, where players would throw fixed damage items at enemies with high evasion to defeat them efficiently. Drawing inspiration from that concept, Second devised his own approach. In truth, the potions he had purchased, those with detoxifying, dispelling, and recovery effects, also possessed an additional property: they dealt fixed damage to undead enemies. Each of the enhanced high potions he bought inflicted exactly 1,200 damage per use. This amount of damage was sufficient to steadily chip away at the health of a mid-level undead monster known as the Viper Zombie, a creature that yielded a relatively high amount of experience compared to others of its kind. In other words, by simply throwing these potions at Viper Zombies, even a complete beginner, or even a small child, could defeat them with ease. However, this tactic came with a significant drawback: its cost was outrageous. To gain a meaningful amount of experience, one would need at least 10,000 of these potions, totaling a staggering 1.2 billion CL. Only wealthy players, typically those with an established main character, could afford such an expense. Thus, while the DK tactic was an incredibly powerful method for rapid early progression, it was strictly limited to the beginning stages. Once a player reached intermediate levels, it became impractical. After completing his preparations, Second headed to the stables, where he purchased a horse. He chose a black one and declared that, starting from that day, its name would be Seventh Taio. A faint smirk appeared on his face as he reflected on the situation. He had never imagined that the day would come when he would have to rely on such a method. With everything set, Second began his journey. Before long, he arrived at a cave and came to a stop. As he walked deeper inside, he muttered to himself that he had already placed nearly 2 hours of horseback distance between himself and the royal capital. He recalled that this area, specifically the large cave behind the mine, was known as a hunting ground, yet not a single person was in sight. He wondered if the DK tactic had yet to be discovered in this world, or perhaps the cost of potions discouraged its use. Another possibility crossed his mind: maybe there simply weren't many beginners. Though it wasn't much of a mystery, the absence of others worked in his favor. It meant he could hunt as much as he pleased. After scanning the area for a few moments, Second finally found his target. The Viper Zombie sensed his presence and turned toward him, causing a shudder of disgust to run through him. He thought that they looked far more repulsive in reality than they ever had in a game. Determined to finish quickly, Second steeled himself and prepared to act. Taking cover behind a rock, he carefully peeked at the monster. Once he confirmed its position, he began hurling potions one after another. Each bottle shattered upon impact, instantly defeating the Viper Zombie. A spark of satisfaction lit up his face as he murmured that it somehow felt good. After clearing the area, Second moved on to the next hunting ground, repeating the same process without pause. By the time he returned to the first location, the Viper Zombies had already respawned, ready to be purged again. Without taking a single break, he continued throwing potions relentlessly until all 630 bottles had been used. he noted that the amount of experience gained was fairly decent. If he kept this pace, it wouldn't be long before he acquired nearly all the necessary skills and even raised their rank. However, having lost track of time, Second suddenly cursed under his breath, realizing that the sun had likely already set. Deciding it was time to return, he rode his horse back the way he had come. At last, he arrived at the royal capital and brought his journey to a halt. Thinking to himself, he planned to eat a hearty meal, get drunk, take a bath, and then sleep. Just then, a familiar woman's voice called out to him, asking who he was. Second immediately felt a sense of foreboding, as though something bad was about to happen. He had a strong suspicion that the source of this unease was the dense yet strikingly beautiful female knight, Sylvia, if he remembered correctly. Dismounting his horse, he offered her his thanks for what had happened the previous day. Sylvia responded with a grumpy tone, recognizing him as that second punk from before. She eyed him suspiciously and questioned what he was doing out so late at night. Noticing her doubtful gaze, Second realized he was being interrogated. He calmly explained that he had been at the mines for a while. She repeated his words with disbelief. The mines? And pressed further, asking what exactly he had been doing there. Second replied that he had gone to the large cave behind the mines to gain experience. Sylvia narrowed her eyes, clearly unconvinced. She remarked that if he was going to lie, he should at least make it believable. The idea that he had willingly gone to such a dangerous place just to defeat monsters made no sense to her. Hearing this, Second frowned and asked what she meant. He then casually added that he simply found the viper zombies there to be rather delicious. Sylvia responded flatly, saying she understood, though inwardly she concluded that he either lacked common sense or had something seriously wrong with his head. Second, in turn, couldn't help but find her irritating. However, her earlier remark caught up with him. She had said the place was dangerous. That detail lingered in his mind. He addressed her again, asking if he could pose a question. Sylvia allowed it without much interest. With her permission, Second asked whether there were 21 dungeons. In his mind, he recalled the dungeons of Mabayan, places players treated like paradises. There were supposed to be 21 in total, and players would raid them together, sharing information and developing strategies to explore them efficiently. Sylvia looked at him as if he were speaking nonsense. She corrected him, stating that there were only 19 dungeons. Upon hearing this, Second quietly muttered to himself, realizing something important. He then asked another question. How many of those dungeons were currently being raided? Sylvia gave him a puzzled look before answering that 13 were being raided, as if it were obvious. Internally, Second was stunned. There was no way, he thought. Brushing it off, he told her he understood. He thanked her for the information and asked if he could take his leave. Sylvia curtly told him to hurry off. Without another word, Second continued on his way. By now, he had grasped the situation. In this world, death was absolute. When people died, they truly died. Unlike a game, there were no second chances. As a result, very few were willing to risk their lives recklessly in pursuit of strength. Everything ended the moment they were killed. A smile slowly spread across his lips. He realized that he already possessed knowledge that others would have to risk their lives thousands, if not tens of thousands, of times to obtain. With a confident smirk, Second thought that he might reach the pinnacle of the world far sooner than he had ever expected. The following morning, Second resumed his journey with a clear objective in mind. He believed that once sufficient experience had been gained, his next destination would naturally be the Grand Royal Library. The reason for this choice lay in Mobian's skill acquisition system. In Mabayan, there were primarily two ways to acquire skills. The first method involved reading skill books, and the Grand Royal Library housed an immense collection of them. Upon entering, a librarian politely approached him and asked what he was looking for. For a brief moment, Second's gaze drifted inappropriately before he quickly dismissed the interaction, telling her he was fine. The librarian acknowledged his response and walked away. Second then surveyed the vast interior. Although the system referred to reading, he understood that simply flipping through the pages was enough to fulfill the requirement. With that in mind, he began moving through the bookshelves at a steady pace, scanning for what he needed. It did not take long before he located the books he was searching for. This time, his goal was to acquire two fundamental skills applicable to both swordsmanship and archery, as well as the 4 elemental foundations of sorcery under the skill known as the Ichi no Kata, or the Opo form. In Mabayan, there existed a wide variety of combat-related skills beyond just swordsmanship and archery, including spearmanship, unarmed combat, and shield technique. Each major combat discipline was further divided into 9 minor skill categories: pawn, spear, knight, silver general, gold general, bishop, castle, promoted bishop, and promoted rook. For now, Second focused on acquiring the pawn and spear classifications for both swordsmanship and archery. He succeeded in obtaining these skills without difficulty. With that complete, he shifted his attention to sorcery. Magic in Mabayan was divided into 4 elements: fire, water, wind, and earth. Each element consisted of 5 forms: Oppo-Oppo, Raptor, Coeurl, and the 4th and 5th forms. However, the grimoires available in the Grand Royal Library only covered the Oppo-Oppo form for each element, just as he remembered from his previous time in Mabayan. He reasoned that the remaining forms could likely be obtained either at the Royal School of Magic or through high-difficulty quests. With that thought in mind, he completed his study of the Oppo-Oppo form for all 4 elements without issue. Having finished reading all the fundamental skill books he had intended to learn, Second decided it was time to leave. As he made his way out, he noticed the librarian from earlier stumble and fall after accidentally colliding with a man. Second briefly narrowed his eyes at the scene but ultimately chose to ignore it, continuing on his path. Even so, he could not help but feel that the library had provided him with an abundant harvest. With his preparations complete, he began outlining his next course of action. The first step of his plan was to gain experience while maintaining a safe distance, utilizing long-range attacks through archery. Second carefully organized the next stages of his plan. For Step 2, he intended to solidify his combat ability through swordsmanship, a discipline that dealt reliable damage and was simple to handle in close-range situations. Step 3 involved preparing powerful trump cards in the form of high firepower sorcery, which would be reserved for more dangerous enemies. As for the 4th aspect, conjuration, Second recalled the premium spirit ticket included with the limited-time avatar he had chosen when creating his alternate character. Using it would significantly increase the chances of summoning a rare spirit, making it an opportunity too valuable to ignore. Even so, he understood that conjuration had its limits and could not serve as a primary means of combat. It was best treated as a supplementary skill, to be developed only after his proficiency in archery, swordsmanship, and sorcery had reached a certain level. With his strategy firmly established, Second began allocating his experience points to the skills he had acquired, raising their ranks accordingly. As he did so, thoughts of the weapon shop crossed his mind. While upgrading, he quietly muttered his priorities. For archery, he would invest only the minimum required to remain combat capable. For the Oppo-Oppo form of sorcery, he would raise it to the 5th class to reduce casting time, and for pawn-level swordsmanship, he would allocate just enough to provide insurance in close-quarters combat. Before long, his experience points were exhausted. Accepting the limitation, he decided that this level of improvement was sufficient for now. If he required more skills in the future, he could always return to the Grand Royal Library. Turning his focus forward, Second concluded that his next objective was to master the essential techniques of archery. Unlike the fundamental pawn and spear skills, true proficiency in archery required acquiring nearly all the higher-tier classifications: Knight, Silver General, Gold General, Bishop, and Castle. Each of these granted unique abilities. Knight archery provided precise shot techniques, Silver General archery offered powerful single-target strikes, Gold General archery enabled spread attacks with knockback, Bishop archery specialized in piercing shots, and Castle archery delivered devastating single-target power. Among these, Knight, Gold General, and Castle archery were especially critical. Simply learning these would drastically expand the range of tactics available to him. However, these skills differed from the basic ones. Acquiring them required meeting specific conditions. With this in mind, Second made his way to the weapon shop and purchased a longbow. As he left, he reflected on the second method of skill acquisition in Mabayan, completing skill-related conditions often tied to quests. However, he realized that fulfilling the conditions alone was enough. There was no need to formally accept quests to obtain the skills. After paying, he was thanked by the shop owner, and he continued on his journey. While riding, he swiftly killed a monster with a single arrow, which granted him the skill known as Knight archery. Pressing on, he eliminated 20 more monsters in succession, each with a single shot, earning the Silver General archery skill. Not long after, he defeated 10 enemies in a row within a 3-meter range, unlocking yet another ability, Gold General archery. Meanwhile, the requirements for acquiring Bishop archery proved to be somewhat tedious. To obtain it, Second needed to fulfill 2 conditions. First, he had to defeat 5 monsters simultaneously using spear archery. Second, he needed to eliminate 2 monsters at least 25 meters away in a single instance, using a combination of spear archery and Knight archery. After carefully meeting these requirements, he successfully acquired the Bishop archery skill. With that completed, only one remained, Castle archery. This final skill was not only the most troublesome to obtain but also the most powerful among the archery abilities. Even at the 16th class, it allowed for single attacks that dealt 250% of pure firepower. When raised to the 9th grade, its output soared to an astonishing 600%. It was an exceptionally practical skill, capable of delivering overwhelming force with ease. However, its acquisition conditions were notoriously difficult. Even when compared to other tedious skills, Castle archery ranked among the most demanding. The first requirements were straightforward in concept. Defeat 1,000 monsters using Silver General archery and land 500 critical hits with the same skill. These, he reasoned, would naturally be completed over time and did not pose a significant concern. The real challenge lay in the final condition. He needed to defeat 3 monsters in succession, each with a single shot from at least 5 meters away, using a combination of knight and silver general archery. Furthermore, each of these monsters must have previously attacked another player and reduced that player's health by at least 50%. Just thinking about it made Second uneasy. Worse still, a single mistake would force him to start over from the beginning. The sheer difficulty of the requirement felt almost unbearable, and he cursed under his breath. He briefly considered how simple it would have been if this were still an online game. In that scenario, he could have asked other players to deliberately lower their health to meet the condition. But this was no longer a game, it was reality. Being reduced to half of one's health was a life-threatening situation. No one would willingly agree to such a risk. Another thought crossed his mind: what if he created those situations himself? Almost immediately, he dismissed the idea. It was even more impractical and dangerous. Still, the importance of castle archery weighed heavily on him. It was an indispensable skill, one he desperately wanted to acquire. In the end, however, he accepted the reality of the situation. For now, he would set it aside and focus on other areas instead. Deep down, he resolved to gradually fulfill the easier conditions, defeating 1,000 enemies and achieving 500 critical hits with silver general archery, while waiting for an opportunity to complete the final requirement. Unexpectedly, that opportunity would soon present itself. A week had passed since Second's reincarnation. During that time, he had made full use of the DK tactic while steadily improving the ranks of his various skills. With those foundations firmly established, he decided it was time to shift his focus toward swordsmanship. Just as he reached that conclusion, a loud scream echoed through the forest. Not far away, a man's desperate voice rang out as he cursed and declared that he would cut open a path. Before he could finish his sentence, something struck him down. Hidden within the bushes, Second quietly observed the scene. It was then that he caught sight of the monsters, scarlet mantises. The moment he fully took in the situation, his eyes froze. Before him unfolded a brutal reality. Humans clashing with monsters, ragged breathing, the clash of weapons, the scent of earth, the metallic tang of blood, and the sound of fear-filled screams. This was nothing like the mob Ion he once knew. This was no game. From his concealed position, he counted 5 people lying motionless on the ground. Another 5 stood in a defensive circle, weapons drawn, barely holding their ground. At this rate, they would soon be overwhelmed, tormented, and killed. A faint grin began to form on Second's lips. With 5 people still standing, there was a possibility. He might be able to fulfill the conditions for castle archery. The thought lingered for a moment. He wondered if he should wait until their health was further reduced to ensure success. But almost immediately, he clenched his teeth. Something about that line of thinking felt deeply wrong. These were not players. They were real people, just like him. They had risked their lives for something, only to fall short, and now they were on the verge of losing everything. The despair in front of him was undeniable, and he could not bring himself to ignore it. Without another moment of hesitation, Second burst out from the bushes, gripping his longbow tightly. "Get down!" he shouted. The warriors turned toward him in shock, but quickly reacted, shouting to one another as they dropped to the ground. Seizing the moment, Second activated spear archery at the 5th grade. With flawless precision, he released his arrow. It struck its targets instantly, and in a single decisive motion, the monsters were defeated. The warriors could only stand there in stunned silence. The knights stood frozen in shock, and among them was Sylvia. Her eyes widened as she stared at Second, unable to tear her gaze away. In that desperate moment, she couldn't help but admire how gallantly he had rushed in. His fearless posture reminded her of the world's finest warriors. Yet her first impression of him had been utterly terrible. She had assumed he was nothing more than a naive young noble, someone raised in comfort, ignorant of hardship, and careless about the trouble he might cause others. And yet, despite all that, he had obliterated 6 scarlet mantises in less than 20 seconds, using nothing but an ordinary longbow and extraordinary skill. It made her wonder just how much relentless training he must have undergone. Sylvia then turned her thoughts inward. Since childhood, she had devoted herself to the path of the knight, advancing with nothing but a single blade in hand. But no matter how hard she tried, it had always felt futile. Her family mocked her for lacking talent with the sword, and even after joining the 3rd chivalric order, she found no solace. The order itself was the lowest in rank, plagued by incompetence and indifference. Her strength had never once been recognized. To them, she was merely an annoying girl obsessed with justice she could never truly uphold. Whenever she tried to expose corrupt nobles, her superiors would pressure her into silence. Over time, she had come to despise those in power. Even now, as her comrades lay dead, the same corrupt officials were desperately attempting to recruit their savior, Secundano, into the chivalric order for their own benefit. Sylvia clenched her fists in frustration. Was this truly what the chivalric order stood for? Was this the ideal of knighthood she had once admired? If so, then she had already lost faith in it. Meanwhile, elsewhere in town, an older man spoke to Second, asking whether he had any intention of joining the Adventurers Guild. Second repeated the words with clear annoyance, having expected gratitude for his help rather than such a question. The man quickly apologized, admitting he might have been too hasty. He explained that although Second was acting as an adventurer, he had heard that he was not affiliated with any guild. Second remained silent, though inwardly he acknowledged the truth. He had no affiliation, nor did he see any reason to have one. The Adventurers Guild of the Kingdom of Castal was, on the surface, an organization that managed requests such as monster subjugation and coordinated their execution. In reality, however, it was far more insidious. It existed as a tool for the kingdom to maintain control over adventurers, even going so far as to expose their personal information. As for how Second knew this, it was knowledge drawn from the recorded stories of Mabayon. Second finally gave his response, politely thanking the man before declining the offer. The man looked slightly surprised, remarking that he hadn't thought it was a bad proposal. In response, Second explained that he wasn't particularly concerned about money, nor did he like the idea of being tied down to any organization. The man nodded, saying he understood, though he scratched his head as if he wanted to add something more. Noticing this, Second asked what it was, but the man quickly brushed it off, claiming it was nothing. He then continued, explaining that the chivalric order would not want to overlook an exceptional freelance adventurer like him, especially after the recent incident, which had made Second's true strength unmistakably clear. In a situation like this, those in power had naturally become eager to recruit him. Second responded by asking if that meant the Adventurers Guild intended to protect him. The man confirmed that it would. Though Second smiled outwardly, inwardly he found the situation suspicious. They claimed his strength had been clearly revealed, yet the only witnesses to his feat were members of the Third Chivalric Order. Why, then, were they so eager to have him affiliated with a guild? The more he thought about it, the more it felt like a constraint, something that could hinder his path to becoming the world's strongest. With that in mind, he firmly stated that he would refrain from affiliating after all. The man quietly accepted his decision, but then added that, in that case, Sylvia would accompany him. With a member of the Third Chivalric Order by his side, they would at least be able to keep some level of oversight on him. At the mere mention of her name, Second visibly tensed. The man went on, admitting he wasn't sure how to persuade a noble like Second to join. However, Sylvia was well known even in the royal capital as a knight who was particularly strict when it came to nobles. He believed she would be capable of keeping watch over him fairly. He then asked for Second's thoughts on the arrangement. Second frowned, finding the old man's insistence on recommending Sylvia rather unsettling. However, as he thought more deeply about it, he began to question their true intentions. Sylvia's strict stance against nobles, combined with the fact that the upper ranks of the chivalric order were closely tied to nobility, suggested something else entirely. To them, Sylvia was likely a nuisance. If that was the case, were they trying to sideline or demote her? If so, then the proposal might actually work in his favor. Whether it was a trap or not, it presented a rare opportunity, one where he could gain a capable and attractive knight as a companion at no cost. Curious, Second asked how long she would be assigned to him. The man replied that it would be best to ask Sylvia herself. At that moment, Sylvia arrived, dressed in casual clothing. Second's gaze immediately fixed on her, not wavering for even a moment. The man then addressed Sylvia, informing her that from this point onward, she would be responsible for acting as Second Dano's escort. As for the duration of this arrangement, the chivalric order would take both her opinion and Second's into consideration. Hearing this, Sylvia could not hide her surprise. Second muttered inwardly that her reaction was only natural. After all, this was effectively a demotion. The old man's claim of respecting Sylvia's opinion felt hollow. If anything, it implied that her fate could be decided with a single word from him. It was clear to Second that the chivalric order held a poor opinion of her. The old man then asked Sylvia whether she had any particular preference regarding the length of her assignment. Left with little choice, she quietly answered that she did not, her fist clenched tightly against her chest. At the same time, Second found his gaze lingering on her. When he snapped back to his senses, he noticed the old man watching him with a knowing look. Clearing his throat, Second proposed a term, 2 years. In his mind, he calculated that 2 years would be more than enough time for him to pursue his goal of becoming the world's strongest. The old man agreed without hesitation. And just like that, the female knight Sylvia was assigned as Second's escort. After the meeting, the old man spoke with Sylvia in private, but her thoughts were elsewhere. She couldn't shake the feeling that this was nothing more than a demotion, that the chivalric order was discarding her as dead weight. Sylvia was the second daughter of the Virginia knightly family, where it was a duty to become a knight and distinguish oneself in battle. Yet for her, that duty had always felt out of reach. She lacked talent with the sword and had been scorned by her older siblings and even her parents, all of whom saw her as a failure. Even after she managed to become a knight, nothing truly changed. Second snapped Sylvia out of her thoughts and suddenly suggested that they make a deal. He added that, given the situation, he suspected the old man might have even instructed her to seduce him into joining the chivalric order, or something along those lines. Sylvia jolted in surprise, completely caught off guard by his words. She couldn't understand why he would suddenly say such a thing. In her mind, everything that had happened felt overwhelming, as if too many shocking events had unfolded all at once. Still, she managed to compose herself enough to respond that she would at least hear what he had to say. Without realizing it, that simple decision would go on to change her life entirely. Second began by stating that he believed Sylvia truly wanted to serve proudly as a knight. Because of that, he said, he wanted to help her achieve that goal. As she listened, Sylvia found herself growing increasingly aware of him. The way he called her name so naturally made her heart skip a beat. His refined and striking appearance only added to her confusion. Until now, she had never allowed herself to be distracted by feelings like love, having devoted all her time and effort to the sword. But perhaps because of the mead she had been drinking, unfamiliar emotions began to surface within her. Second then continued, telling her that if she was dissatisfied with her current situation, she should gather the resolve to leave the Third Chivalric Order once and for all. And then, without hesitation, he asked her, would she go out with him? Hearing his words, Sylvia's cheeks flushed bright red as she struggled to form a response, completely caught off guard. Startled by her reaction, Second quickly tried to clarify, telling her to calm down. It was only a deal he was proposing. Still flustered, Sylvia forced herself to regain composure, silently reminding herself that it wasn't a confession, just an agreement. To steady her nerves, she downed her drink in a single gulp. Seeing that she had calmed slightly, Second continued. He pointed out that she likely couldn't stand yielding to corrupt authorities, and if that was the case, then all she needed was the power to oppose them, and he claimed he had the means to help her achieve that. At his words, Sylvia's expression turned serious. She admitted that for 13 years, ever since she was 4, she had trained relentlessly with the sword. Yet despite all that effort, she had never once been able to carry out an act of justice. A heavy silence settled between them. After a moment, Second scratched his head and spoke frankly. If she lacked talent with the sword, he suggested, then perhaps she should try a different weapon, like a spear or a bow. Sylvia's eyes widened in anger, and she grabbed him by the collar. She clenched her teeth, furious at his words, thinking of all the effort she had poured into her training. But just as quickly, something in her shifted. Slowly, she released her grip. Then, with a quiet voice, she admitted that he was right. She had been stubborn. Despite being told repeatedly that she lacked talent, she had continued to cling to the sword. In her mind, a knight was supposed to be a champion of justice, one who wore armor, wielded a sword, rode a horse, and gallantly rushed to the aid of others. That had always been her dream, to become a prominent knight who would never yield to evil. Tears began to well up in her eyes as she realized how pitiful she must have seemed, chasing an ideal she could never reach. Second spoke again, this time more directly. He told her to stop forcing herself into a narrow image of what a knight should be. Any weapon could serve the purpose. What truly mattered was being a champion of justice, someone who would step in and act when it mattered most. Sylvia fell silent, reflecting on his words. He was right. There was no need to cling so desperately to appearances. What mattered was the act itself, rushing in to save others in their time of need. As that realization settled in, an image surfaced in her mind. Second, charging in without hesitation to save them. Her eyes widened slightly, filled with a newfound sense of admiration. After a long pause, Sylvia finally made her decision. She called out to him and told him that she would accept his offer. She would go out with him. A satisfied smile spread across Second's lips. Meanwhile, Sylvia found herself staring at him, her face flushing once more before she quickly looked away. Second then continued, saying that in that case, he would share his dream with her. With great enthusiasm, he declared that he would become the world's #1, no matter what. To Sylvia, it sounded like an enormous and almost laughable dream. And yet, the way he spoke, his bright eyes and boyish smile, made it impossible to dismiss. In that moment, she decided she wanted to follow him and see where that dream would lead. She felt certain that something interesting awaited them ahead. For the first time, she experienced a night that felt truly refreshing, as if her future had suddenly begun to shine with new possibilities. Later that evening, after their discussion came to an end, the two parted ways and returned to their respective rooms. Second sat on his bed as a smile slowly spread across his lips, eventually breaking into loud laughter that echoed beyond the room. He hadn't expected things to go so perfectly. Winning over a heartbroken girl by getting her drunk and guiding her emotions with such a calculated approach, it was undeniably underhanded. Still, he convinced himself that, in the end, it would benefit her as well. From his perspective, Sylvia likely possessed talent in areas like archery or sorcery. After all, spending 13 years on swordsmanship without meaningful results suggested that her natural aptitude lay elsewhere, perhaps aligned with dexterity or intelligence. There was even a possibility that she was suited for production-type skills, though that mattered little for now. What truly mattered was that he had gained a comrade. Having Sylvia by his side would significantly increase his safety in battle. More importantly, he had managed to pull her away from the troublesome chivalric order. The outcome felt almost too good to be true, as if, in a single day, he had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. No, 3, no, even 4. Thinking back, even his battle against the Scarlet Mantises began to feel less remarkable. Given his current abilities, victory had been inevitable. If anything, it had been the perfect opportunity to showcase his strength. And not only that, he had finally acquired the castle-style archery technique he had long desired. A grin spread across his face as excitement bubbled within him. The days ahead were bound to be far more interesting. He began planning immediately. First, Sylvia would need proper training, starting with helping her acquire the foundational skills necessary for swordsmanship, or perhaps guiding her toward a more suitable path. At the same time, he intended to explore dungeons to gain experience, and the idea of hunting for rare item drops intrigued him as well. Another burst of laughter escaped him. Outside, a nearby receptionist couldn't help but feel puzzled, wondering why laughter kept echoing from his room. Sylvia wore a puzzled expression as she asked what magic archery meant. In response, Second explained that he believed the role suited her perfectly. With a DX of 121 and an INT of 103, both remarkably high compared to her other stats, she clearly leaned toward a build that combined agility and intellect. To him, that naturally pointed to a magic archer, a class that specialized in both sorcery and archery. However, Sylvia admitted that she had never heard of such a thing before. This caught Second off guard. He had assumed magic archery was a fairly common job, at least in Mabayon. Frowning slightly, he wondered if such a class simply did not exist in this world. To confirm, he asked whether she knew of any skills that merged sorcery with archery. Sylvia answered with a firm no. Shrugging it off, Second insisted that such a path did exist, regardless of her unfamiliarity with it, and declared that she would aim for it. Though still confused, Sylvia hesitantly agreed. Second then outlined his plan. First, she would acquire the fundamental skills for archery at the library. After that, they would head into the forest, where he would guide her in learning the necessary skills for swordsmanship as well. Sylvia looked utterly bewildered by his instructions. Watching her reaction, Second found himself thinking that it felt as though he was teaching a complete beginner the basics of Mabayon. Brushing it aside, he told her simply to follow him. Sylvia continued to stare at him, prompting Second to give her a questioning look. In response, she smiled softly and agreed. Her unexpected sweetness caught him slightly off guard. Later, in the forest, Sylvia was left in complete shock. She could hardly believe the knowledge Second possessed. Unable to contain herself, she demanded to know how he knew such things. Calmly, Second asked why she seemed so angry. Sylvia quickly corrected him, saying she was not angry, she was stunned. The acquisition methods for techniques like bishop archery and castle archery were supposed to be among the most closely guarded secrets, passed down through noble families for generations. Hearing this, Second finally understood. That explained why the general level of skill in this world was so low. Muttering to himself, he remarked that nobles truly did enjoy their exclusive advantages. Sylvia, alarmed, warned him that revealing such knowledge to nobles would result in his torture and death. Unfazed, Second simply asked her to keep the information to herself. Sylvia protested that if she used such advanced archery, she would be exposed immediately. Calling him a fool, she pointed out the obvious risk. Second calmly suggested that she simply refrain from using those skills in public. Sylvia paused, realizing that his suggestion was indeed possible, though she hesitated to fully accept it. As they continued, Sylvia followed him while constantly bombarding him with questions. Despite her interruptions, Second successfully guided her in acquiring several advanced techniques, including knight archery, silver general archery, gold general archery, and bishop archery. Much like him, Sylvia learned them with surprising ease. Later, inside a cave, Sylvia wiped the sweat from her brow. She admitted that it felt as though she had already experienced a lifetime's worth of surprises in a single day. Second casually remarked that it was still too early for her to be surprised, causing her to flinch. He then asked if she had figured out how he managed to raise his experience so efficiently. Before she could respond, hundreds of bottles of high potions suddenly appeared before her, transferred into her possession. Sylvia stared in utter disbelief. The sheer number of such expensive potions left her speechless. As the realization began to dawn on her, she could only think, there was no way this could be real. Sylvia immediately reacted with disbelief, asking if he was seriously telling her to put all of those items somewhere absurd. Second quickly denied her assumption, clarifying that he had said nothing of the sort. Instead, he explained that the potions would be used to perform the decay tactic. Confused, Sylvia repeated the unfamiliar term. Meanwhile, Second quietly anticipated her reaction, thinking that the loudest outburst of the day was about to echo through the cave. As expected, Sylvia's voice rang out moments later, her shocked "what?" reverberating loudly across the cavern. Later, the two returned to town. While eating, Second casually asked Sylvia if she wanted to learn castle archery. Though hesitant, she admitted that if it were possible, she would like to. Without missing a beat, Second took her answer as confirmation and declared that they would be heading to a dungeon that very day. Sylvia was stunned, repeating the word, dungeon, in shock. Unbothered, Second had already decided on their destination, a second-ranked dungeon known as Royce. In this world, dungeons were classified into 3 ranks. First for experts, second for intermediates, and third for beginners. There were 2 reasons for choosing the intermediate-ranked Royce dungeon. The first was its reward. The dungeon's boss, a massive wolf-like creature known as the Flame Wolf, dropped a rare weapon, the Flame Wolf Bow. It was a superior longbow imbued with fire elemental properties, and Second was determined to obtain it. The second, and more important reason, was Sylvia's progression. The monsters within Royce were ideal for fulfilling the requirements needed to acquire castle archery. In essence, their goal was to hunt for rare drops while simultaneously completing the conditions for her new skill. Inside the dungeon, Sylvia moved cautiously, her eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, Second announced that he had found their targets, causing her to gasp in surprise. He pointed out the monsters they had been searching for and instructed her to defeat them using Silver General Archery. If she was not yet comfortable, he advised her to combine it with Night Archery during her attack. Sylvia nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, she drew her longbow, pulled the string back, and carefully aimed before releasing her arrow. The projectile struck true, defeating the monster instantly. She stood frozen in place, then trembled as she turned to Second, asking if she had somehow become incredibly powerful. Second, observing her growth, noted to himself that thanks to the DK tactic, Sylvia's experience had skyrocketed. Both her Night Archery and Silver General Archery had already reached the first grade. With a confident smile, he reminded her that he had promised this outcome. Sylvia's eyes widened before she broke into a bright, genuine smile. She acknowledged his promise and thanked him sincerely. Watching her, Second found himself momentarily captivated, thinking that she looked quite beautiful when she smiled like that, so different from her usual demeanor. Afterward, Sylvia's excitement became uncontrollable. Brimming with energy, she moved in perfect condition and proved extremely useful as support. A newfound zeal overtook her, and she boldly declared that she would become a magic archer. Just then, Second suddenly noticed something ahead and immediately signaled for her to stop. In his mind, he calculated that it had been nearly 6 hours since they entered the dungeon. They were now down to the final requirement needed for Sylvia to acquire castle archery. That requirement was precise and demanding. She had to defeat 3 monsters in succession, each with a single shot from at least 5 meters away, using a combination of Night Archery and Silver General Archery. Moreover, each of those monsters had to have already attacked and reduced another player's HP by at least 50%. The reason for stopping became clear as their target appeared. The ground trembled heavily with each step of the approaching creatures. Second observed them carefully, flaming trolls. They were massive monsters known for their overwhelming attack power. However, their smooth, shining craniums presented an obvious weakness. With a well-placed headshot, Sylvia's first-grade Silver General Archery should be enough to bring them down in a single strike. 3 of them stood before him. It was the perfect opportunity. Second turned to Sylvia and instructed her to prepare. She was to combine Night Archery with Silver General Archery and aim for their heads from at least 5 meters away. She was to fire only after he gave the signal. Sylvia agreed, though she couldn't help but ask what he intended to do. Second answered vaguely, saying that he would embrace the inevitable, and reminded her to remain calm no matter what happened. Though uneasy, she nodded. Second then checked his status. His HP was full, and based on his VIT, he calculated that he should be able to withstand at least 3 critical hits from the flaming trolls. Despite this, a nervous sweat trickled down his face. He tried to reassure himself, repeating that it would be fine, but deep down, he knew it wasn't. The fear was real. Even so, this step was essential. It was necessary to fulfill the rear guard condition for castle archery. He steeled his resolve. In the next instant, a powerful blow struck him square in the face, launching him violently into the air. Sylvia cried out in alarm as she witnessed the impact. Second crashed to the ground, disoriented. He coughed, blood spilling from his mouth as he struggled to comprehend the force of the attack. Quickly, he checked his stats again and realized that, despite the severity of the blow, his HP had only dropped by about a quarter. Still, the pain was undeniable. He grimaced, wondering if even his teeth would recover from that hit. In Mabayon, injuries like this could be easily healed with high-grade potions, even the loss of a limb. But here, in this world, there were no such guarantees. Second briefly questioned whether his plan had been a mistake. For a moment, doubt crept in, but he forced himself back onto his feet, reminding himself that it wasn't over. Sylvia was still waiting for his signal. The massive flaming troll loomed before him, its presence overwhelming. Second instinctively froze, fear gripping him, but he clenched his jaw and refused to retreat. He reminded himself who he was, the world's #1. Someone who stood at the top would never allow himself to show weakness. Under his breath, he repeated it like a mantra. Even in this world, even as an alternate character, he would rise to the top again. The throne belonged to him. It was not just ambition, it was his very purpose, his reason for existing. He would not yield it to anyone. He continued repeating those words in his mind until the fear gradually faded. Steeling himself, he faced the troll head-on and braced for its next attack. In the next instant, the troll's weapon came crashing down on him. The blow sent him flying, slamming him violently into the wall before dropping him to the ground. Gritting through the pain, Second immediately checked his status. His HP had fallen to just under half. That was enough. He raised his hand and signaled Sylvia. From a distance, Sylvia, who had been waiting in position, steadied her aim. Without hesitation, she released her arrow. It flew true, piercing straight through the troll's cranium and bringing it down instantly. A faint smirk appeared on Second's face. 2 more to go, he thought. The moment the immediate danger passed, Sylvia rushed toward him, her composure breaking as she shouted at him in anger and panic. She called him a fool over and over again, her voice trembling as tears welled up in her eyes. After everything was said and done, her scolding continued, mixed with relief and lingering fear. Despite this, Second simply kept his smirk, seemingly unfazed. Eventually, they exited the dungeon. Sylvia could hardly contain her shock and excitement. Realizing that she had successfully learned castle archery, she repeatedly questioned if it was truly real, calling out to Second in disbelief. To her, it felt nothing short of incredible. Watching her celebrate, Second allowed himself a small smile. A deep, unfamiliar sense of satisfaction welled up within him. From the bottom of his heart, he felt that enduring everything had been worth it. With Sylvia now by his side, he thought that his life as an alternate character in this new world would no longer be dull. Instead, it promised to be filled with excitement alongside this new companion. After everything that had happened, the two of them regained their composure and pressed onward into the Royce dungeon. Only the boss remained. Second cautioned Sylvia that beyond the next door lay the domain of the Flame Wolves, the dungeon's final challenge. The Flame Wolf, a massive beast wreathed in fire, possessed formidable resistance thanks to its blazing barrier. In Mabayan, it was widely regarded as an especially troublesome opponent. Second calmly outlined their strategy. They would stunlock it. Sylvia repeated the term in confusion, unsure what he meant. Internally, Second recalled a past encounter where he had reduced flame wolves to little more than insignificant foes using this very method. That memory reinforced his confidence. He asked Sylvia if she was paying attention before explaining the plan in detail. He would initiate the attack using bishop archery, drawing the flame wolf's attention. As it charged toward him, he would repel it with gold general. Then Sylvia would follow up with bishop archery, and when the beast turned on her, she would push it back with gold general. They would continue alternating this pattern. Attack, repel, repeat, without giving the monster any opportunity to recover. To Second, it was a simple and reliable tactic known as the ultimate gold bishop stun, a technique commonly executed by 2 or more players. Sylvia hesitated, questioning whether something so straightforward could truly work. Second responded that its effectiveness was secondary. What mattered was that it was the safest approach. With that, they stepped forward, and eventually succeeded in defeating the Flame Wolf, though not without paying the price of their lives. 3 weeks passed. During that time, Sylvia successfully acquired castle archery. The only thing left was obtaining a rare drop, the Flame Wolf's bow. Day after day, they traversed the Royce dungeon, defeating countless flame wolves. After what felt like an endless grind, the long-awaited item finally dropped. Sylvia's eyes lit up with excitement as she held the bow. She declared that with this, Second would become even stronger. However, he immediately cut her off, telling her she was mistaken. The bow was not for him, it was for her. Caught off guard, Sylvia stared at him in disbelief. Second reminded her that she intended to become a magic archer, and for that path, the bow would serve her well. He added that he himself planned to shift toward sorcery, leaving him with no particular need for it. Still hesitant, Sylvia asked if he was truly sure. When he confirmed it, she accepted the bow and thanked him sincerely. As she looked back at him, she paused, recalling something he had said earlier. When she asked about it, Second bluntly repeated an insult, calling her a motormouth numbskull. Sylvia gasped in shock, unable to believe what she had just heard. Second, unfazed, clarified that what he had actually meant to emphasize was his transition to sorcery. Sylvia pointed out that he had never mentioned such a thing before. He apologized for keeping it from her. After a brief pout, Sylvia smiled. Archery, then swordsmanship, and now sorcery. His journey continued to evolve. With a hint of admiration, she remarked that becoming the world's #1 no longer seemed like an impossible dream. Second admitted that he still had a long way to go, but for now, there was something important he needed to discuss with Sylvia, the matter of gaining access to a Royal Academy of Magic. Sylvia repeated his words in confusion, but Second confirmed his intent. He asked whether she was the second daughter of the Virginia family, a household tied to the Knight Order, and whether she had any useful connections. Inwardly, he reflected on his true objective. Learning sorcery required studying grimoires. While the Opoopio form could be found in ordinary libraries, the more advanced Raptor and Coral forms were typically restricted to magic academies. If he wanted to progress efficiently, he needed to enter one, by any means necessary. The academy, however, was strictly off-limits to outsiders. While formal enrollment was an option, it could take an unpredictable amount of time. That uncertainty was unacceptable to him. Instead, he hoped to use Sylvia's background to secure temporary access through connections, perhaps by obtaining special permission. Sylvia quickly shut the idea down. She explained that her father had long since abandoned her due to her lack of talent with the sword. In her eyes, she was a disappointment, and she could not imagine him granting any request from someone he deemed useless. Second suggested that she prove her current abilities, but Sylvia refused again. Even if she demonstrated her skill, her father would remain unmoved. He was a man who had earned his status through pure swordsmanship, and in his view, abandoning the sword for the bow would only confirm her failure. Hearing this, Second realized that Sylvia's fear of confronting her father ran deep. A direct approach would not work. With that in mind, he concluded that deception was their only viable option. He told Sylvia he had a plan. She immediately grew suspicious, sensing something deeply questionable about his idea. Ignoring her unease, Second smirked and declared that they would proceed with what he called a deception tactic, beginning the very next day. Sylvia broke into a cold sweat, protesting that she was not mentally prepared for whatever he had in mind. The following day, events unfolded in a way even Second had not anticipated. Sylvia's father, Noir, knelt respectfully before him in greeting. Second was stunned. He could hardly comprehend how the situation had escalated to this point. His original plan had been simple: dress in rare, extravagant clothing, pose as a foreign aristocrat, and deceive Sylvia's father into writing them referral letters to the academy. Somehow, however, the act had gone far beyond his expectations. Noir now seemed fully convinced that Second was genuine foreign royalty. Second found himself questioning what kind of misunderstanding could have led to such an extreme conclusion. The situation had spiraled so far out of control that he briefly considered revealing the truth. Yet when he told Noir to raise his head, he realized there was no turning back now. Having come this far, he resolved to maintain the act. If he was to play the role of a noble figure, then he would do so as convincingly as possible. Second calmly explained to Noir that, due to certain circumstances, he was concealing his true identity. He spoke as if it were a matter that required no further questioning, and Noir immediately accepted it, swearing that he would not reveal it to anyone. Internally, Second smirked. He had taken a gamble, but it seemed his bluff was working perfectly. He then stated that he had come with 2 requests. Noir responded with utmost politeness, assuring him that he would comply with whatever Second Dano desired. Reminding himself not to lose focus, even if Sylvia's father seemed overly trusting, Second decided to begin with what he called a trivial matter. He requested assistance in establishing a connection with the Royal Academy of Magic and asked whether Noir could arrange something. Noir readily agreed, offering to write a referral letter immediately if Second wished to transfer as a first-year student. However, Second rejected the idea internally. Enrolling as a transfer student would take too long. His goal was only to infiltrate the academy briefly and gain access to its grimoires. He then clarified that he preferred a shorter stay and asked if there were alternatives. Noir suggested that he could instead enter as a short-term exchange student. Second found the idea promising. He considered the duration carefully. Too short and he might fail to locate the grimoires, too long and it would waste valuable time. After weighing his options, he decided on a period of 2 weeks and instructed Noir to prepare the referral letter accordingly. Noir immediately agreed. With that settled, Second moved on to what he described as the more important request. He wasted no time getting to the point. Declaring himself as a lord, he stated that he had taken an interest in Sylvia. He praised her aptitude for archery and sorcery and asked Noir for permission to have her accompany him on his journey. As Noir stared at him intently, Second felt a flicker of unease. He questioned whether referring to himself as a lord had been the right choice. The silence stretched, making him briefly doubt his approach. Then, to his surprise, Noir reacted with even greater reverence. He urged Second not to lower himself and expressed his gratitude, saying that although Sylvia was an undisciplined daughter, if His Highness was willing to accept her, then he was free to use her as he saw fit. The term His Highness echoed in Second's mind, catching him off guard. Noir then hesitantly asked whether he was truly certain about Sylvia. Second responded with confidence. While she may lack talent with the sword, he explained, her abilities in archery and sorcery were exceptional, perhaps even worthy of global recognition. He assured Noir that Sylvia should leave the chivalric order and accompany him instead. Noir repeated the claim in disbelief, struggling to reconcile it with his own perception of his daughter. Pressing further, Second added that he had already arranged for Sylvia to be under his guidance through a 2-year contract with the Third Chivalric Order. Once that period ended, he intended to formally request her as his own, and when that time came, he would require Noir's full support. Noir responded with deep respect, assuring Second that he would honor his request without hesitation. All he asked in return was that Sylvia be allowed to flourish under his service. Even as he remained on his land, he declared that he would patiently await the day when news of her achievements would reach him. Beside them, Sylvia's face flushed bright red in embarrassment. Second cast her a discreet glance, inwardly admitting that he did not fully understand everything Noir had just said, but it sounded close enough to agreement. With a faint smirk, he praised Noir's spirit, declaring that he would never forget the Virginia family. Once they stepped outside, Sylvia immediately exploded in frustration, calling him a fool, again and again. She complained that no matter how many hearts she had, it still would not be enough to endure being around someone like him. Meanwhile, Second reflected on the situation. Although they had successfully secured access to the Royal Academy of Magic, events had unfolded in a far more extreme way than he had anticipated. The deception had gone further than intended, leaving him slightly uneasy. He admitted to himself that deceiving others was not something to take lightly, and he felt a small degree of guilt over it. A week passed after their so-called deception tactic. During that time, the two of them settled into a surprisingly comfortable routine. They hunted flame wolves, sold their pelts, and accumulated both wealth and experience. Much of their progress, however, came from venturing deep into the slime forest along the route between the royal capital and the mines. In its depths, rare slimes would occasionally appear, offering an abundance of experience. Their greatest reward came from defeating a holy slime, which dropped an ultra-rare item known as the Recovery Sorcery Wand Med, an item with a mere 0.05% drop rate. By equipping it, anyone could use Recovery Med from Recovery Sorcery, making it an incredibly valuable tool. The wand's true potential, however, revealed itself when used by those with a healer-type growth. In such cases, it granted a ++ effect, a second-tier enhancement that amplified its power to roughly 2.5 times its normal strength. With that boost, Recovery Med could instantly restore at least half the health of an intermediate-level individual, while minor injuries could be healed with ease. Second explained to Sylvia that it was time to head to the academy. As he reflected, he noted how this item would significantly reduce his reliance on expensive high-class potions, each costing 800,000 CL. Although neither he nor Sylvia possessed a healer-type growth and thus could not benefit from the enhanced effect, simply being able to use Recovery Med freely was already a tremendous advantage. He silently gave thanks to the Holy Slime for what he considered a remarkable stroke of fortune. With their preparations complete, they finally made their way to the Royal Academy of Magic. After dismounting from their horses at the academy gates, they were greeted by a woman who welcomed them warmly, stating that their arrival had been expected. Second expressed his gratitude to the two professors for personally coming to receive them. The male instructor casually asked if he could address him as Second Kuan, to which Second agreed without hesitation. He then introduced himself and Sylvia, politely stating that they would be in their care for the next 2 weeks. The woman stepped forward and introduced herself as the headmaster, Paula Memento, expressing her hope that they would get along well. The man followed, introducing himself as Kevin, the homeroom teacher of first-year Class A, the very class Second was assigned to. He welcomed them warmly and expressed his own hope for a good relationship. Second then posed a sudden question, asking whether Sylvia would be placed in the same Class A as him. Headmaster Paula confirmed that she would. She further explained that, during their exchange period, they would be staying in a house rather than the dormitories, meaning their accommodations would not be separated. With that settled, the group began to move. Their uniforms had already been prepared in advance. As he followed behind, Second quietly reflected that, for now, everything seemed to be going smoothly. No one appeared to suspect them, but he reminded himself that the next 2 weeks would be critical. They needed to remain focused. Along the way, Professor Kevin explained the day's schedule. There would be a lesson in the morning, followed by a tour of the academy in the afternoon. When Second asked if Kevin himself would guide them, the professor clarified that a student from Class A would take on that role instead. Afternoons were typically reserved for self-study, but top-performing students often had free time, making them suitable guides. Second acknowledged this with gratitude, though inwardly he was already planning to use the opportunity to gather information, specifically, the locations of the grimoires he sought. Before long, they arrived at Class A. Kevin entered the classroom first and greeted the students. He reminded them that, as previously announced, 2 exchange students would be joining them for the next 2 weeks. He then invited Second and Sylvia to enter. As soon as they stepped inside, all eyes turned toward them. Second introduced himself first, stating his name and claiming that he came from an island nation called Zipong to observe the academy. He ended his introduction with a polite request for everyone's cooperation. The reaction was immediate. Several girls in the class shrieked in excitement upon seeing his smile, whispering among themselves about how handsome he was. Compliments spread quickly, some calling him attractive, others outright declaring him super hot. Sylvia then stepped forward, slightly flustered, and introduced herself as Sylvia Virginia. She shyly expressed her hope to get along with everyone. After their introductions, Kevin thanked them and directed the 2 to their seat. While the girls continued to steal glances at Second, clearly captivated, the boys found themselves equally struck by Sylvia's beauty, quietly murmuring among themselves about how cute she was. Kevin addressed the class, explaining that since it was a rare occasion, they would spend the day reviewing the basics once more. As the lesson began, Second found his thoughts drifting. He wondered whether 2 weeks would truly be enough to learn the sorcery he needed. The uncertainty left him uneasy, and he resolved that once the class ended, he would immediately begin gathering information. As soon as the lesson concluded, Second wasted no time approaching Kevin. Politely, he explained that although it might be sudden, he wished to meet the student assigned to guide him that afternoon. He added that he was considering getting a meal and using the opportunity to build a connection with them. Kevin smiled and readily agreed. He called out to a student named Maine, who stepped forward and asked if he had been summoned. Kevin informed him that the schedule had been moved up and requested that he guide Second around the academy, including the cafeteria. Maine accepted without hesitation. Second excused himself briefly before asking if he could also pose questions about sorcery during the tour. Internally, he reasoned that it would be better to ask directly first rather than immediately resorting to extracting information forcefully, as that could put him at a disadvantage. Kevin assured him that there would be no issue. After all, Maine was the representative of the first-year students. Second acknowledged this, though inwardly he smiled. If Maine truly held such a position, then he likely had access to valuable information. That made him the perfect person to question. Turning to Maine, Second suggested they make the most of the tour together. Maine returned the sentiment warmly, expressing his willingness to get along. Second noted with satisfaction that Maine showed no signs of suspicion. This would make things easier. He intended to draw out the information he needed, particularly the locations of the grimoires. Before leaving, he called out to Sylvia, who was still surrounded by curious classmates. He informed her that they were heading to the cafeteria. She quickly responded, excusing herself from the group and making her way over. Upon reaching him, she apologized for the delay. However, the moment she noticed who stood beside him, she froze. Her voice faltered as she addressed Maine, referring to him as Your Highness. Second's eyes widened slightly at the title. Maine calmly dismissed the formality, explaining that within the academy, there was no distinction in status. He asked to be treated as an equal. Flustered, Sylvia apologized and corrected herself, addressing him more casually. Meanwhile, Second reflected on the revelation. So Maine was a prince, his first encounter with one in this world. It was not at all what he had expected. Instead of arrogance or commands demanding others to kneel, Maine had asked to be treated as an equal. Second considered this briefly and concluded that, for now, he would simply follow Maine's lead. Without warning, Maine suddenly grabbed Second's hand and cheerfully declared that they should head to the cafeteria together. Second froze, staring at their joined hands. His thoughts spiraled as he observed how casually Maine treated Sylvia with distance, yet acted so assertively toward him. It left him unsettled. Why is he like this with me? He wondered. The situation felt increasingly strange, as if he was being drawn into something unexpected. A prince, of all people, showing interest in him. This was not a development he had ever anticipated. A faint nervous sweat formed on Second's face as he weighed how to handle the situation. In the end, he decided there was no point overthinking it. He would have to confront Maine directly. Abruptly, he stopped walking. Calling out to Maine, Second asked bluntly if he was that way inclined. Maine halted instantly, turning around in visible shock. He raised his voice, insisting that the accusation was completely out of nowhere and demanding to know what had prompted such a question. Behind them, Sylvia stood frozen, her jaw slightly agape in confusion. Second, still calm, tried to clarify. From his perspective, Maine's behavior toward him felt somewhat suggestive, especially compared to his distant attitude toward Sylvia. He trailed off mid-sentence, unsure how to properly articulate the thought. Maine, now thoroughly alarmed, immediately denied it again, insisting that he was absolutely straight and that Second had completely misunderstood the situation. Second nodded once, accepting the answer without further comment. I see, he replied evenly. At that moment, a small girl suddenly bumped into Second as she passed by. He glanced down instinctively, but saw no one standing there. Looking around in mild confusion, he wondered if he had imagined it. The girl, meanwhile, continued walking away quietly, murmuring to herself that the man she had just passed was super handsome. With sparkling eyes, Maine told Second that he was fond of him. Nearby, Sylvia stared at Second and questioned his proud attitude. Second calmly replied that they were speaking to the world's #1 man, which left Sylvia completely stunned. Maine, however, seemed delighted. He exclaimed that Second was exactly the kind of person he appreciated, noting that it was his first time speaking with someone so honest. He went on to explain that when he first heard about the Royal Academy of Magic, he had been excited by the idea that social status would not matter there. In reality, though, everyone still saw him only as the second prince. Whether at the royal palace or the academy, that title defined him. To most people, he was nothing more than that, except, it seemed, to his mother, who truly understood him. Second remarked that Maine's experience was rather typical. Sylvia immediately reacted by striking his chest and scolding him for being rude. Maine quickly intervened, assuring her it was fine. He even pointed out that Second had earlier bluntly asked him an inappropriate question right after learning he was a prince, making any concerns about politeness irrelevant now. Unbothered, Second shifted the topic and asked Maine about the location of the grimoires. Maine explained that within the academy, grimoires for the Oppo and Raptor forms were kept in the library. The Coral form was also there, though it required special permission from the head librarian to access. As for the fourth form, Second quickly interrupted to ask if it was also stored there. Maine replied that it was not, recalling that he had once seen it safeguarded at the royal palace. Satisfied with the answer, Second acknowledged the information. Maine then suggested it was time to move on and continued guiding them through the academy. Despite his enthusiasm and politeness, the extended tour dragged on so long that by the time they reached their main destination, the library, the sun had already set. Maine gestured toward the building and informed them that the library was already closed. However, he reminded them that all students of the Royal Academy of Magic were allowed access, encouraging them to visit as soon as possible the next day. With a cheerful wave, he remarked that he had a great time and said his goodbyes, promising to see Second and Sylvia again tomorrow. After Maine departed, Second let out a heavy sigh, his shoulders tense from the long day. Sylvia responded that she should be the one complaining. Second looked at her before declaring that starting the next day, she would be confined to the library to study fire magic. In his thoughts, Second reasoned that mastering sorcery was essential for acquiring magic archery. At the very least, he wanted Sylvia to learn both the raptor form and the coral form of fire so she could combine them with the flame wolf's bow, a weapon imbued with fire. At that moment, loud laughter echoed from behind them. Someone remarked that he knew, didn't he, and mentioned the exchange students. Another voice agreed, commenting that both the boy and the girl looked intimidating. The other man added that he had seen the two of them together with His Highness Maine, suggesting that something must be going on between them. His companion responded mockingly, asking if he meant that bookworm with an Oedipus complex. The first man quickly tried to stop him, warning that he shouldn't say things like that. However, the other brushed it off, insisting that it was fine since no one was listening and even suggesting that his friend probably thought the same way. Unbeknownst to them, Sylvia and Second were hidden behind a wall, quietly eavesdropping on the conversation. The man continued, complaining that the prince irritated him with his condescending attitude. He added that Maine always sounded sarcastic whenever he told others not to worry about his status, which, in his opinion, explained why the prince was always alone. His companion burst into laughter, agreeing that the prince was completely isolated and that it served him right. The two laughed together in crude amusement. Listening from the shadows, Second felt uneasy. The gossip had taken on an increasingly unpleasant tone. Still, he found himself reflecting on what he had learned. Maine truly had been alone. That realization made him wonder if this counted as a form of indirect bullying. After a moment of thought, he concluded that he had no real choice. He would become the prince's friend. Not only might it help Maine, but it could also allow him to build a connection with the Castall royal family, and perhaps gain access to the fourth form's grimoire. In his mind, it seemed like the only logical course of action. Meanwhile, the conversation continued. One of the men remarked that the prince supposedly spent large amounts of money to have his grades altered, adding that he had become arrogant despite his position. The other agreed, saying that Maine was becoming increasingly detestable while pretending to be a model honor student. The first man went on to sneer that people like him, along with those so-called exchange students, were all the same kind of trash and should stick together, though he added a half-hearted remark that he was just kidding. The other man smirked and chimed in, saying that if they were including them, they might as well include that beast loser as well. The first man agreed, laughing as he said he had forgotten about that failure. However, his laughter abruptly died when he turned to the side and realized Sylvia was standing right there in front of them. At the same moment, Second looked on in surprise, caught off guard by the fact that Sylvia had stepped out from hiding and now faced the two men directly. The man gasped in shock, recognizing Sylvia as one of the exchange students. Sylvia shot him a sharp glare and angrily called him a bastard, demanding to know if what he had said counted as bestial discrimination. The man stood frozen, unable to respond. Sylvia repeated herself, pressing the question again. The other man hurriedly stepped in, denying the accusation. He explained that she must have misunderstood, claiming there was a so-called loser named Eco Leaflet in Class F. According to him, that student was simply incompetent and only happened to be a beastfolk, so their remarks had nothing to do with discrimination. The first man quickly supported his claim, insisting that Eco Leaflet's shortcomings were unrelated to his race. Sylvia narrowed her eyes and fired back, saying that if that were true, then they should explain why they had also called her and second Dano trash. At that, both men immediately broke into a cold sweat. One of them nervously tried to defuse the situation, suggesting that she would understand if they explained things properly. Before he could finish, Sylvia struck both of them on the head with a powerful blow and declared that it was already too late. The men panicked and fled the scene without looking back. Sylvia watched them go, then smiled in satisfaction, proudly declaring that justice had been served. Puffing out her chest, she basked in her small victory. Second, however, simply told her that they should head back. Even as they left, his thoughts lingered on what the men had said earlier, about the so-called beast loser, Eco Leaflet. For now, he decided it was a name worth remembering. The following afternoon, Second headed straight to the library. Approaching the librarian, he requested access to the grimoires for the raptor form across all elements. The librarian smiled warmly and told him to wait a moment. Shortly after, she returned with the requested materials. Second immediately began scanning through the grimoire for the raptor form of fire. After a brief moment, he closed the book and muttered that he would move on to the next one. Handing the book to Sylvia, he confirmed that he was already done. Sylvia blinked in disbelief, and asked if he had really finished that quickly. Second casually replied that he had already acquired the knowledge. She could only mumble to herself that it seemed like just another ordinary feat for him. As Sylvia watched in amazement, Second calmly flipped through the remaining 3 grimoires in quick succession before handing each of them over to her as well. With a casual tone, he remarked that he had learned everything. Sylvia let out a small sigh, wondering if she could even manage to learn all of that within 2 weeks. Turning to him, she asked if he had any tricks or advice he could share. Second paused at her question. The words tricks, secrets, and key points stirred unpleasant memories within him. In his previous life, when he had been known as the world's #1, countless newcomers had constantly pestered him with the same requests, begging for shortcuts to become stronger or for easy ways to improve their skills. He remembered clearly how those requests were driven by selfish motives, people wanting effortless success without understanding the effort behind it. Those memories had always left a bitter taste. And yet, standing here now in this different world, hearing the same kind of question once again, he found something surprising. This time, it didn't feel unpleasant at all. Sylvia believed that if she failed to acquire the necessary skills within 2 weeks, it would only cause trouble for Second. Because of that, she swallowed her pride and asked him for guidance, hoping he could share some useful trick. That consideration alone was something Second found genuinely pleasing. To him, this moment felt entirely different from the shallow interactions he once had online in his previous life. This was a real, personal exchange, something far more intimate. Instead of feeling annoyed, he realized he was actually glad that she was relying on him. Without hesitation, Second stepped closer to her and told her that although he had originally planned for them to study separately that day, he had changed his mind. He would teach her himself. As their shoulders lightly brushed, Sylvia's face turned red, flustered by the sudden closeness. Second, meanwhile, felt something unfamiliar stirring within him. For the first time in his life, he found genuine joy in teaching someone. He sat beside Sylvia, who looked both apologetic and quietly happy. Her cheeks remained flushed as they sat close together, listening intently as he began to guide her. Time passed as Second carefully explained the material. Eventually, he decided that was enough for the day. In his thoughts, however, he admitted that this was the first time he had seriously examined the contents of the grimoires, and they were far too wordy and difficult to follow. In his opinion, studying something practical would be far more effective than relying on texts like those. Instead, he broke things down for Sylvia in a way she could understand. He explained concepts such as the effects of different types of magic, how they should be used, how firepower was calculated, and how factors like timing and cooldowns changed depending on rank. He focused on memorable, practical points, similar to the kind of concise information one might find summarized in an online guide. Partway through, Sylvia hesitantly asked if she was expected to memorize all of it. Second answered without hesitation, of course she was. Reflecting on it, this kind of knowledge had been the only thing he had ever truly studied in his past life. Back then, it had been useless in reality. But now, in this world, that same knowledge had become a powerful weapon. Realizing that, he couldn't help but feel satisfied. After some time, Second asked if she had managed to learn everything. Sylvia shook her head and apologized, saying she needed more time to go over it. Second simply nodded and told her not to worry. Then he suggested that they head back for the day. As they made their way back, a cheerful voice suddenly called out, and a girl hurried toward them, excitedly praising how handsome he was. Second stopped and turned to face her, asking if she was referring to him. The girl pointed directly at him and confirmed that she was. She then introduced herself as Eco Leaflet and asked for his name. Hearing that name, Second immediately recognized it. It was the same person the men had been gossiping about earlier. He gave his name in return. Second, Eco repeated with a bright smile. Then she peeked from behind him and noticed Sylvia. Curious, she asked about her as well. Sylvia politely introduced herself and expressed her pleasure at meeting her. Eco responded with equal enthusiasm, saying she was happy to meet her too, before grabbing Sylvia's hand and shaking it energetically. Second found himself thinking that someone as adorable, no, as seemingly harmless, as Eco being bullied was completely outrageous and unforgivable. With that in mind, he asked her if she was troubled by anything. Eco paused briefly before answering that she wasn't. Not really. Not really, Second echoed inwardly, unconvinced. Still, he told her that if anything ever did trouble her, she should come to him and he would find a way to help. Eco's face immediately brightened, and she excitedly asked if he truly meant it, thanking him with genuine enthusiasm. Noticing the large pile of books stacked behind her, Second asked what they were for. Eco tilted her head for a moment, then cheerfully explained that she had been asked by others to carry them. From that, Second quickly concluded that she was essentially being used as a gopher. He asked if she could really manage all of that on her own. Eco proudly insisted that she could, claiming she was quite strong. Second responded bluntly that since he was already there, he might as well help her. Eco looked surprised and asked if he was sure. Second confirmed it, adding in his usual tone that he would personally assist her and that such an occurrence was rare, so she should feel honored. She stared at him for a moment before smiling and thanking him, but then declined his offer, saying she would handle it herself. Second frowned slightly and asked why. Eco explained that this kind of work was the only thing she was good at, so she was doing her best to help everyone. She believed that if she became more and more useful, people would eventually treat her kindly. Hearing that, Second froze. His expression darkened, his fist tightening as anger welled up inside him. He wanted to stop her, to tell her that it didn't work that way, but the words never left his mouth. Eco simply waved at them with a bright smile and began pushing the cart of books forward with determination. As he watched her walk away, Second's face grew shadowed. Her words stirred something deep within him. They reminded him of relentless, honest effort that spun endlessly like gears that would never connect, no matter how hard they turned. He knew that feeling all too well. It brought back memories of his past life, of pouring everything into something that ultimately meant nothing. Even when he had tried harder than anyone else and reached the top, becoming the world's #1, it had all been for an online game. In the end, it had been pointless. He remembered questioning himself, how meaningless his efforts had been, how foolish, worthless, and hopeless he had felt. Those thoughts had consumed him until, eventually, he had died in shame. And yet, he had been given another chance in this world, a miracle, as people called it. A blessing from the gods. Someone as hopeless as he once was had somehow been saved. But would a miracle like that ever come for her? Second understood her feelings painfully well. That was exactly why, now that he recognized them, he felt a strong, undeniable urge to save her, more than anyone else. Second Dano? Sylvia's voice cut through his thoughts, pulling him back to reality. Later that night in his room, Second found himself deep in thought. He questioned whether Eco was truly incompetent. If that were the case, then why was she able to attend such a prestigious institution as the Royal Academy of Magic? It was an elite academy renowned throughout the kingdom. Simply gaining admission meant that a student possessed considerable magical knowledge and the ability to use multiple forms of magic. The contradiction left him uneasy and curious. After thinking it over for hours, turning the matter around in his mind again and again, he arrived at a single conclusion. The next morning, he told Sylvia that he believed they should recruit Eco Leaflet. Sylvia's face immediately lit up with joy. She declared that nothing could make her happier than having her path align with his, calling herself fortunate. However, Second quickly cut her off, telling her not to suddenly kneel and act like a knight first thing in the morning. Regaining her composure, Sylvia pointed out that they still didn't know whether Eco would even accept. Second replied that if she refused, then at the very least, he would have her show him her status so he could offer advice on what path she should take. Sylvia nodded, agreeing with his plan. Just then, a disturbance ahead caught their attention and made them stop. There, in front of them, was Eco Leaflet, kneeling on the ground, her body covered in dirt. Both Second and Sylvia widened their eyes at the sight. Sylvia immediately rushed over, her voice filled with concern as she asked what had happened and if Iko was alright. Second, however, felt a deep sense of unease. Something was clearly wrong. As he looked around, he noticed that none of the passing students made any attempt to help her. They simply walked by, pretending not to see, deliberately ignoring her existence. The air carried a heavy, unspoken hostility that he could not quite put into words. He stepped forward and called out to her, asking what was wrong, if she had fallen, if she was hurt. But Iko suddenly brushed his hand away and shouted that she was fine, telling him not to speak to her. Second froze. He recognized it immediately. It was the worst kind of presence, the same one he had encountered before. The unmistakable scent of despair. Iko suddenly leapt to her feet and bolted away, shouting for the others to stay back. Despite her plea, Sylvia and Second immediately gave chase. As he ran, Second reflected that although he did not fully understand what had driven Iko to this state, one thing was unmistakably clear to him, and to her as well: her efforts had been in vain. Not long before, Iko had been hauling sacks and stacking them diligently. Nearby, a pair of men mocked her, one sneering that she was going out of her way to deliver the very mud that would soon be dumped on her. The other ridiculed her as a fool. Confused, Iko had paused, only to be struck by a clump of mud that splattered across her body. The men erupted into laughter. In that moment she was forced to confront a truth she had long avoided, that no matter how much effort she poured into it, nothing would change if she continued deceiving herself. The realization was crushing. Dreams were meant to inspire hope, yet hers now felt painfully out of reach. Her eyes went still as she ran. Behind her, Second continued the pursuit, thinking that they could not simply abandon her. Sylvia eventually caught up, but Iko lashed out and knocked her hands away. Even so, they pressed on until they finally cornered her. Iko cried out again, her voice trembling as she begged them to stay away, her gaze filled with unease. Second observed her carefully, estimating that nearly an hour had passed since the chase began. Sylvia was clearly exhausted, yet Iko somehow still had stamina remaining. Gently, Sylvia tried to reassure her, saying that they only wanted to talk. Iko refused, her voice breaking as she demanded to be left alone. Tears streamed down her face. Seeing her like this, Second realized that walking away would only deepen her despair. She was already losing, emotionally, mentally. As he recalled how fiercely she had run and how forcefully she had pushed Sylvia aside, he began to analyze her. She was slow, yet powerful, with considerable stamina. It was likely that her magical ability was weak. The conclusion he reached was risky, a reckless gamble, but one he believed was worth taking. Gripping his sword, Second warned Sylvia not to be alarmed. He stepped toward Iko, who immediately cried out again for him to keep his distance. Without hesitation, he raised the blade, and in a shocking instant, severed his own arm. Both Sylvia and Iko froze in horror. Second clenched his teeth, enduring the intense pain as blood poured from the wound. Sylvia rushed toward him, shouting at him for his foolishness, but he ordered her to stay back. Reluctantly, she stopped. With his remaining hand, Second held out his wand. In his mind, he reasoned that if he could recruit Iko into his party at this very moment, it would bring him one step closer to his ultimate goal of becoming the strongest in the world. And that was precisely why he had taken such a drastic, desperate gamble. Second extended the wand toward Iko and told her that she was suited for recovery sorcery. He instructed her to take it and heal his arm. In his mind, he had already reached a conclusion: Iko was most likely a paladin. Iko stared at him in stunned silence before shaking her head, tears welling up as she insisted she could not do it. The wand he held was the Recovery Sorcery Wand Med, a rare item created by holy slimes. It granted anyone the ability to cast recovery sorcery, specifically Recovery Med, simply by equipping it. However, if the wielder possessed a healer-type growth, such as a paladin, an additional bonus would activate, greatly amplifying its effects. If Second's assumption was correct, Iko's healing power would be strong enough to restore his severed arm instantly. Second glanced at his wound and groaned in pain, urging her to hurry. Startled, Iko hesitated once more, but he raised his voice, insisting that she had no excuse, she could do it. Pressed by his urgency and with no other choice left, Iko finally accepted the wand and quietly agreed. In his thoughts, Second encouraged her, believing this was exactly what she needed. She had to realize that she was capable of helping, that this was her way forward. With tears still streaming down her face, Iko lifted the wand and pointed it toward his severed arm. A brilliant light burst forth from it as she cried out for it to heal. In the very next instant, Second's arm regenerated completely. He looked down at it in quiet disbelief, murmuring that it had returned to normal. Iko, overwhelmed, collapsed to her knees, staring at his restored arm in shock. But just as quickly, Second's body faltered. He swayed before collapsing onto the ground, apologizing faintly that he could not hold on any longer before losing consciousness. Sylvia rushed to his side in alarm, calling out to him. As his awareness faded, Second reflected on a crucial truth of this world. Even if injuries were healed and HP restored, the body itself did not immediately recover from exhaustion. Still, his gamble had confirmed what he had suspected all along. While chasing after Iko, he had analyzed her traits, slow yet powerful, with an abundance of stamina and a glaring lack of intelligence for magic. In a magic academy, her ineptitude stood out. Her low NT made her unsuitable for sorcery, and her poor DX ruled out archery. Although her strength was decent, her low agility limited her mobility. At a glance, she seemed entirely hopeless. And yet, that exact combination of traits perfectly matched the profile of a paladin. Despite her low intelligence, she possessed an enormous pool of MP high-ranking adventurers often chose this growth type deliberately. In fact, any renowned party almost always included a paladin among its members. Paladins specialized in endurance. With their high HP, SP, and vitality, they functioned as living shields, standing at the front lines, absorbing damage for their allies. Whenever they were injured, they could immediately use recovery sorcery to heal themselves, allowing them to remain standing until their MP was depleted. If Iko could be brought into their party, she would become its defensive core. With her as the front line, Sylvia as the rear-guard magic archer, and himself as a versatile all-rounder in the middle, they would form a perfectly balanced team. Such a formation would bring him significantly closer to his ultimate goal, becoming the strongest in the world, and perhaps even surpassing it. No matter what it took, Second knew one thing with certainty. He wanted Iko on his team. Second had been trying to make use of her. He intended to turn her into an ally, convinced that someone capable of recovery sorcery would be invaluable. Thinking back, he realized he had done something similar to Sylvia before, exploiting the emptiness in her heart and pushing her, somewhat forcefully, to join him. He had gone too far back then, deliberately drawing out her sympathy and guiding her toward his side. Even now, he could not deny that he wanted Iko to follow him as well. In his half-conscious state, he quietly pleaded for her to do so. When Second finally woke, he found himself lying inside a room. Sylvia rushed to his side, her voice filled with relief as she exclaimed that he was awake. Grabbing his hand, she urged him not to overexert himself, warning that if he lost that hand, he would never become the world's #1. Second called out to her, hesitating before explaining that the injury was actually on his left hand, not the one she was holding. Sylvia's face flushed instantly with embarrassment. She quickly released his hand and let out a heavy sigh, remarking that he must have had quite the nightmare. For a moment, Second remained silent. Then he gave a faint smile and brushed it off, telling her it was nothing serious and that she should not worry about him. Sylvia echoed his words in disbelief, insisting that it should have been her line instead. She reminded him that both she and Iko had been saved by him, by no one else. In what had once been a completely hopeless situation, Second had rescued her with ease. There was no reason for him to carry any worries. She declared that she would become his knight and follow him to the ends of the earth. With a soft smile, Sylvia left the room. Left alone, Second sat up in bed, wondering if she had overheard him talking in his sleep. But deep down, he knew that was not the case. More likely, Sylvia had seen through him from the very beginning, his attempts to use her, the guilt he sometimes felt, and everything else he tried to hide. Even so, she had chosen to follow him of her own will. He quietly thought to himself that she truly was a good girl. Suddenly, the door slammed open, startling him. Someone rushed inside while loudly calling his name. Turning toward the entrance, Second saw Iko standing there. She ran straight to him, throwing her arms around him as she repeatedly apologized. Second gently patted her head and told her once more that recovery sorcery suited her. He urged her to quit school and join him. In his mind, he recognized this as the perfect opportunity to draw her in, convinced that doing so would ultimately become her salvation. Iko lifted her head and asked brightly if she could truly be of help to him. Second smiled and affirmed that she could, suggesting that they should travel together. However, her expression suddenly dimmed as hesitation crept in. Noticing this, Second asked if there was a reason she could not leave school. Surprised, Iko asked how he had known. Second simply grinned and replied that he was the world's #1, encouraging her to tell him everything. Clenching her fist tightly, Iko began to speak. She revealed that she had been born in a beastfolk village far from the royal capital. From a young age, she possessed an unusually high amount of magical power, something her father had proudly boasted about to everyone. Because of this, the villagers had placed their hopes on her, believing that she would surely possess exceptional talent in sorcery. The story of Iko's talent continued to spread, reaching farther and farther beyond her village. By the following year, the villagers had pooled together their savings to send her to the prestigious Royal Academy of Magic. To them, she was a prodigy born from a remote beastfolk village, and they clung to the hopeful belief that if Iko became a renowned sorceress, it would one day bring prosperity to their home. As for how she had managed to pass the entrance exam, the answer lay in her unusual growth type. While Iko's INT was abnormally low, she had no difficulty learning skills or deepening her understanding of sorcery. In fact, she excelled at it, She had already mastered techniques such as raptor form, along with wind and earth magic. However, due to her severely low INT, her actual combat power was less than half that of the other students. Because of this imbalance, she was labeled a failure by those around her. Iko explained that this was precisely why she could not leave the academy. She could not bring herself to betray the expectations of the villagers who had sacrificed so much for her sake. After hearing her story, Second found himself questioning what those expectations had truly given her. Rather than lifting her up, they had become a heavy burden, one that pressed down on the heart of a single girl and continued to weigh her down even now. Second reassured her that everything would be alright. He told her that he had already prepared an escape route for her. Iko looked at him in confusion as he explained that she could simply walk away, that her way out was right in front of her. In his mind, he noted that this situation was different from his own past. Iko repeated his words uncertainly, asking what he meant by an escape route. Second confirmed it with confidence and told her not to worry. After all, he was going to become the world's #1. He emphasized the phrase, asking if she truly understood what it meant. Iko stared at him, clearly puzzled by his declaration. Seeing her confusion, Second explained that being the world's #1 meant being the absolute best, stronger than anyone else alive. And when that time came, she would stand beside him as one of his companions. He asked her if there could be anything more prestigious than that. Compared to it, the Royal Academy of Magic was insignificant, and even becoming a royal court sorceress was nothing special. He went on to paint a vivid picture, insisting that her villagers would be overjoyed. No, they would celebrate for days without end. They would erect a bronze statue of her at the center of the village and pass down tales of her greatness for generations. When she finally returned, she would be so revered that everyone would bow before her, overcome with emotion. At his exaggerated words, Iko could not help but laugh. Second, fully embracing the moment, dramatically declared that Iko-sama has returned in glory, imitating what the village chief might say. He continued, joking that her father would probably ask her to get his autograph. Watching him act out each role with complete seriousness only made Iko laugh harder, until tears began to form in her eyes. Seeing her finally relax, Second smiled quietly to himself. After a while, Iko called out to him and, with newfound resolve, said that she would go with him. Hearing her answer, Second returned her smile. And just like that, the beastfolk paladin Iko Leaflet became his ally. Second informed Iko that she would be withdrawing from her studies starting that very day. He further instructed her to obtain permission to enroll in Class A as his attendant. Without hesitation, Iko immediately agreed. The three of them then made their way to the headmaster's office. The headmaster, Paula, asked if they could allow her some time to consider the request. Second agreed and asked how long the wait would be. Paula explained that she would hold an emergency staff meeting during lunch and that a decision would be made afterward. In response, Second calmly stated that he would be looking forward to good news and politely excused themselves. After leaving the office, Sylvia questioned Second, asking why he had made such a bold move. Second admitted that while it might seem unrealistic at first glance, he believed there was a high chance his request would be approved. When Sylvia asked for his reasoning, he explained that they were exchange students, and more importantly, he was a noble from a foreign country. If someone like him witnessed bullying, especially against beastfolk, it could easily become a serious issue. Sylvia began to piece it together, noting that if Zipong were known as a country that treated beastfolk with respect, then such behavior would reflect poorly. Second finished her thought, explaining that even if the academy did not initially see it as a problem, it would still leave a terrible impression. Furthermore, the staff were already in a difficult position, as they could not openly address the bullying despite being aware of it. Naturally, they would want to avoid further complications and resolve the matter as smoothly as possible. Given those circumstances, it was only logical that his request would be accepted. Hearing his explanation, Iko gasped in admiration and called him incredibly smart. With a smug expression, Second simply replied that it was because he was the world's #1. Afterward, the group headed to the cafeteria. There, Maine spotted them and called out to Second. He mentioned that he had already heard the news and asked if it was true that Second was making Iko his attendant. Second frowned slightly, surprised that the information had spread so quickly. Had the rumors really circulated within half a day? He casually patted Iko's head and remarked that she was an excellent recovery sorceress, adding that the school's inability to recognize her worth spoke volumes about its flaws. Maine burst into laughter at his bluntness, commenting that Second was as straightforward as ever and that he genuinely loved that aspect of his personality. At the mention of those words, Second gave Maine a suspicious look and began to question him, but before he could finish, Sylvia struck him on the back and firmly warned him to stop. Iko looked completely bewildered by the exchange, while Maine simply watched them with an innocent smile. At that moment, Professor Kevin approached and greeted them. He confirmed their presence before Second immediately asked about the decision. Kevin replied that the request had been approved without objection. From that day forward, Iko would join Class A as Second's attendant. Second expressed his satisfaction upon hearing the decision, and shortly after, Professor Kevin excused himself and left. In his mind, Second noted how perceptive Kevin was, sharp enough not to ask unnecessary questions such as why Iko had to become his attendant or why she was being placed in Class A. Had he asked, Second would have likely responded with biting sarcasm, bluntly stating it was to prevent her from being bullied again. Beside him, Sylvia looked puzzled and asked why he had chosen Class A for Iko. Second inwardly sighed, thinking to himself that he was surrounded by a rather clueless knight. Meanwhile, Iko herself voiced the same question, wondering about his reasoning. In truth, Second admitted to himself that claiming it was to protect her from bullying would have been the simplest explanation. However, that was not the real reason. For a brief moment, he had considered taking revenge on those who had mistreated her, but Iko had shown no desire for such things. All she had wanted was to stay by his side. With both Sylvia and Iko watching him expectantly, Second paused before finally answering that it was because she was his comrade. After finishing their meal, the group headed to the library. Second reflected that their time as exchange students was limited, and he needed to ensure that Sylvia learned sorcery as quickly as possible. Over the course of a week, his patient and thorough instruction began to bear fruit. Sylvia successfully acquired the fire element and even mastered the raptor form of sorcery in just 3 days. Not only that, but she seemed to grasp some deeper insight into magic. At one point, she even remarked that she felt as though she could perform the choral form. Following that, they borrowed grimoires for all 4 elemental variations of the choral form from the library. Seeing the opportunity, Second decided to acquire them as well. Sylvia devoted herself completely to her studies, often muttering, just a little more, as she remained seated for hours, as though possessed by her determination. Eventually, Second had taught her everything she needed to know, allowing their days to become far more relaxed. They spent their time leisurely, sometimes lying on the grass and enjoying the calm atmosphere. During one such moment, Maine joined them, and together they passed their days in quiet comfort. At first glance, it appeared as though Second was simply enjoying himself. In reality, however, he had a clear objective: to get on Maine's good side. Although he had made some progress, he knew he had not fully achieved it yet. His reason was simple. He was after the grimoires of the 4th form. Maine had once mentioned that the 4th form could be found within the royal palace. Specifically, in the first-rank dungeon known as Algin Dungeon, each elemental grimoire of the 4th form had roughly a 10% chance of dropping from the boss. While it was considered the easiest among first-rank dungeons, it was still far beyond what Sylvia, Iko, and even he could currently handle with ease. Because of this, Second sought to build a relationship with Maine strong enough that he could one day ask him to grant access to the royal palace. Just then, Iko approached while holding a document in her hands, curiously asking what it was. Second turned toward Iko, realizing something he had only just noticed: she was not very literate. More specifically, she struggled with the common Japanese used in this world. Thinking back, he recalled that during his time in Mabayon, most beastfolk, aside from important figures, spoke their own native language. That meant Iko had gone out of her way to learn Japanese just to attend the academy. Despite that disadvantage, having to read grimoires with the help of a dictionary, she had still managed to acquire the raptor form of both wind and earth elements. However, due to her low INT, she was unable to properly use them. Considering all of this, Second briefly wondered if, despite her airhead appearance, she might actually be exceptionally intelligent. In the end, he dismissed the thought, deciding it was probably just his imagination. He then asked Iko to hand over the document she was holding. She did so happily, and Second began reading it. The headline announced that the 51st Sorcery Convention was now accepting participants. He explained to Iko that it appeared to be an annual event, and that the winner would receive a prize. Curious, Iko asked what the prize was. As Second scanned the poster, he suddenly froze. His eyes locked onto a single line: the reward was the chase ring. He read it again to be certain. A tremor of excitement ran through his body. Then, slowly lifting his gaze toward Iko, his eyes burned with determination as he declared that they would be entering the sorcery convention. The chase ring, despite its rather unimpressive name, was in truth an exceptionally powerful accessory. Its basic effect granted a 10% chance of triggering an additional attack after casting sorcery, in simple terms, a form of double attack. While the ability sounded modest at first glance, it carried immense potential. Second recalled how someone had once dismissed it, claiming the effect did not seem particularly impressive. In his mind, however, he immediately rejected that notion. The true value of the item lay in its ability to be upgraded. If one could find a high-ranking blacksmith capable of enhancing equipment abilities, the chase ring could evolve into something far more formidable. After 3 upgrades, its effect improved drastically, increasing the chance of an additional attack from 10% to 25%. Such a powerful hidden ability naturally came at a steep price. Back in the days of Mabayon, the ring had been valued at 1.5 billion CL. As for its worth in this world, even Second could not say for certain. Regardless, one thing was clear in his mind: he would obtain it no matter the cost. Fortunately, the timing worked in his favor. The sorcery convention was scheduled to take place on the final day of their exchange program. Still, he remained cautious. As a foreigner already drawing attention for his interest in grimoires, going all out with techniques like the raptor and coral forms might raise suspicion. Even so, he reasoned that as long as they could make a quick escape afterward, it would be manageable. On the day before the convention, Second asked Main whether he would be attending. Main replied that, as the second prince, his participation was mandatory, and in turn asked if Second would also be competing. Second confirmed that he would. At that moment, Sylvia, who had been listening nearby, spat out her drink in shock. She immediately protested, saying she had never heard anything about this. Amused by her reaction, Second casually remarked that it was only natural, since he had never told her. Main let out a heavy sigh at the exchange. Noticing his reaction, Second asked if there was something about the sorcery convention that bothered him. Main hesitated before admitting that his older brother would be present the next day. Narrowing his eyes, Second bluntly asked if he was referring to the first prince, and whether he disliked him. Main quickly denied it, explaining that it was not quite that simple. He was just not good at dealing with him. His older brother was a firm believer in talent supremacy. While Main excelled in sorcery, his brother specialized in swordsmanship and often belittled him, calling him weak and looking down on him. Furthermore, regardless of Main's intentions, his brother viewed him as a rival in the struggle for the throne, treating him as a potential threat. Although his brother would officially be attending the convention as the commander of the First Chivalric Order, Main was convinced that his true purpose was to publicly criticize and undermine him in front of everyone. Hearing Main's explanation, Second began to piece things together. In his mind, he noted that the first prince was also the commander of the First Chivalric Order. From what he had heard, the man did not sound particularly admirable. His gaze shifted towards Sylvia, who sat quietly beside him. At that moment, realization struck. This first prince was likely one of the corrupt figures within the chivalric order who had once harassed her. If that was the case, then he stood at the very top of them. Second then asked Main whether he could simply avoid attending the sorcery convention by pretending to be ill. Main shook his head, explaining that such an excuse would only invite further ridicule. His older brother would undoubtedly twist it, claiming that his weak and foolish younger sibling, despite attending a magic academy, was too cowardly to even appear at a sorcery convention. Hearing that, Second could not help but think that being royalty came with its own kind of suffering. At that moment, Sylvia suddenly spoke up, addressing Second. When he asked what it was, she calmly revealed that she had acquired the coral form earlier that very morning. Second reacted with surprise, questioning why he had not heard about it. With a faint smirk, Sylvia replied that it was because she had never told him. Second was momentarily stunned, realizing she had turned his own words back on him. Meanwhile, Iko remained focused on her meal, seemingly uninterested in their exchange. The following day, at the sorcery convention, Second sat in his seat with a serious expression. Nearby, several participants chatted among themselves. One remarked that although a ring was being offered as a prize, he had never heard of it before. Another added that even during last year's 50th anniversary, the event had not seemed particularly significant. A third pointed out that participation had been declining, and recent rule changes only made it feel less appealing. Listening to them, Second found himself inwardly exasperated. Despite being aspiring sorcerers, they had no understanding of the true value of the chase ring. While it was somewhat understandable to dismiss a mere 10% chance of an extra attack as insignificant, there was no way they should be ignorant of its potential once upgraded. The conversation soon shifted. One of the men mentioned hearing that His Highness Klaus would be attending as a spectator. Another responded that it was only natural, considering Class A, referring, of course, to the second prince. Someone else chimed in about rumors that the two princes were not on good terms. A different voice added that the first prince had supposedly beaten the second prince under the pretense of exhibitions. Laughter followed, with one of them even remarking that the first prince sounded impressive. Hearing all this, Second grew suspicious. No matter where he went in the academy, the same narrative persisted, an image of the first prince dominating the second prince. It felt too deliberate, too unnatural. He doubted that the root of it lay with Main himself. Instead, it seemed far more likely that Klaus was actively shaping public perception. The thought crossed his mind, did Klaus truly despise Main that much? At that moment, Main arrived. The men who had been gossiping immediately fell silent. Offering a brief apology for the interruption, Main approached. Second greeted him, and asked whether he would be entering the tournament as a seeded participant. Main's expression brightened when he saw him, and he confirmed that he would begin from the semifinals. Second nodded, remarking that in that case, they would not meet until the finals. Main chuckled lightly and agreed, saying he would see him there. The sorcery convention was structured as a tournament with 7 participants. Main stood positioned at one end of the bracket, while second occupied the opposite side. In the tournament structure, Main needed only a single victory to advance to the finals, while second would have to win twice. However, there was one crucial detail second had yet to understand. He suddenly called out to Main and asked what exactly participants did in a sorcery convention. The nearby students nearly fell out of their seats upon hearing such a question. Main stared at him in disbelief, shocked that he had signed up without even knowing the basic. Second casually apologized before making a wild guess, suggesting that it was probably a matter of killing each other using sorcery. Main immediately shouted that he was completely wrong. Undeterred, second guessed again, asking if they simply killed each other without sorcery instead. Main raised his voice even louder in frustration, questioning what had happened to the sorcery part of the event. Letting out a deep sigh, Main finally explained. The sorcery convention was conducted using a special item known as the competition crown, meaning there was no real danger involved. The competition crown was primarily used for PvP and allowed participants to fight without any actual risk. It strictly regulated equipment, skills, and various limitations under a defined set of rules. The reason it was completely safe was because everything within the match was virtual. Participants' HP and MP were simulated, and even the damage they dealt and received existed only within that virtual framework. In contrast, traditional duels using a dual crown took place in reality, where reaching 0 HP meant actual death. With the competition crown, however, even if a participant's HP dropped to 0, the match would simply end, and everything would return to normal without harm. Because of this, some players had once mocked it as something meant for cowards. However, others became fascinated by the freedom it offered. Over time, they experimented with its mechanics, creating entirely new styles of competition that differed from standard duels, eventually turning such formats into popular events. Main concluded by emphasizing the key rule for this particular convention: every attack had to be performed using sorcery. He then asked Second if he understood. Meanwhile, in Second's mind, he reached a firm conclusion. Letting out a silent gasp, he became convinced that this truly was nothing more than a poorly designed game. Before long, it was his turn to fight. At the center of the arena, an announcer called out, "Match 3. First-year Class A, Second, versus First-year Class F, Dean." Second fixed his gaze on his opponent. At that moment, Iko cheered loudly from the sidelines, waving her hands enthusiastically, only to accidentally smack Sylvia beside her. Oblivious to what she had done, Iko simply turned toward Sylvia in confusion. Just then, the referee gave the command to activate the competition crown. The stage was enclosed within a circular arena with a radius of 50 meters. Stepping outside its boundary would result in an immediate loss. The referee raised his hand high and shouted, "Both participants, ready, begin." The referee declared the start of the battle. Dean, Second's opponent, immediately began casting a spell, while Second stood calmly in place. From the color and formation of the sorcery, Second recognized that Dean was using the raptor form of wind. Second inwardly scoffed, thinking his opponent a fool. The Opio form was a standard attack, the raptor form a spread strike, the coral form a powerful single-target attack, the fourth form a stronger spread strike, and the fifth form an extremely powerful wide-area attack. The casting times increased in that order: Opio, coral, raptor, fourth, and fifth. Moreover, if a caster was struck during the casting process, the spell would be interrupted. Because of this, using sorcery with a casting time as long as the raptor form or beyond in a formal match was practically pointless. It was common knowledge. Second wondered if Dean was mocking him. Perhaps he had heard some rumor that Second could not properly use sorcery. The thought irritated him. Had this fool truly underestimated the world's number one? With a faint smirk, Second told Dean to prepare himself. He stepped forward, raised his hand, and cast the Opio form of wind. A gentle current began to gather around his palm. At the same moment, Dean continued casting the raptor form, wind swirling more intensely around his hand. However, before Dean could complete the spell, Second's attack struck it mid-cast, causing it to dissipate into nothing. Second smirked again, recalling the fundamental principle of sorcery collisions. By exploiting this trait, one could cancel an opponent's spell at the cost of taking minimal damage. However, the recovery time after using the Opio form was at least twice as fast as that of the raptor form, creating a significant advantage that more than compensated for the difference in power. Dean gasped in shock. Second coldly asked whether Dean wished to be slowly tortured to death or to die in disgrace while begging for his life. At that very moment, he cast the coral form of fire. Flames instantly gathered in his hand. He reflected briefly that, with his 5th class proficiency, his casting time had been reduced by 2 stages, and the attack's power had reached 300% of his converted INT value. A cold sweat broke over Dean's body as he realized he was finished. In the next instant, Second released the flames. The attack shot forward and, upon impact, erupted into a massive explosion that launched Dean into the air. His scream echoed throughout the arena before his body came crashing down to the ground. Second clicked his tongue inwardly, realizing he had used too much power. He had intended to leave Dean with about 10% of his health to toy with him, but that plan had clearly failed. The referee, stunned by what he had witnessed, stood speechless for a moment. Then, finally regaining his composure, he announced that the winner was Second. After the competition concluded, the arena quickly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Second glanced at Dean, who stared back at him in horror, having apparently lost control of himself out of fear. Without much concern, Second turned to his companions and casually remarked that he had won. Iko excitedly exclaimed that Second was incredibly strong. Second responded with confidence, saying that it was only natural. Sylvia, however, looked worried. She commented that he might have overdone it and asked if Dean would be alright. Second brushed it off, saying it was no big deal. He would eventually become the world's #1 anyway. Besides, they would be parting ways soon, as they planned to escape after securing the prize. Sylvia acknowledged his point but still urged him not to overexert himself. Second waved her off, asking if she thought she was his mother. Sylvia echoed the word in shock, clearly taken aback. Meanwhile, Iko simply encouraged Second to do his best, to which he replied affirmatively. Sylvia, however, remained frozen in place, quietly murmuring, "His mother?" At that moment, the next match was announced. The referee's voice rang out across the arena. Semi-finals, Match 2. First-year Class A, Second, versus fourth-year Class A, Keith. In this round, the winner would advance to the finals to face Maine. The referee signaled for both participants to prepare before declaring the start of the match. Without hesitation, Keith lunged forward. Second, however, remained calm, observing his opponent closely. He noted that Keith seemed quite knowledgeable. In competitions limited to intermediate-level sorcery, victory was often determined by who made the first move. Given that, relying on the Opio form, naturally the fastest to cast, was the most logical strategy. Second immediately cast the Opio form of wind. Keith reacted instantly, halting his advance and casting the same spell. Winds gathered in both of their hands before being launched at nearly the same time, colliding midair and canceling each other out. Second realized that the match would likely devolve into a stalemate. If they continued like this, each spell cast simultaneously would simply neutralize the other, resetting the fight to its starting point. It was a flaw in the competition's rules, and one of the reasons he considered the entire event poorly designed. He let out a quiet sigh. For ordinary students, reaching such a stalemate might have been commendable. Unfortunately for Keith, his opponent was no ordinary student. He was the former world's #1. Keith then spoke, calmly suggesting that Second surrender, offering a suitable reward in return. Slightly surprised, Second asked for his reasoning. Keith replied that he could not allow Second to face His Highness Maine. When Second pressed further, Keith explained that he intended for His Highness Maine to win the tournament. Afterward, Maine would engage in a friendly match with His Highness Klaus. Second questioned why Keith would tell him such a thing. Keith replied coldly that Second did not deserve to advance and should simply accept defeat. Second then asked if it was because he intended to defeat both Maine and the First Prince. Keith denied this, explaining instead that only a match between His Highness Klaus and His Highness Maine held any true meaning. Second fixed him with a sharp gaze and pointed out that, in other words, Keith was bringing politics into the competition. Keith responded that, at this rate, they would never reach a conclusion. Narrowing his eyes, Second quickly pieced things together. It seemed that Keith had been planted to ensure Maine's advancement to the finals, likely one of Klaus's subordinates. Under the pretense of a friendly match, Klaus intended to publicly defeat Maine before the crowd. The rumors he had overheard in the waiting room were not entirely unfounded. Second felt a flicker of irritation. What displeased him most was not the scheme itself, but the fact that Keith was attempting to negotiate during a stalemate, foolishly believing he could force him to surrender. Calmly, Second asked if Keith truly thought things would proceed so easily. Keith gritted his teeth and shouted that it was futile. At that moment, their wind attacks collided once again, canceling each other out. Without hesitation, Second cast the Opio form of fire. Keith responded in kind, matching him instantly. Second noted Keith's skill. His ability to counter so precisely ensured that the stalemate would continue indefinitely. Or rather, it would have. Under normal circumstances. A smirk slowly spread across Second's lip. He remarked that, since the opportunity had presented itself, he would show them what true power looked like. Keith's eyes widened in alarm as he cursed under his breath. In the next instant, Second summoned his longbow. It was an act that defied the rules of a sorcery-only competition, and confusion rippled through the spectators. How could he possibly use a weapon here? Yet before anyone could react, it was already too late. Second told Sylvia to watch closely. Startled, Sylvia fixed her gaze on him. Second then drew the bowstring and released an arrow engulfed in roaring flames, the blazing projectile tearing through the air with overwhelming force. Magic archery was another powerful technique that utilized sorcery, and, in Second's view, yet another reason why this competition was fundamentally flawed. Unlike conventional attacks, magic archery did not require physical arrows. Instead, it knocked pure sorcery onto the bow itself. Keith gritted his teeth, unable to find the time to evade the incoming attack. In the next instant, the flames engulfed him. When the fire finally subsided, he staggered from the damage before quickly retreating. Second calmly asked if this had been the first prince's plan all along. Keith froze in shock. From that reaction, Second confirmed his suspicion. A competition restricted to sorcery alone inevitably led to stalemates. That was precisely why it was so poorly designed. And Prince Klaus must have possessed a method to break through such deadlock. Second recalled that Nor specialized in swordsmanship. If that were the case, then Klaus was likely using magic swordsmanship as his trump card. As long as Klaus held that advantage, he would never lose to Maine. In fact, Klaus could likely strike Maine down without giving him any chance to retaliate, just like what was happening in this very match. Second remarked that such underhanded tactics deserved to be experienced firsthand, so their foolishness could be fully understood. He drew his longbow once more and began casting another spell, using it in place of an arrow. In his mind, he carefully assembled the combination. First, secure the target with Knight Archery. Next, enhance its power with Silver General Archery. And finally, amplify the impact with the Coral form of Earth. It was a fusion of three distinct skills. As Second prepared the attack, Keith immediately turned and attempted to flee. Second warned him that escape was futile. Releasing the bowstring, he fired. A barrage of earth-forged projectiles struck Keith's body, slamming him to the ground in an instant. The referee stood stunned for a brief moment before regaining composure and announcing that the winner was Second. For a heartbeat, the audience remained silent in disbelief. Then, as realization set in, they rose to their feet and erupted into thunderous cheers. Second smiled faintly as he watched the crowd celebrate his victory. Meanwhile, away from the public eye, Keith bowed his head and apologized. Klaus dismissed it, saying it was of no consequence. He admitted that he would need to revise his plans, but added with interest that he seemed to have discovered a rather remarkable gem. Klaus further remarked that the one called Second would likely win the tournament. If he could recruit him, then his younger brother would remain at a disadvantage. Keith agreed, acknowledging that Second was indeed a formidable opponent. Klaus responded with a faint scoff, questioning whether that man truly believed he could refuse an invitation from him, the commander of the First Chivalric Order. Such a thing was unthinkable. A grin spread across Klaus's face as he added that it was remarkable for a mere Academy of Magic to harbor someone capable of combining sorcery in such a way. Attending the event had indeed been the right decision. That man, he concluded, would make an excellent pawn. Keith remained silent. Meanwhile, back in the arena, the referee announced that the finals were about to begin. Maine stepped forward and entered the arena, smiling as he remarked on how truly powerful Second was. He admitted that he had sensed it all along. Second replied calmly, apologizing for keeping it hidden, and asked if Maine now looked down on him for it. Maine's expression brightened even further as he shook his head. On the contrary, he declared that he liked Second even more now. Hearing that, Second casually requested that Maine take him to the royal palace next time, as he wished to study the fourth form. Maine readily agreed, though he hesitated slightly before adding that, in exchange, he hoped. Before he could finish, the referee interrupted, calling for both participants to prepare and begin. In an instant, Maine's demeanor shifted, his expression turning sharp and focused. Both Second and Maine cast the Opio form of wind simultaneously. Inwardly, Second noted that he would not use magic archery in this match. Bending the rules against an opponent who relied solely on sorcery would be discourteous, and, more importantly, it would take the fun out of the fight. Maine narrowed his eyes, carefully watching for the perfect moment to strike. Second assumed that Maine would simply continue canceling out attacks, returning them to a stalemate once more, but his expectation was immediately overturned. Second's eyes widened slightly as he saw Maine cancel his own spell midcast. A powerful gust of wind wrapped around Maine just as Second's attack reached him. Realization struck. Maine had forcibly altered his casting timing. In the next instant, Maine launched another spell. Second quickly assessed the situation. Normally, being struck during casting would interrupt the spell, but if one began casting while already under attack, the interruption could be avoided. Maine unleashed the coral form of wind. Second immediately responded with a counter. A violent flash erupted between them as their spells collided. Second's skill rank was higher than Maine's, which meant his casting time was shorter. Because of this, despite casting slightly later, both of their coral form spells activated at the same moment and neutralized each other. As the energy dissipated into thin air, Maine stood there, momentarily stunned. Second observed him closely. That expression, he thought, was one a fighter should never reveal in a PvP battle. it exposed that the move just used had been a trump card. Taking a step back, Second reflected on his own mistake. He had underestimated Main. After all his talk about never looking down on others, he had fallen into that very trap himself. Main was serious, and if Main was going to face him with everything he had, then the only proper response was to meet him with equal resolve. The ultimate sorcery of Mobius Online, Second intended to execute it with the dignity of the man who had defended the title of Wise General 22 consecutive times. He told Main to watch carefully, then cast the choral form of fire. At the same moment, Main cast the choral form of wind, shouting that Second would go no further. Second released the flames toward Main, calmly assessing the distance. It was just outside the effective range, something he knew instinctively after years of experience. There was no need to measure. Besides, the choral form he had prepared was never meant to be a direct attack. Main was taken aback when the flames failed to reach him, instead halting just before his position. His attention immediately shifted to Second, who had already begun his next move. Main's eyes widened in shock. He could not see any magic circle. Second remarked that sorcery could be used in this way as well. Inwardly, he noted that magic was not solely for offense, it could also conceal one's next action. And for what came next, the raptor form, though burdened with a longer casting time, was a spread-type attack capable of producing formidable effects. Realizing what was happening, Main grew visibly alarmed as Second continued casting. "Invoke," Second commanded. In an instant, massive stones erupted from the ground before Main, forming a wall that completely blocked his movement. Main could only stare, stunned. Second reflected that summoning barriers to restrict an opponent's mobility was a fundamental yet effective tactic in sorcery battles. It was one of the most basic principles, yet one that should never be overlooked. Now it was time to finish the match. Without delay, Second cast the choral form of water. With no room to evade, Main's eyes widened as the attack struck him directly, knocking him to the ground. Main let out a quiet sigh of disappointment. Sensing someone approaching, he lifted his head and saw Second standing before him. After a brief laugh, he admitted his defeat. At those words, Second's expression darkened. Around them, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Second glared down at Main and harshly demanded to know why he was laughing. Main froze, stunned by the sudden intensity in his voice. Main replied that Second was powerful. Second shook his head and calmly refuted the claim. He explained that if Main's choral form had reached at least the 5th class, he himself would likely have lost. Being constantly on the brink of defeat, Main had unknowingly begun to underestimate both himself and his opponent, and there was no strength in that. Main hesitated, then asked if he truly was not strong. Second's expression darkened further as anger crept into his voice. He demanded to know whether Main was angry. After all, Main had just lost to someone who had looked down on him. Shouldn't that infuriate him? Main lowered his gaze and quietly replied that he was not, at least not really. Second immediately rejected that answer, telling him not to lie to himself. If Main could not feel anger in a moment like this, then he would remain the same for the rest of his life. Main fell silent, searching for words. At that moment, Prince Klaus stepped forward. He applauded Second, praising his sharp perception and calling his performance magnificent. He added that it was just as he had expected, unlike his foolish younger brother, who lacked such spirit despite repeated admonitions. Second glanced at him without a word. Klaus continued, stating that he had witnessed Second's abilities firsthand and found them exceptional. As such, he granted him special permission to join his ranks and study leadership under his direct guidance. A wave of shock spread through the audience. Second, however, quickly assessed the situation. Being personally mentored by Klaus, the first prince, would secure him a place among the upper ranks of the first chivalric order. Furthermore, once Klaus ascended the throne, his position would be elevated even higher. It was an extraordinary opportunity, one he fully understood. Yet refusing such an offer would mean openly declaring himself an enemy of the first prince before the public. To any ordinary person, refusal would be unthinkable. Even so, Second gave a firm answer. No. The crowd erupted in astonishment at his bold rejection. Klaus's expression hardened as he asked him to repeat himself. Second did so without hesitation. Klaus's face twisted with anger. Inwardly, however, Second remained composed. He had already anticipated this outcome. With Main protected, Klaus could no longer act against him directly. It was only natural that he would attempt to recruit him instead. After all, Klaus was the head of that questionable chivalric order. With a threatening tone, Klaus pressed him again, asking if he truly intended to refuse. Second calmly explained that he had already made a promise with Main before the match, to accompany him to the royal palace afterward. Main looked at him in surprise. In truth, Second had deliberately chosen his words. By saying this, he was effectively declaring himself aligned with the second prince. The agreement had been made only moments earlier, and the referee standing nearby could serve as a witness. Klaus turned his gaze toward the referee and demanded confirmation. The referee, visibly nervous, nodded. Klaus clenched his teeth. So that was how it was. A prior agreement had already been established between Main and Second. Attempting to interfere now, effectively poaching him in public, would be considered a breach of proper conduct, even for the first prince. Prince Klaus spoke in a voice laced with barely restrained rage, remarking that it was truly unfortunate. Very well, he said, Second would now have to devote himself to Main. With that, he turned and left without another word. Main immediately called out to Second, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Second, however, thought to himself that Main seemed to have completely forgotten the lesson he had been trying to teach him. Well then, Second said aloud, let's continue the lesson. He went on to suggest that Main keep competing with him until he finally felt anger. Main gasped in shock, asking how that could possibly work. There was no way he could defeat Second. Second clicked his tongue, calling him a fool. That very mindset, he said, was exactly what Main needed to change. It was no wonder Prince Klaus referred to him as a weak and foolish younger brother. Main protested, saying that was too harsh. He added that Klaus had always been extremely strict with him, and now Second was acting just like an older brother. Second immediately rejected the comparison and lightly tapped Main on the head. He told him not to lump them together, adding that he was only saying these things because they were friends. At those words, tears welled up in Main's eyes. Then, breaking into a bright smile, he nodded and agreed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, on his way to the headmaster's office, Prince Klaus shouted in fury, cursing Main under his breath. He flung the door open and called out for Paula Memento, demanding to know if she was present. The headmaster, Paula, rose to her feet and calmly asked His Highness to compose himself. Silence! Klaus snapped. He ordered her to immediately hand over all available information on the man called Second. Without delay, Paula began searching through her desk. Klaus impatiently demanded the documents, snatching them from her hands the moment they appeared. He scanned the contents quickly, only for his expression to darken further. This is all? He demanded angrily. The report contained nothing more than a basic account of Second's time at the academy. Paula explained that Second was a man shrouded in mystery. Even his homeland, the island nation of Zipong, remained largely unknown. Klaus's face twisted with frustration. Cursing under his breath, he hurled the documents aside and stormed out of the office. Left alone, Paula stood in silence. After a moment, she bent down and picked up the scattered papers, quietly remarking that she had heard Prince Klaus was hot-tempered. Still, her attention lingered on the name written in the report. Second Kuan, she murmured. It seemed she would need to investigate him more thoroughly. At the beginning of Chapter 16, after securing the chase ring as his reward for victory, Second departed from the Royal Academy of Magic alongside his companions. With that, his immediate plan to acquire sorcery was, for the time being, complete. Once they were on the move, Second gathered the group and announced their next objective. From this point forward, their focus would shift toward gaining experience through dungeon exploration. They would continue this effort until Eco, in particular, reached the intermediate level. In Second's view, improving their skill levels took priority above everything else in their current situation. Thus, they would dedicate the coming days entirely to dungeon expeditions. Sylvia asked whether they would return to the Royce dungeon, prompting visible excitement from Eco. However, Second shook his head and clarified that this time, they would venture into a second-rank dungeon known as Limped Fath. Sylvia considered the idea carefully, while Eco readily agreed. Second explained that Limped Fath was an ideal training ground. The dungeon did not spawn many monsters, but those that appeared possessed high defensive capabilities and low offensive power. This made it perfect for honing teamwork and coordination. Additionally, the dungeon's boss, a rock tortoise, dropped a rock shell shield which would be well suited for Eco. When Sylvia asked for more details about the shield, Second elaborated that Eco was best suited to take on a frontline defensive role. Gently patting her head, he asked if she was ready to improve her shield technique. Eco responded with firm enthusiasm. Sylvia, however, hesitated and tried to interject, questioning Second's decision. But Second pressed on, stating that even with a shield, there would be times when Eco might still get hurt. To prepare for such moments, they would also acquire recovery sorcery. Eco accepted this without hesitation, but Sylvia grew more concerned, questioning whether it was right to place such a young girl on the front lines. Second remained unconcerned, confidently asserting that Eco would soon become indomitable. Sylvia attempted to clarify her worries, but Second cut the discussion short and urged them to move forward. Their next stop was an armor shop, where they purchased a massive shield nearly as tall as Eco herself. Since no armor properly fit her small frame, they instead opted for high-quality, lightweight equipment. The total cost reached 4 million CL, an amount that even exceeded the value of Second's own gear. Afterward, they visited the Grand Royal Library, where Second had Eco study and learn techniques such as pawn shield art and spear shield. Not stopping there, he then led her to a church to acquire recovery sorcery. Inside, Second requested access to a minor recovery grimoire, and a nun guided them to the appropriate text. After reading it, Iko successfully learned the recovery minor spell. With their preparations complete, Second signaled that it was time to depart. As they rode on horseback, he reflected on their destination. Limped Fath Dungeon lay approximately 4 hours from the royal capital, followed by another 30 minutes beyond the farming town of Piho. After some time, the group arrived at the farming town of Piho. By the following day, they began their exploration of the Limped Fath Dungeon. For the next 2 to 3 weeks, they proceeded at a steady pace, prioritizing Iko's development in shield-based technique. Iko quickly mastered most of the shield arts Second intended for her to learn. Out of the 5, pawn, spear, knight, gold general, and bishop shield arts, only bishop remained beyond her grasp. Each technique served a distinct purpose. Pawn shield art provided basic protection, spear shield art reflected piercing attacks, knight shield art offered both defense and knockback, and gold general shield art extended protection over an area while also repelling enemies. As several days passed and they reached around their 10th dungeon run, Iko began to stand out clearly as a developing paladin. During one encounter, she raised her shield against an incoming attack from a beast. Sylvia immediately called out, asking if she was alright. Iko herself seemed surprised by how well she had endured the blow, while Sylvia looked on in confusion. Second calmly explained that Iko's improvement in shield arts had significantly increased her HP and vitality. Sylvia quietly acknowledged this, though concern still lingered in her voice. In Second's mind, Iko was steadily growing into a reliable frontline tank. Believing the timing was right, he decided it was time for her to attempt learning bishop shield art. When Iko glanced at him questioningly, he led the group deeper into the dungeon toward its final chamber. At the deepest point, they encountered the dungeon boss, a massive creature known as the Rock Tortoise. While it possessed overwhelming defensive strength, its offensive power was relatively low. Second briefed Iko carefully, instructing her to follow his commands precisely and use her skills to protect the team. He warned that even without mistakes, defeating the creature would take around 15 minutes, and any error would force them to start over. When asked if she could handle it, Iko answered with confidence. She stepped forward to face the towering boss as Second gave the signal to begin. As the battle commenced, Second reflected on the requirement for acquiring bishop shield art. Iko had to use her shield arts to completely block 100 consecutive attacks from a boss stronger than herself. The true difficulty lay in the word completely. She could not take even the slightest damage, which severely limited her defensive options. She would need to rely heavily on precise parries and carefully timed techniques, using spear shield art to handle piercing attacks while avoiding offensive counters or excessive knockback. Parrying itself demanded perfect synchronization, defending at the exact moment of impact to negate damage while producing a slight recoil. It was a difficult skill, almost like mastering the rhythm of a music game. Yet, once perfected, it would grant a tremendous advantage in battle. Second began calling out commands in rhythm with the Rock Tortoise's movements: Knight, Gold General, Knight, Spear, guiding Iko step by step. Although the boss's attack patterns were relatively simple, achieving perfect timing on the first attempt proved extremely difficult. At one point, Iko was struck. Both Second and Sylvia reacted in shock. Second quickly noted that her timing had been slightly off. He immediately asked if she could continue. Iko turned to him, resolute, and affirmed that she could. She cast Recovery Minor to heal herself, then stepped forward once more to face the boss. The Rock Tortoise let out a low roar as Iko fixed her gaze upon it. From there, the battle continued relentlessly. For nearly 2 hours, Iko stood her ground, repeatedly blocking and parrying the boss's attacks under Second's guidance. Through persistence and precise execution, she finally succeeded. At last, Iko acquired the long-awaited bishop shield art. At the beginning of Chapter 17, Second stood by the doorway and turned to Sylvia, asking if it was about time for her to learn magic archery. Sylvia met his gaze and replied that if it was possible, she was more than willing. Second answered confidently that it was, and declared that they would begin acquiring magic archery starting that very day. Sylvia welcomed the news. Just then, Iko approached him with sparkling eyes and asked what her role would be. Second acknowledged her question with a faint smile and explained that, for now, they would assess the effectiveness of her newly acquired bishop shield art in the dungeon. She would continue defeating rock tortoises in hopes of obtaining the rock shell shield. Iko's excitement was immediate and unmistakable, drawing a small smile from Second. Lately, she had been full of energy. Despite her nature as a cat beast, her personality reminded him far more of an eager, loyal dog. With that, Second signaled for them to move out. Upon arriving at the dungeon, he outlined their first objective: fulfilling the condition required to combine archery with sorcery. Sylvia acknowledged his instructions. In Second's mind, the requirement was straightforward. She needed to use sorcery to finish off 1,000 monsters that had first been weakened to at least 25% of their health through archery. Given her abilities, he estimated she could accomplish this within a week. Turning his attention to Iko, Second instructed her to test bishop shield art. Iko agreed without hesitation. As a beast approached, she raised her shield and activated the skill the moment it closed in. Sylvia watched in astonishment, while Iko herself lit up with delight. Bishop's shield art revealed its true strength through an effect known as strengthened defense. It not only blocked incoming attacks but also temporarily amplified the user's vitality. At higher mastery, particularly by the 9th grade, it could elevate Iko's defensive power to extraordinary levels, allowing her to withstand even the attacks of boss-class monsters with relative ease, especially given her naturally high vitality. Second cautioned her, however, that the skill consumed a significant amount of SP and should only be used when absolutely necessary. Hearing this, Iko's eyes suddenly filled with tears. She began to cry. Second stepped closer, asking what was wrong. Through her tears, Iko explained that she was simply overwhelmed. She was happy that she could finally be useful to the team. Second reflected quietly that the sheer practicality of Bishop's shield art seemed to outweigh whatever mysterious burden Iko had been carrying within her heart. At that moment, Sylvia raised her bow and announced that she had succeeded. She had acquired the magic archery combination skill. Second turned toward a nearby beast and suggested they test her new ability. He instructed her to try the coral form. Sylvia hesitated briefly, asking if he was certain. Second reassured her and told her to proceed. Drawing her bow, Sylvia aimed carefully before releasing her arrow. The attack combined pawn archery at the 5th grade, the 9th class coral form of fire, and the newly acquired magic archery skill. The result was immediate and devastating. The arrow pierced straight through the beast, leaving a clean hole in its body. Second analyzed the outcome in his mind. With the coral form of fire at 9th class, the attack's critical damage reached 1,612. It was, in his estimation, sufficiently effective for practical use. If Sylvia could further refine her archery, advancing it to higher forms such as Castle or Silver General, and continue improving the rank of her coral form, it had the potential to become a core skill for backline combat. Satisfied, Second resolved to push her to reach that level. Nearby, Iko beamed with admiration, praising Sylvia's performance with genuine excitement. Sylvia stuttered, still shaken from the earlier display, and admitted that it had indeed been amazing. Later, after they had returned to their residence, Second suddenly announced that he wanted to do it. The abrupt statement caught Sylvia completely off guard. Flustered, she demanded to know why he would bring something like that up so suddenly. Second repeated himself, insisting that he wanted to do it now, at this very moment. Sylvia's eyes widened as she immediately misunderstood his meaning. She cut him off, nervously protesting that it was far too soon and that they should at least deepen their relationship first. Second, confused by her reaction, blurted out that he simply wanted to become stronger. The misunderstanding only made things worse. Sylvia's expression darkened, and she responded by slapping him. As Second tried to recover, he clarified that now that they had finally obtained the chase ring, it was only natural that they should focus on increasing their strength. Realizing her mistake, Sylvia brushed it off awkwardly, agreeing that he was right. Second apologized and explained that his plan also involved Sylvia's flame wolf's bow. This immediately caught her attention. He then glanced at Iko, who had already fallen asleep nearby, and added that Iko would eventually benefit as well, particularly in obtaining the rock shell shield. Though Sylvia noted inwardly that Iko was asleep and not hearing any of this, Second continued regardless. He emphasized that strengthening their equipment was critically important. Turning back to Sylvia, he asked how much damage she could currently deal using castle archery. After a moment of thought, she estimated it to be around 3,000. Second nodded, then pointed out that if she were to fully enhance the Flame Wolf's bow to its final stage, that number could rise to 12,000. Sylvia was stunned and asked if he was serious. Second confirmed it plainly. 3,000 increased to 12,000 meant a fourfold boost in damage. Sylvia repeated the number in disbelief. If enhancement truly had that level of impact, then it was undeniably essential. As she considered this, Sylvia hesitated, beginning to speak about the requirements for strengthening before trailing off. Second immediately picked up on her thoughts and confirmed them. They would need a blacksmith. When she asked how he intended to solve that problem, Second laid out 4 possible approaches. The first option was for the 3 of them to formally register as a team at the Adventurer Guild and recruit members. While this would make it easier to gather personnel compared to working individually, there was no guarantee they would encounter a skilled blacksmith anytime soon. Reliable craftsmen would not simply appear on demand. Sylvia muttered that such an approach sounded difficult. The second option was to search extensively for someone with natural talent in blacksmithing and recruit them directly. Sylvia immediately rejected the idea, saying it sounded exhausting enough to make her pass out. Second acknowledged that while training such a person would have its advantages, the odds of even finding one were extremely low, less than 1 in 10,000. The third option was to invite an already active blacksmith to join them. Sylvia admitted that this seemed like the most realistic path, though she still felt uncertain. Second agreed. Blacksmithing was a valuable profession, and asking someone to abandon their established position to work with strangers was hardly a reasonable request. After laying out the three options, Second paused briefly before continuing. Then, he introduced the fourth option, the one he believed would most likely succeed. Sylvia asked if Second had come up with a good idea, but she grew puzzled when he suddenly fell silent. After a brief pause, he finally blurted out that they should buy a slave. Instinctively, he raised his arm to shield his face, bracing for a reaction, but no blow came. Instead, Sylvia calmly considered the suggestion and remarked that, in that case, it would indeed be easier to find what they were looking for. Second was visibly surprised that she showed no anger. When he questioned her reaction, Sylvia simply asked why she would be upset. From her perspective, Second was merely trying to find someone with an aptitude for blacksmithing, and a slave market would allow them to freely examine candidates' abilities. To her, it was a practical solution. Second found himself momentarily taken aback. He had expected a far more emotional response, imagining she would scold him harshly and misunderstand his intentions entirely. Yet none of that happened. Regaining his composure, Second nodded and concluded that they would return to the royal capital the next day to visit a slave trader. Sylvia agreed, then added that they should also wear their more refined outfits for the occasion. Second reflected on her suggestion and realized the logic behind it. Presenting themselves as wealthy clients would likely earn them better treatment and access to higher quality options. Agreeing with her, he confirmed that they would prepare accordingly. At the beginning of Chapter 18, the group arrives at the royal capital of Vinstun. The three of them make their way to the Maurice Slave Company, where they are greeted by a man who politely introduces himself as Philip, the company's president. In Second's eyes, Philip appears to be the most imposing and well-dressed middle-aged man in the area. Second reflects on how powerful the influence of fine clothing can be, noting that simply wearing such attire creates a striking impression. Second explains that he is searching for a blacksmith slave and asks if he can review their statuses in detail to properly evaluate them. Philip readily agrees and signals with a flick of his finger for the slaves to be brought in. Later, as they share tea, the door opens and the slaves enter. At that moment, Second realizes why Sylvia had not reacted angrily earlier. He had misunderstood the situation. Though they were indeed blacksmiths, he had unconsciously expected younger men, and seeing only middle-aged individuals leaves him with a vague sense of disappointment. Philip then asks if any of the slaves meet Second's expectations. Second requests a moment to assess them. As he examines their statuses, he organizes them based on the qualities he deems essential for a blacksmith. Strength, STR, Dexterity, DX, and Luck, LUK, with Intelligence, INT, as an added advantage. Ideally, he seeks someone with a growth type best suited for blacksmithing, especially since this individual would be responsible for enhancing the weapon of someone aiming to become the strongest in the world. For that reason, Second hopes for someone with naturally superior attribute. After careful consideration, Second informs Philip that none of the presented slaves meet his criteria. Philip apologizes and explains that the only remaining options are criminal slave. Second considers this briefly, concluding that the distinction does not matter to him as long as the blacksmith is highly skilled. He then asks to see them. Philip agrees but notes that criminal slaves cannot be brought into the current room. Instead, he invites the group to follow him to the slave chambers where they are kept. Second turns to Sylvia and Eiko, telling them to remain where they are. Sylvia agrees and the two stay behind as Second follows Philip downstairs. As he descends, Second observes the interior of the Maurice Slave Company more closely. From what he can see, the establishment appears to be well-funded. The slaves seem to be living under relatively decent conditions, and only a small number show clear signs of despair. Philip gestures toward a more confined, prison-like section and explains that it houses the criminal slaves, 33 inmates in total, one of whom is a blacksmith. He then leads Second further inside. Soon, Second spots a man bound by a collar and chain within one of the cells. After briefly observing him from outside, Second concludes that the man is unsuitable. Philip quietly acknowledges this and apologizes for failing to meet Second's expectations. Just as they are about to move on, something else catches Second's attention. He notices a particular room that appears far more secure than the others. Curious, he asks Philip about it. Philip responds that it is a special chamber and offers to show him as a form of apology. Philip reveals the occupant inside, a dark elf woman, also bound by a collar. Philip explains that she was once an assassin serving a duchess who had been executed recently. Due to her slave contract, she had been forced to carry out assassinations against her will. As a result, she was judged not guilty of any crime, spared from execution, and transferred to the company instead. Second immediately recognizes her as a dark elf. Philip goes on to describe her as highly talented, but notes a significant restriction placed upon her, a no-hostility clause mandated by the Kingdom of Castal. Because of this, she is incapable of harming others, limiting her potential roles to that of a servant or something more degrading. He adds that, despite her abilities, she has not attracted any buyers, which has become a persistent concern. Second reflects on this, particularly the meaning of the no hostility clause. If she truly cannot attack, then it is indeed a severe limitation. Still, he finds it surprising that no one has taken interest in her. Given her appearance, he would have expected otherwise. Philip mentions that many prospective buyers are put off by the restriction. Thinking further, Second recalls the widespread discrimination against beastfolk and the persecution of dark elves within the kingdom of Castal. It becomes clear to him that such policies likely led to strict regulations surrounding them. In the current climate, even owning a slave, especially one of a persecuted race, could bring significant social disgrace. Second leans closer to the small opening and asks the elf girl to show her status. She lets out a quiet breath, and soon her information becomes visible to him. The first thing that catches his attention is her extraordinarily high dexterity, DX. In addition, her strength, STR, and intelligence, INT, are also notably high. From what he knows, dark elves are considered well-balanced individuals, excelling in swordsmanship, archery, and sorcery. Her attributes align with what he would expect from that archetype, though he finds it curious that both her luck, LUK, and agility, AGI, are also unusually high. Second then asks about her skills. The elf responds plainly: swordsmanship, archery, sorcery, string manipulation, and assassination. Hearing this, Second begins to connect the dot. Her exceptional dexterity likely enhances not only her combat and sorcery abilities, but also her string manipulation. Likewise, her high agility complements her assassination skills. Taking everything into account, he realizes that her growth potential could even align with that of a blacksmith. Without hesitation, Second asks for her price. Philip's expression brightens immediately. In that moment, Second makes his decision. He will purchase the criminal dark elf slave. The cost is 16 million CL. To Second, acquiring such a promising individual at that price feels almost unreal, as though obtaining a top-grade asset capable of shaping the future. Philip proceeds to prepare the slave contract. Second recognizes it as a form of slave sorcery, something he has encountered before in Mabayon. Such contracts bind master and slave in a way that prevents either from acting against the agreed terms. It is not that punishment follows a violation, rather, an unseen force ensures that breaking the contract is impossible from the start. Though Second is aware that there are underhanded methods to bypass such restrictions, his thoughts are interrupted. Philip asks him to review the terms of the contract. Second realizes he had been overthinking trivial matters and had not yet read it properly. As he goes through the document, he finds that the conditions are fairly standard. The master must treat the slave humanely, while the slave is required to obey. However, as he reaches the final line, one particular clause draws his attention and piques his curiosity. The final clause of the contract immediately draws Second's attention. Term number 19 states that the slave cannot make any attack against any human being. In Second's mind, the restriction is extremely severe. He cannot help but think about the implications. If the girl were ever assaulted, she would be completely unable to fight back. Concerned, Second asks Philip if anything can be done to amend the condition. Philip calmly explains that the clause was imposed by the country itself, and therefore cannot be altered. Faced with no alternative, Second accepts the situation and agrees to proceed with the contract as it is. Philip acknowledges his decision without hesitation. Soon after, the elf reads through the contract, and Philip initiates the slave sorcery. A faint glow surrounds both Second and the elf as the binding takes effect. Once the light fades, Philip announces that the contract has been successfully completed and expresses his gratitude for the purchase. With the transaction finished, the elf begins to follow behind Second. As they walk, he asks for her name. She responds that she does not have one. Misinterpreting her answer, Second jokingly decides to call her, "I do not have one," and casually remarks that they should return to the reception area. The elf quickly clarifies that she truly has no name. Second reacts with a slight grimace, realizing that his attempt at humor had completely missed the mark. Even so, he notes her expression. Despite her status as a slave, she does not hesitate to show discomfort. It strikes him that she possesses a certain boldness. At the same time, the fact that she has no name makes him wonder what kind of life she must have lived until now. Deciding that it would be inconvenient to leave things as they are, Second asks if he may give her a name. The elf agrees without resistance. In his mind, Second considers her features. Her dark elf heritage, her rich, chocolate-toned skin, and her violet hair and eyes. After a moment of thought, he settles on a name. He suggests Yukari. The elf closes her eyes briefly, then accepts it. From that moment on, she acknowledges herself as Yukari and pledges to serve him faithfully. Second smiles and introduces himself in return, adding that he will introduce his companions later. Yukari responds with a calm and respectful affirmation. Upon seeing Second, Sylvia asked whether he had found a suitable blacksmith, but her attention quickly shifted to Yukari. She wondered if the girl before her was the beautiful dark elf Second had mentioned. Second confirmed that the elf girl was indeed Yukari and explained that she would begin training as a blacksmith starting that day. Sylvia found herself caught off guard by the realization. A female blacksmith had not been what she expected, and she questioned why she had never considered that possibility before. At the same time, she could not help but notice Yukari's striking appearance. Echo stepped forward and introduced herself to Yukari, expressing a desire to get along. Yukari responded politely, though Echo immediately corrected her for using overly formal speech. After a brief exchange, Yukari adjusted her wording, and the introduction concluded on a more casual note. Echo's lively and expressive manner contrasted sharply with Yukari's calm and composed demeanor, as the latter maintained her poise throughout the interaction. Second noticed Yukari observing Sylvia and took the opportunity to explain that, despite her appearance, Sylvia was actually a highly capable magic archer. Yukari showed curiosity, and Second assured her that she would come to understand in time. The group then began their journey back to the town of Piho, planning to discuss their next steps upon arrival. At first, Second had expected to feel nervous around Yukari, but that assumption proved incorrect. During the trip, he attempted to build a connection with her by asking various questions. However, Yukari remained reserved, responding in a cold and detached manner regardless of the topic. Even simple questions, such as her preference for curry, were met with indifferent answers. Struggling with social interaction to begin with, Second soon gave up on forcing conversation. Despite her status as a slave, Yukari was an important new ally, and he hoped to form a closer bond with her. He worried that without a positive relationship, even if she became a skilled blacksmith, she might eventually leave. Unsure of how to proceed, he thought deeply about the situation and ultimately concluded that the best approach would be to speak to her directly. When they arrived at Piho, Second sought an opportunity to ask Yukari about her past. She turned her gaze toward him, her expression unreadable, and questioned whether his inquiry was meant as a command. Second hesitated, then clarified that she was under no obligation to answer if she did not wish to. After a brief pause, Yukari declined firmly yet respectfully before leaving the room. Second let out a quiet chuckle. In his mind, he had not expected to gain so much from such a short exchange. Despite her refusal, Yukari had revealed far more through her emotions than through word. He began to analyze what he had sensed. Was it caution, irritation, deception, or perhaps fear? One thing was certain, something in her past weighed heavily on her. It explained her reserved nature, her tendency to act like an obedient and unassuming slave, and her reluctance to let anyone learn about her history. She was clearly afraid of what might happen if her past were exposed. As he reflected on this, a realization surfaced. He remembered a time from his own past, back when he had been considered the world's #1. There had been moments when he was asked about his occupation, and he had always given the same carefully crafted answer, that he had worked in real estate. In truth, he had concealed the reality of his situation. He feared that revealing he had once been unemployed would shatter the image others had of him and alter the way they treated him. To avoid that, he had kept his distance from people, maintaining a facade that preserved his dignity. Though Yukari's reasons were undoubtedly more complex, Second recognized a similarity between them. Both carried something they wished to hide, both feared how others might perceive them if the truth came to light. He understood that simply revealing such truths did not guarantee acceptance. In fact, it often risked rejection. Yukari likely shared that same belief. If that was the case, then the only way to draw out her true self would be to create an environment where she could genuinely believe she would be accepted, no matter what she revealed. Second knew this would not be easy. In fact, it would be incredibly difficult. But without any better alternative, trying was the only path forward. Setting those thoughts aside for the moment, he turned his attention to something more immediate: dinner. Rising to his feet, he made his way to join the others. Later, during the meal, Second proposed the idea of forming a team. Sylvia reacted with clear enthusiasm, while Yukari agreed more quietly, though she seemed slightly uncertain about the notion. Realizing he had not yet shared his true objective, Second explained that his goal was to become the world's #1. Sylvia and Echo were already supporting him, and he expressed his desire for Yukari to join them as well. Yukari acknowledged her position as his slave and indicated that she would assist him in any way she was capable. However, the mention of becoming the world's #1 seemed to catch her attention. Second reaffirmed that he was completely serious about his ambition. In response, Yukari simply accepted his words without further reaction, closing her eyes and falling into silence once more. Sylvia then spoke up, mentioning that she had been wondering about something for a long time. How exactly did one become the world's #1? Her question caught Second's attention, and he praised it as an excellent one. Addressing her formally by her full name, which confused her, he began to explain. The process, he claimed, was simple. To become the world's #1, one must acquire every skill title and continuously defend them. In other words, they had to win every title fight. Seeing Sylvia's confusion, Second elaborated further. In his understanding, titles represented the pinnacle of each skill. Using archery as an example, he explained that within the primary skill of archery, there existed multiple secondary skills, ranging from pawn archery to promoted rook archery. To obtain the archery title, one first needed to raise all of these secondary skills to the 9th grade. That was the initial requirement. The second condition was to participate in and win the title matches, which were held twice a year, once in summer and once in winter. Second continued his explanation, describing title fights as tournament-style PvP events where individuals who had fulfilled the initial requirements could compete for titles. Those who succeeded would earn the right to challenge the current title holder. By defeating that holder, they could publicly claim the title, such as the archery title of Demon Fiends. He further explained that there were alternative ways to obtain a title. One could either be the very first to fulfill the initial condition within the server or successfully defend the title against challengers. As a result, it was impossible for more than one person to hold the same title at the same time. A title represented the absolute pinnacle of a skill, the highest possible status both in name and in practice. Second reasoned that if someone were to acquire every title across all skills, it would naturally make them the strongest. However, he also acknowledged that this alone might not be enough to definitively declare oneself the true world's number one. In Mabian, world rankings were determined by multiple factors, all of which were taken into account. Even so, he emphasized that their clearest and most immediate objective should be conquering every title. He then asked Sylvia whether she was familiar with title fights. She confirmed that she was and questioned if Second truly intended to participate in them, for every skill. Second answered without hesitation that since his goal was to become the world's number one, it was only natural. Sylvia was about to object, but Yukari spoke first, stating bluntly that it was impossible. Second turned his attention to her, and asked what she had just said. Yukari calmly repeated that it was impossible. Curious, Second asked why she believed that. Yukari replied that it was only natural, people simply could not become that powerful. Unsatisfied, Second pressed further, saying that was not a real reason and demanding a proper explanation. Yukari repeated her stance, insisting that people could not reach such height. Second asked what basis she had for that belief. Yukari narrowed her gaze at him and remarked that he should not speak so frivolously. Meeting her stare, Second told her to stop avoiding the question. He insisted that she explain her reasoning, why she believed people could not grow stronger, and what led her to that conclusion. Yukari responded with a simple question, why? Second pressed her again, asking why she believed people could not become that powerful. She hesitated, stuttering slightly as she repeated that it was only natural. Unsatisfied, Second continued to question her, asking once more for her reasoning. Yukari's eyes wavered with uncertainty. She seemed about to speak, but then stopped herself. After a brief pause, she dismissed it, saying it was nothing, and asked to be excused. Second allowed her to leave. As she walked away, Second found himself wondering what she had been about to say. Considering that Yukari had lost both her assassin status and even her name, a possibility began to form in his mind. It was likely that she had never been raised as a normal person from childhood. The life of an assassin must have been that harsh. Because of that, she understood firsthand the pain, cruelty, and immense difficulty involved in growing stronger and defeating others. That realization made her earlier reaction more understandable. From her perspective, Second's ambition might have sounded naive or even careless, and Second found himself agreeing. If she had been speaking to anyone else, her criticism would have been entirely justified. Sylvia then spoke up, remarking that Yukari seemed dangerous. Second agreed, stating that Yukari was mentally unstable. Given that she had been confined by a slave merchant until recently, it was almost surprising that she was still able to maintain as much composure as she did. Sylvia added that Yukari seemed to be holding something back, something she was desperate to say but was forcibly suppressing. Curious, Second asked what she meant. Sylvia explained that it was simply the impression she got from observing Yukari's behavior, and then asked what Second thought. After a moment of thought, Second admitted that he believed Yukari was afraid of her past being exposed. Sylvia's eyes widened slightly before she closed them and smiled. When Second questioned her reaction, she brushed it off, apologizing and insisting she wasn't making fun of him. She explained that women sometimes experienced complicated, conflicting emotions. As the conversation ended, Sylvia moved over to where Echo had dozed off at the table. She gently lifted Echo onto her back and carried her away. Watching her, Second found himself thinking, for the first time since they met, that Sylvia looked unexpectedly cool. However, that impression was quickly disrupted when he noticed a paper napkin stuck to Sylvia as she walked away, prompting him to reconsider his thoughts. At the beginning of Chapter 20, the group arrived at the third-class dungeon known as Asiasparn. Second found himself wondering why they had come to a dungeon of this level at this point in time. The answer was simple: they needed to form a team. To do so, they had to complete a team formation quest, which required at least 3 members to clear any third-class dungeon within 2 hours. Since any dungeon of that class would suffice, the quest itself was considered incredibly easy. It had been a long time since Second last entered a third-class dungeon, and among them, he had only visited Asiasparn once, far in the past. At present, he had completely forgotten its nickname, the Blow-Away Dungeon. Soon, a group of goblins appeared before them. The creatures noticed their presence, causing Sylvia to tense in surprise. As the goblins began to approach, Sylvia quickly activated her magic artery. She leapt into the air and unleashed her pawn archery in an Oppo-Oppo fire combination. The attack struck true, burning the goblins where they stood. Second faintly heard Yukari murmur in realization, while Sylvia confidently declared that the situation was a piece of cake. In Second's mind, such confidence was expected. It was only a third-class dungeon, after all. Iko then rushed forward, echoing Sylvia's words as she engaged the goblins. Yukari turned to Second, asking if it was all right to let her proceed so freely. Second acknowledged that it was a fair concern but replied that they should simply observe. Iko demonstrated her skill through her general shieldsmanship, striking all 4 goblins with her shield and knocking them to the ground. Yukari watched in disbelief at the display. Second explained that with both the vanguard and rear guard being highly capable, and with proper coordination between them, they could advance safely without encountering any real danger. He reasoned that if he and Yukari were to interfere, it would hinder the others' coordination training. Instead, he chose to focus on watching for ambushes and ensuring Yukari's safety. As they ventured deeper into Asiasparn, the dungeon boss eventually appeared, a massive creature known as Goblin KO. Although large in size, it was slow and had low defenses, making it a relatively simple opponent. However, it was accompanied by 10 goblin mages capable of casting magic, which made the situation more troublesome, as they had to monitor both the boss and its followers simultaneously. Even so, Second assessed that with their current firepower, they could defeat the Goblin KO in just 2 hits. Each Goblin mage could be taken down in a single strike, leaving them with little to worry about. Iko hurried over to Second, her excitement evident as she asked about their strategy. Second replied that there was not much of a strategy this time. In his mind, however, he immediately sensed trouble. Iko was staring at him with sparkling eyes, clearly brimming with anticipation. Relenting, he gave simple instructions. Iko was to draw the aggro of the large enemy at the center, the Goblin KO, and hold it off using Bishop. During that time, Sylvia and Second would finish it off. Iko enthusiastically agreed. Second then told Sylvia to proceed as usual, while Yukari was to remain by his side. Sylvia acknowledged the plan and Yukari calmly agreed. With that, Second gave the signal to move. Yukari advanced alongside them as the Goblin KO raised its weapon and brought it crashing down. The blow struck Iko's shield, dealing minimal damage. Watching from a distance, Second praised her performance. Meanwhile, Sylvia drew her bow and swiftly eliminated one of the goblin mages, muttering that it was all rather dull. The Goblin KO advanced on Iko once more, but Second decided it was time to end the fight quickly. He used castle archery magic, striking the boss directly. From the side, Yukari observed him closely. In Second's mind, he noted that by combining knight archery and silver general archery, he had fired only 2 shots, yet that was enough to bring down the Goblin KO. At the same time, Sylvia had already dealt with the remaining goblin mage followers. As Second moved to confirm the battle's end, something felt off. The team formation quest had not been completed. This confused him, as he clearly remembered that defeating both the boss and its followers should have fulfilled the requirement. Then, realization struck him. He had forgotten a crucial detail. The Goblin KO's corpse would not vanish immediately. His attention shifted to one of the remaining goblin mages. It was trembling, muttering something under its breath. A sense of danger surged through Second's mind. The goblin suddenly pointed its staff toward Yukari. Second cursed and immediately pushed Yukari behind him. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Oppo-Oppo fire technique, engulfing the goblin in flames. But even as the enemy burned, Second felt a jolt of shock. In the next moment, the surroundings had completely changed. They were no longer in the dungeon, they were near a beach. Both Second and Yukari stood frozen in disbelief. Then, the memory returned to him. Asiasparn was known as the Blow-Away Dungeon for a reason. The goblin mages possessed a sorcery called random teleportation, which they would cast just before dying. This magic forcefully transported a target to a random location up to 4 kilometers away. In other words, they had just been blown out of the dungeon entirely. One day, on the Mabian Woki, an online encyclopedia widely known as the first and most trusted resource for conquering Mabian, a peculiar mission entry appeared. It was titled Case of Getting Blown Bloody Far Away in Asia. Its contents were shocking even by established standard. Ordinarily, random teleportation was believed to displace targets only up to 4 kilometers away. However, the report described an extraordinary anomaly, a user had been launched an unbelievable 255 kilometers from the dungeon. At the exact moment this occurred, the Goblin KO's corpse had vanished. According to the entry, if a Goblin Mage cast random teleportation while in contact with the boss's corpse, the resulting displacement could range anywhere between 4 and 255 kilometers. It was a rare and unusual phenomenon tied to teleportation-based sorcery. The explanation detailed that the actual distance was determined by the MP lost at the moment of activation. Since Goblin Mage teleportation had no fixed destination, the more MP that was consumed at the time of death, the farther the resulting displacement became. In this case, all of the Goblin KO's remaining MP had effectively been converted into teleportation force, resulting in the maximum recorded distance, 255 kilometers. Second had completely forgotten about this incident, as high-level players like himself rarely engaged with third-class dungeons, which were typically reserved for beginners. Now, he stood on a quiet beach. The waves rolled in gently, calm and unbothered, as if nothing unusual had happened at all. Yukari stood nearby, taking in the surreal change of scenery with him. At the beginning of Chapter 21, Second surveyed his surroundings while Yukari stood in shock. He reassured her that there was no immediate danger and concluded that they had been teleported by the goblin. Based on his understanding, they were likely displaced about 255 kilometers away from Asiasparn. Although Yukari found this hard to grasp, Second accepted it as fact and focused on their situation. Checking his system, Second discovered that their team had successfully formed despite the Goblin Mage's interference. This granted them the advantage of communication regardless of distance. Using telepathy, he reached out to his companions and confirmed that they could still hear him. Sylvia responded strongly but was relieved to learn that both he and Yukari were unharmed. Second informed her that they had been transported far away and that they would make their way back, instructing her to wait in the town of Peijo. Estimating their return, he calculated it would take around 6 or 7 days and suggested that she and Iko use the time freely. After concluding the communication, he turned his attention back to their surroundings. Yukari questioned whether they were truly that far away, and Second affirmed it without hesitation. Internally, he began to consider their predicament more carefully. Being stranded together for nearly a week presented an opportunity to better understand Yukari and possibly break through her emotional barriers. Observing the coastal landscape, he reasoned that they were likely on the southern coast. From there, traveling north along the shoreline would eventually lead them to the port city of Kula, which was about 5 days away on foot. From Kula, it would take nearly a day on horseback to reach Peijo. As they discussed the route, Yukari remarked on Second's familiarity with the area. When pressed, she clarified that her concern was not about his knowledge, but her tone remained distant. This prompted Second to grow frustrated. In his thoughts, he criticized her lack of tact and decided to abandon his original approach. Determined to provoke a reaction, he chose to confront her directly in hopes of uncovering her true feelings. He pointed out that since their first meeting, Yukari had been hiding behind a facade. This accusation caught her off guard, but she maintained that everyone has parts of their past they wish to keep hidden. Second challenged this reasoning, even within the context of their master-servant relationship. Yukari stood firm, implying that such secrecy was natural regardless of their bond. Realizing she was beginning to reveal more of her true self, Second pressed further, questioning whether she would continue to conceal her past indefinitely. Yukari gave an uncertain affirmation, which Second interpreted as a sign that she was slowly dropping her guard. However, when he directly accused her of acting, she denied it, insisting she had only been responding to the flow of the conversation. Second reacted with mock surprise, interpreting Yukari's response as a slip that revealed her unease. As she attempted to respond, a subtle twitch in her expression caught his attention, confirming to him that his approach was working. He observed that her emotions were beginning to surface and decided it was time to push further into the heart of the matter. He argued that maintaining silence and drawing a line between them was meaningless, questioning whether she intended to live that way indefinitely. Pressing on, he suggested that telling the truth might ease whatever burden she was carrying. In his own thoughts, he believed he already understood the situation, having uncovered information the previous night about a duchess named Lucia Icene, who had been executed. He urged Yukari to be honest, insisting that keeping such matters hidden served no real purpose. Yukari began to respond, explaining that her secrecy was for the sake of someone else. She spoke emotionally, referring to both herself and Lucia's kindness. However, Second dismissed this reasoning, stating that from his perspective, her actions appeared self-serving. This remark provoked a strong reaction from Yukari, who turned her back on him in anger. Second internally acknowledged that his method had partially succeeded, as he had managed to draw out her emotions. At the same time, he recognized that he might have pushed too far, though he justified it as necessary to break through the barrier she had built around herself. Meanwhile, Yukari's thoughts painted a very different picture. She viewed Second as crude and unworthy, someone driven by shallow ambitions and unrealistic claims. His behavior, from relying on others in battle to making bold assertions about their situation, reinforced her distrust. She became convinced that his explanation about their displacement and the journey ahead was fabricated. In her mind, he had orchestrated everything to isolate her for his own intentions. This suspicion filled her with revulsion and fear, as she believed she would be unable to resist him if he acted on such intentions. Though the thought of enduring that fate disgusted her, she also struggled with the idea of ending her life, recognizing that it had been given to her by Lucia. That realization alone kept her from abandoning it so easily. As one day passed into the next, morning arrived with no incident. Second had not made any move against Yukari. Instead, he had spent the entire night keeping watch over their camp. Despite this, Yukari remained on high alert, unable to relax. Her constant vigilance began to wear her down, and by the third morning, exhaustion was clearly taking its toll. After enduring 2 sleepless nights while traveling the day, she was nearing her physical and mental limit. Even so, Second still had not acted against her, which only deepened her suspicion. She began to believe that he was simply waiting for the moment she would completely lose consciousness. To her, this seemed like the behavior of a coward. Throughout their journey, their conversations repeatedly devolved into arguments, eroding any sense of a master-servant relationship. Her fatigue further impaired her judgment, making her responses increasingly unstable. From Second's perspective, Yukari's behavior had become erratic. Her extreme wariness toward him, combined with her growing exhaustion, made her actions seem abnormal. Observing how desperately she tried to guard herself, Second reached a conclusion. As long as the slave contract remained in effect, it should be impossible for him to harm her. Since Yukari likely understood this, her excessive fear suggested something deeper. He began to suspect that she had been influenced or conditioned in some way. His thoughts turned to Lucia Icene, a duchess known for possessing a rare ability called brainwashing sorcery. In the world they knew, she had a reputation tied to manipulating others' minds. Second recalled that such influence could only be broken under extreme circumstances, specifically when overwhelming emotions were triggered in life-threatening situations. Stories spoke of individuals freed from such control only after experiencing intense emotional shock. Considering this, Second realized that if Yukari had indeed been affected in this way, ordinary reasoning would not be enough to reach her. He would have to force her to confront powerful emotions to break through whatever held her back. However, the idea of doing so left him uncertain, as he struggled to think of a way to accomplish it. As these thoughts repeated in his mind, the situation suddenly changed. In the darkness, an unseen attacker struck from behind, driving a blade toward him. At the same time, Yukari was seized and pulled away. A group of men had appeared, surrounding them. One of them, holding Yukari, reacted with crude excitement at her appearance, while another warned against killing her. As they began to leave, one man confirmed that Yukari had been restrained, and the group hurried off with her in their grasp. As the group of men moved away, they began discussing Yukari's value, estimating that someone like her could fetch an enormous price on the black market due to her beauty. Their crude amusement made it clear that they saw her only as a prize to be sold. Back at the campsite, Second lay motionless on the ground, face down. Despite his condition, he quickly grasped what had happened. The attackers were thieves, and their objective had clearly been Yukari. Blinded by the thought of her value, they had not even bothered to search his body, assuming he was already dead after being struck through the heart. Under normal circumstances, such a wound would have been fatal. However, Second's durability was far beyond ordinary limit. Even after being pierced by a longsword, his health had barely been reduced. Though angered by the situation, he also recognized something else. This unexpected turn of events presented him with a valuable opportunity. At the beginning of Chapter 22, Yukari was conscious as she was being carried away. Her gaze fell on Second, who lay face down on the ground. She could not help but think that, for someone who had boasted about becoming the strongest in the world, he had been far too slow. He had died so easily. Now, she believed that she would share a similar fate, reduced to a mere object, abused and discarded, left to rot in misery. Though she tried to accept it, she could not bring herself to do so. She did not want such an end. Anything, even being with that man, felt preferable to what awaited her. She questioned why she alone had to endure such suffering. The thought overwhelmed her, and she silently resisted it with everything she had. Then, suddenly, her eyes widened. She felt a faint warmth on her forehead, and with it, her memories came rushing back. She recalled the moment Lucia had told her that, from that day forward, she would become her shadow. Yukari was to address her as Sama, and serve her without question. Yukari had understood and accepted those words. Lucia had praised her, calling her a good girl. Fragments of childhood memories followed, moments when Lucia would gently stroke her head. The many rings on Lucia's fingers would sometimes catch in Yukari's hair, causing slight pain, yet Yukari had always cherished the warmth of that touch. To her, Lucia had been both a master and a maternal figure. Lucia had once asked if Yukari understood her role. Yukari needed to work, to prove her usefulness, if she wished to remain within the Icene family. That was her only path. Yukari had accepted this without hesitation, earning Lucia's approval once more. Trained by the shadow troops who served Lucia, Yukari became a covert operative, acting as Lucia's unseen right hand. She was molded into a weapon, someone whose sole purpose was assassination. On the final day, Yukari remembered Lucia's last request. Lucia had asked to see her forehead. Before Yukari could question her intent, Lucia had already reached out, calling it a charm for Yukari's happiness. The moment Lucia's hand touched her forehead, Yukari lost consciousness. When she awoke, everything had changed. Lucia had been executed for orchestrating a rebellion. The servants and shadow troops had all been slaughtered. Yukari alone had been spared, taken in by the Maurice Company and reduced to a slave. Now she understood, her survival had been Lucia's doing. Her master, the one she respected and loved as a mother, had ensured that she alone would live. As Yukari opened her eyes in the present, realization struck her. She had been brainwashed. A surge of nausea overcame her, and she gagged before coughing up liquid. One of the thieves recoiled in disgust and lashed out, kicking her. Another warned him not to damage their valuable merchandise. The first dismissed the concern, claiming it was only her stomach. The second laughed, agreeing it was of little consequence. Yukari groaned softly, her body racked with pain. Amid the chaos, one image lingered in her mind, Lucia's gentle smile, warm and unwavering. Yukari came to a painful realization. Lucia had only ever touched her forehead at that final moment. Doubt crept into her mind. Was Lucia truly a mother figure to her? Could someone who had taken in an orphan only to mold her into an assassin truly be called a mother? She questioned everything. Had she somehow forgotten the agony of the life she had lived, a life filled with killing? Why had Lucia enslaved her? Why had she been subjected to brainwashing? And why was she the only one left alive? The questions echoed endlessly in her mind. Tears welled up in her eyes as she cried out, her voice trembling with anguish. The men watching her reacted with confusion. One of them asked what was wrong, while another wondered if she had lost her sanity. Her tears continued to fall as a harsh truth settled within her: she had never been loved. The only affection she had ever believed in had been nothing more than an illusion. Concerned that she might harm herself, one of the men suggested restraining her further. They forced her mouth open and gagged her with a rope to keep her quiet. As night fell, Yukari lay there, consumed by her thoughts, uncertain of what she should do next. Unbeknownst to her, someone was watching from outside. It was Second. From his vantage point, Second carefully observed the hidden structure deep within the forest. He had seen 5 men enter along with Yukari, who had been bound. 2 guards stood watch at the entrance, and there was no way to tell how many more were inside. He understood that hesitation would cost him everything. This rare opportunity, this high-grade blacksmith act, he had finally discovered, was something he could not afford to lose. Without delay, he released an arrow. It struck one man cleanly in the head and continued through to the other, piercing his mouth. Utilizing a combination of spear-like archery, knife-throwing precision, and fluid technique, he eliminated both guards in an instant. He stared at their fallen bodies grimly. The sensation lingered in his chest, something he knew would stay with him, but he could not afford to dwell on it now. Inside, the noise had not gone unnoticed. Some of the men questioned whether they had heard something and decided to investigate. Hearing this, Second readied his sword. As the door creaked open and 2 men stepped outside, he moved. Before they could react, his blade flashed, cleanly severing their head. Without pause, Second advanced into the building and found another door. He kicked it open, revealing 3 startled men inside. Activating his gold general swordsmanship, he unleashed an omnidirectional strike that cut through the room. One of the men, shocked, muttered that he had thought Second was already dead. Within moments, all 3 were defeated. The remaining 3 men immediately recognized Second as he entered. His gaze, however, was fixed on Yukari, who lay on the floor. Without hesitation, the 3 men launched their attack. Second responded by activating his bishop swordsmanship, unleashing a swift and powerful piercing strike. One of the men let out a horrified scream as his arm was severed. Another, shaken, pointed at Second in disbelief, questioning what he had become, whether he was even human anymore or some kind of monster. Amid the chaos, Second's attention shifted. He noticed Yukari. Tears filled her eyes, but more importantly, there was caution and hostility within them. To him, that could only mean one thing: the brainwashing had been broken. A sense of relief and quiet satisfaction stirred within him. Before he could act further, one of the men shouted for him to stop. Second turned his gaze toward him. The man had seized Yukari and held her hostage, threatening her life while ordering Second to throw away his sword. Second complied, loosening his grip and tossing the weapon aside. Satisfied, the man began to speak again, but in the next instant, flames engulfed him. Second realized what had happened. The man had been too focused on the discarded sword, failing to notice the incantation circle that had formed beneath Second's feet. The man screamed as the fire consumed him, releasing Yukari in panic and throwing her to the ground. The moment Yukari hit the floor, Second moved. He dashed forward and drove his blade into the man. As the enemy staggered, Second followed up with his silver general swordsmanship, combining it with the curl form of water and his magic sword techniques to finish him off. With the enemies defeated, Second immediately turned his attention to Yukari. He approached her and asked if she was alright. She could not respond, her condition leaving her unable to speak, but Second remained patient. After a brief moment, he told her that they needed to leave, that the air in the place was foul. He then extended his hand toward her. Outside, the sun had already risen, its light beginning to fill the world once more. At the beginning of chapter 23, Second apologized, blaming his own carelessness for the danger Yukari had faced. The two of them stood within the forest, the tension between them still lingering. Yukari, however, insisted that she should be the one to apologize sincerely. When Second asked if she meant her behavior up until now, she admitted that she did. She tried to continue, but Second interrupted, saying he already understood, that Yukari had been brainwashed. Caught off guard, Yukari reacted with surprise. Second calmly explained that it was likely a form of brainwashing designed to make her remain wary and loyal to her master. It was a type of sorcery that influenced those under its control. Though Yukari was about to question how he knew such a thing, Second suggested they take their time and talk as they continued moving. Eventually, they arrived at the shore, where Yukari fell into deep contemplation. After a long silence, Yukari revealed that she had lived her life as nothing more than an assassin pawn for Duchess Lucia Icene. When Second questioned her use of the word pawn, Yukari elaborated that Lucia had taken her in as an orphan but never gave her a name, raising her solely to carry out assassinations. Second quietly understood. Yukari continued, reflecting on how she had likely been brainwashed into believing she was happy, grateful, even, to serve as Lucia's assassin. That illusion persisted until the moment she fell into despair after being kidnapped by bandits. She realized she had romanticized her life in the shadows, mistaking cruelty for purpose. In truth, it had been nothing more than manipulation. When the brainwashing broke, the weight of reality crushed her. Tears welled in her eyes as she came to terms with the belief that Lucia had never truly loved her. Everything she had relied on had been a lie. Lucia was neither a noble master nor a caring mother. Second remained silent as Yukari gathered herself. She then asked for permission to speak about the truth she had been unable to share due to the brainwashing. When Second clarified if she meant the real reason behind Duchess Lucia's execution, Yukari confirmed it. Though Lucia had been executed for rebellion, Yukari revealed that it was all fabricated, a scheme orchestrated by a hostile force. According to her, the true enemy was Prime Minister Balmoral. Second questioned how she knew this, and Yukari explained that as Lucia's shadow, it had been her role to shed blood in her stead. She believed Second already understood the implications. He signaled for her to continue, and she added that the brainwashing had likely prevented her from revealing such sensitive information to any future master, as it would have placed Lucia in a compromising position. At that point, Second turned to Yukari and asked her to consider his perspective. Yukari listened intently as he acknowledged that her reasoning was sound, but insisted that Lucia had, in fact, loved her. Yukari immediately rejected the idea, claiming it was impossible given the brainwashing. Second then proposed an alternative. What if the brainwashing had been done not to control her, but to protect her? Yukari struggled to accept this, arguing that if that were true, Lucia would have given her a name and not raised her as an assassin. Second responded by suggesting that both the lack of a name and the brainwashing may have been deliberate measures, ways to manipulate circumstances and prevent Yukari from leaking dangerous information, ultimately serving as a means of protecting her life. Yukari muttered that Lucia had merely constructed the image of a pitiful slave, someone forced into assassination through the brainwashing of a duchess. Yet, deep down, she knew that image was not fabricated. She had truly lived as a bitter and merciless assassin. Second countered her claim, pointing out that Yukari herself had once said she was happy, that she had been glad to serve as the Duchess's slave. Surely, he argued, those feelings must have crossed her mind at least once. Yukari attempted to refute him, but Second urged her to listen carefully. He explained that brainwashing sorcery could only be used once on a person. The principles of such sorcery in Mabian were no different from those in this world. That realization was what made him sense that something about her situation was inconsistent, ultimately leading him to this conclusion. Yukari grew confused as he continued. Second reasoned that the brainwashing Lucia had used, specifically the one that made Yukari cautious of Second, proved something important. If that effect was active, then it meant Yukari's earlier emotions had not been fabricated. Her belief that she had been happy living as a shadow must have been genuine. Yukari was shaken, unable to accept it. Yet in Second's mind, his reasoning was only partly sincere. The rest was a carefully chosen line of thought, something gentle and convincing enough that Yukari might accept it without realizing. Lost in thought, Yukari struggled internally. She could not fully believe his claim, yet she could not dismiss it either. If what second said was true, then her life, her devotion, and the love she thought she felt had not been meaningless after all. Breaking the silence, second suddenly asked why she had not tried to break out of jail. Yukari echoed the question in confusion. Second explained that he had considered it after her brainwashing had been broken. It was, as he described, a loophole, a way for her to escape her slavery illegally while also removing her combat brand. Yukari was startled, realizing what he was suggesting. Second acknowledged that the Maurice Company would likely pursue them, but insisted that it did not matter. There were more important things at stake. He asked her to trust him, declaring that he needed her to become his blacksmith no matter what. Yukari found the idea absurd. In her mind, his priorities were completely backwards. It sounded like a joke, an unfunny one. Breaking out of jail meant freeing her from slavery without properly nullifying the contract of enslavement, something she believed to be impossible. If such a thing were possible, the slave trade would not exist in the first place. Second then asked her directly, if she managed to break out of jail, would she trust him? Yukari replied that she would. She had no reason to refuse and agreed to place her trust in him. Muttering to himself, Second then urged her to strike him in the chest with all her strength. Yukari stared at him, bewildered. According to the contract, such an act should have been impossible. Yet Second insisted that she could do it, that she should not hold back and simply try. Left speechless, Yukari hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing to follow his instruction. Second urged Yukari to try striking him with full force. Gathering herself, Yukari closed her eyes and charged forward. Her head connected squarely with his chest. The moment it happened, she froze in shock. She had actually done it. Stunned, she questioned whether that had truly counted as an attack and how such a thing was even possible. Second calmly replied that the result spoke for itself. She had succeeded. Overwhelmed, Yukari clung to him, her thoughts spiraling. She began to wonder if everything had been a misunderstanding from the very beginning, if Second had never once lied to her. Piece by piece, the fragments of truth he had shown her began to connect. She questioned everything she had doubted before. His claim of aiming to become the world's strongest, his decision to leave the dungeon to the others as part of their training, even the random teleportation and the fact that they had been sent 255 kilometers away, none of it had been false. Even his stubborn insistence on certain ideas now seemed deliberate, perhaps meant to help unravel her brainwashing. Could it be that every action he had taken, every word he had spoken, was for her sake? That his constant demand for her trust was not manipulation, but a genuine effort to guide her, to raise her into becoming a blacksmith? The thought overwhelmed her. That someone would go this far, do so much, all for her sake, it felt impossible, yet undeniable. Second then asked her quietly if she trusted him now. Tears streamed down Yukari's face as she answered. Though she admitted it was only for the time being, she declared that she would trust him, as her master. The jailbreak had been a success. In the mechanics of the world, colliding with a slave NPC triggered an unusual flaw. Any imposed subordination would be lifted without disrupting the progression of the story. Despite its implications, this oversight had never been patched in later updates, dismissed instead as a minor bug unworthy of concern. As their ship approached the port city of Kula, Yukari stood by the window and informed her master that their destination was now within sight. Second acknowledged this with quiet satisfaction, noting that they had finally arrived. The distant sound of waves filled the air, drawing him into deep contemplation. His thoughts drifted to Duchess Lucia. Had she truly been murdered by Prime Minister Balmoro? Given that Yukari had been personally involved and remembered the incident clearly, it was unlikely to be a mistake. Yet the motive behind it all remained unclear, and that uncertainty unsettled him. There was a lingering sense that something vast and unusual was unfolding behind the scenes, hidden in the shadows. Balmoro, after all, was widely known as the leader of First Prince Klaus' faction. Second was well aware of the prince's warped nature, and as the most powerful figure within that group, Klaus could easily conceal any wrongdoing. As for King Bal Castal, Second recalled how the ruler had been portrayed as a selfish man driven purely by profit. However, his experiences in this world had already shown him that reality did not always align with how things were depicted in Mobius. Though he had little personal interest in the king within the context of the game, Second understood that such a figure could not be ignored in this world. More pressing, however, was his concern for Maine, the second prince. The thought of his friend being entangled in a senseless political struggle left a bitter feeling in him. If he was to achieve his goal of becoming the strongest in the world, and to protect Maine's future, then uncovering the truth behind these events was something he could not avoid. Breaking the silence, Second brought up the matter of the Prime Minister, noting Yukari's unusual quietness on the subject. She responded simply, prompting him to reassure her that he would handle everything. Though it would take time, he was determined to find a solution. Yukari, however, turned away and told him not to speak so lightly. A faint redness colored her ear, and noticing this, Second quietly averted his gaze. In the farming town of Piho, Sylvia's frustration was unmistakable. Upon seeing Second and Yukari arrive late, she immediately questioned what they had been doing and whether they had any concern at all. Her mood, especially after seeing Yukari again for the first time in about a week, was just as sour as it had been during their initial meeting. Before the tension could settle, Iko excitedly called out to Second and ran toward him, wrapping him in a hug. Second apologized for the delay and asked if any problems had arisen. Sylvia snapped back, insisting that it had been far more than a few issues. There had been a mountain of them, repeatedly. In the middle of her complaints, Sylvia suddenly paused and turned her attention to Yukari. Yukari met her gaze, and for a moment, the two stood in silence, exchanging looks that carried an unspoken tension. Breaking the moment, Sylvia declared that she had something to discuss privately among the women. Second was left confused as the three of them moved aside, their conversation charged with an intensity he could not quite grasp. Watching from a distance, Second assumed this must be one of those girls-only gatherings he had heard rumors about. The atmosphere felt strangely hostile to him, almost as if killing intent lingered beneath their words, something he found both unfamiliar and puzzling. Within their discussion, Yukari calmly remarked that it seemed she had yet to win. Sylvia fired back, asserting that she had been Second's apprentice far longer and insulted Yukari by calling her a harlot. Yukari, unfazed, countered that Sylvia's longer time at his side had yielded no real progress, suggesting she should reflect on herself instead. Iko quickly intervened, urging them to stop, pointing out that such harsh words were genuinely hurtful. From afar, however, Second misread the situation entirely. To him, it appeared to be nothing more than friendly banter, and he felt relieved that the group seemed to be getting along, even with Yukari now part of their circle. Later on, Iko asked about their plans. Second explained that since it was already evening, they would not be heading out for dungeon raiding that night. Iko visibly grew disappointed. Sensing this, Second suggested they hold a strategy meeting over dinner instead. Iko's mood immediately brightened, and she happily walked alongside him. At the guild later that evening, Second outlined their next steps, stating that their priority would be to gain experience. Sylvia then asked how Yukari would fit into the plan. Second explained that until Yukari's blacksmithing skill reached the 9th grade, they would focus on earning experience on her behalf. For now, the Limped Fath dungeon area near Piho was the most efficient place to do so. Afterward, Yukari formally expressed her intention to specialize in blacksmithing. She apologized for any inconvenience she might cause and asked the group to take care of her moving forward. Sylvia, in turn, reassured her, telling her not to worry about it. Following Iko's promotion, Yukari asked Second whether the team's name had finally been decided. The question caught him off guard. In his mind, he realized he had completely forgotten about it due to the chaos surrounding the teleportation incident. Muttering to himself, he acknowledged that he had yet to settle on a name. Sylvia immediately chimed in, saying she had a suggestion. However, Second dismissed it outright before even hearing her out. Sylvia protested, frustrated that her idea was rejected without consideration. Yukari then calmly offered to listen in his place, which caused Sylvia's eyes to light up with excitement. She began to explain, mentioning that as a knight who had taken a blood oath. But once again, Second cut her off. Though he couldn't fully explain why, he had a strong feeling that whatever she was about to propose would lead to something troublesome. Yukari then pointed out that since Sylvia was the only knight among them, such a name might not suit the entire group. Sylvia reluctantly accepted this reasoning and quickly tried to offer another idea, this time involving something along the lines of a chivalric order called Zero. However, before she could fully elaborate, she was interrupted, her attention diverted as she started drinking. Seizing the moment, Yukari presented her own suggestion. She explained that S would stand for the birth of Second's team, O would represent overwhelming success, and another S would symbolize their goal of becoming the strongest. In short, she proposed the name SOS Team. Hearing this, Second couldn't help but wonder why the girls always seemed to take things to such extremes. Deciding to put an end to the debate, he suggested letting Iko choose instead. However, Iko had already fallen asleep, leaving him with no choice but to come up with a name himself. After a brief moment of thought, Second declared that they would go with Team Fastest. Yukari stared at him in silence, while Sylvia was already drunk and Iko remained asleep. Yukari pointed out that such a name could become embarrassing if they failed to live up to it. Second simply replied that it would be fine. After all, he intended to become the strongest in the world. Privately, he admitted to himself that the name had been chosen rather impulsively. Still, he believed that decisiveness in moments like these was important. The following day, the group headed to the second-round dungeon, Limped Fath. In battle, Iko took on the role of defense, shielding against incoming attacks, while Sylvia provided support by firing arrows from a distance. Together, they fought against various monsters that inhabited the dungeon. As Second observed their progress, he found himself appreciating the return to Limped Fath after such a long time. What made it particularly satisfying was the efficiency. They could defeat enemies quickly and accumulate large amounts of experience. At this pace, He reasoned that raising Yukari's blacksmithing skill through all 9 grades might not even take a full month. Noticing Yukari's expression, Second asked what was wrong. She replied that it was nothing, admitting only that she hadn't expected things to progress this quickly. Her response prompted a realization in Second. Thinking back, he recognized that he had yet to properly examine Yukari's skill composition and rank. Bringing up his system window, he reviewed her status and found himself surprisingly fortunate. Among her abilities, only 2 had reached the grade bracket, first grade pawn archery and first grade knight assassination, while the rest remained within the class bracket. Even so, the results before his eyes were remarkable. Second-rank monsters were being cut down one after another with ease, a sight he might never have believed possible before. It was a clear demonstration of just how powerful high-ranking skills could be. What struck him as even more fortunate, however, was Yukari's potential. Since her skills had not been overdeveloped, she was gaining experience at a much faster rate than he had anticipated. This opened up far greater possibilities for their growth. Second explained to her that if she could evolve into an exceptional blacksmith, then with their current strength, and even at the level of the second class or the first class, they would be able to explore places like this with ease. His dream of becoming the world's #1 felt closer than ever, and he told her that he would be relying on her moving forward. Yukari met his gaze and responded firmly. She acknowledged his words and declared that she, too, would strive to become the best in the world alongside him, as the world's #1 blacksmith. Hearing this, Second reflected on how much she had changed. In the past, she would have dismissed such ambitions as empty or unrealistic, often insisting that no one could become that strong. Yet now, she had spoken of becoming the world's #1 not once, but twice. A faint smile formed on his face. Seeing her determination, he felt a quiet sense of satisfaction, genuinely glad from the bottom of his heart that he had chosen her as his comrade. At the beginning of Chapter 25, 2 weeks had passed since the group resumed their dungeon exploration life in Limped Fath. During that time, they finally obtained one of the items they had been aiming for, the rock shell shield, which dropped from a rock tortoise. While this was a significant achievement, it also led to a somewhat awkward situation. Yukari explained that she had no intention of keeping the shield for herself. Instead, she only wanted to upgrade it. Sylvia supported her, pointing out that her own Flame Wolf's bow had become noticeably stronger after Yukari enhanced it. Despite this, Iko remained unconvinced. Over the past 2 weeks, Yukari had focused heavily on improving her ability upgrade skill within her blacksmithing. Recently, she had succeeded in reaching the 5th grade. At this level, the success rate of upgrades increased dramatically, and she could now perform advanced class enhancements. In fact, it even became possible to push an item close to its final stage. Even with that explanation, Iko hesitated and questioned whether they were telling the truth. Yukari reassured her, then politely asked to borrow her shield. However, Iko immediately refused, claiming that Yukari seemed intimidating. Iko's reaction resembled that of a cat clinging tightly to its favorite toy, making him wonder if such behavior was instinctive among beastfolk. He decided not to press the matter, thinking there was no need to rush. Eventually, Iko apologized and handed over the shield. Sylvia commented that Iko had likely overreacted out of fear that her very first gift might be taken away. Second silently acknowledged this reasoning, concluding that it was probably typical behavior for her kind. Second then instructed Yukari to proceed with a 3rd stage upgrade focused on vitality. Yukari complied, and the shield soon began to glow. After a moment, she announced that the process was complete. Second expressed his approval, though Yukari humbly downplayed the achievement. As he observed her, he noticed once again that the tips of her ears would twitch and turn slightly red whenever she felt happy or embarrassed. Iko received her shield back and was surprised by how quickly the upgrade had been completed. She thanked Yukari, who responded politely, her ears twitching once more. Shortly after, Sylvia asked whether they would be changing their exploration location. Second confirmed this, prompting Sylvia to question the need, as they had been progressing efficiently in Limped Fath and earning substantial profits from selling rock tortoise shells. Second explained that there were 3 reasons for the move. First, the new dungeon would provide even greater experience gains. Second, he wanted access to better materials for crafting, particularly since the boss of the next dungeon dropped large amounts of mithril, an essential resource for intermediate to advanced equipment and far superior to lower-tier gear. Finally, the 3rd reason was simple. The amount of gold they could earn there would be overwhelming. Sylvia understood all of his points, though it was the promise of immense wealth that clearly caught her attention the most. Sylvia wondered whether the profits from their next destination would truly surpass what they were already earning. Second confirmed that they would, adding that he intended to use the money to buy a home. The word caught everyone off guard. Sylvia was visibly stunned, and even Yukari questioned it, while Iko reacted with excitement. Second went on to explain that he planned to build an extravagant mansion on the outskirts of the royal capital and use it as their headquarters. Iko was delighted by the idea. In his thoughts, Second reflected on how little he had used the housing system in his previous life, only now realizing how incredibly useful it could be in this world. Since he had decided to pursue it, he resolved to go all out and construct something truly luxurious. He then revealed their financial goal, 50 billion CL, which they would achieve through mithril alchemy. Asking for their thoughts, he noticed both Yukari and Sylvia raising their hands, and why the goal was set at 50 billion CL. Second answered simply, it was based on the cost of the most expensive estate in the royal capital, priced at 25 billion CL. However, he intended to spend double that amount. Sylvia was left speechless by the scale of his ambition. In Second's mind, anything less than double the highest price would not qualify as the world's finest estate. When he asked for further input, Yukari admitted they still did not understand what mithril alchemy actually was. Second acknowledged it as a good question and began explaining. Mithril alchemy, he noted, was a well-known and highly profitable method in Mabion. It revolved around mithril ore dropped by the boss of the Proline dungeon, a second-rank dungeon located near the blacksmithing town of Badgold, which was their next destination. Using blacksmithing skills such as smelting and refining, they would extract impurities from the ore to produce pure mithril. After that, they would use manufacturing techniques to combine it with iron, creating mithril alloy. Yukari inquired further about the alloy. That mithril alloy was created by mixing pure mithril and iron in a ratio of 1 to 20. The result was an exceptionally durable and valuable material. At that moment, Sylvia called out to him. When Second asked what was wrong, she pointed out that the Proline dungeon had not yet been conquered. Yukari's expression turned cold, while Iko simply smiled. Sylvia then questioned how Second possessed such detailed knowledge about a dungeon that no one had cleared. Caught off guard, Second found himself at a loss for words. His thoughts raced as he considered his options, whether to come up with an excuse or reveal the truth. Uncertain, he hesitated, unsure of what he should do next. Sylvia admitted that ever since she had met Second, she had sensed that there was a reason behind his unusual knowledge. She was correct. Second did have a reason, but it was far too complex and difficult to believe at a glance. Even though he told himself otherwise, he could not calm his thoughts. The fear of being judged lingered within him, and he recognized that such unease likely stemmed from a sense of guilt buried deep in his heart. For a moment, he considered whether he should simply reveal everything. Yet he ultimately decided against it. His circumstances went far beyond what the others could reasonably comprehend. People feared what they did not understand, and he believed that telling them the truth would only create distance between them and hinder his path toward becoming the world's strongest. Sylvia then spoke again, saying that she trusted him. If it did not trouble him, she wished to hear the truth and promised to accept it regardless of what it might be. Her words struck him. In his mind, Second saw her as someone strong, someone with the courage to face the truth even if it risked shattering the trust they shared. She possessed a heart that was straightforward, unwavering, and sincere, qualities he felt he could never imitate, nor should he attempt to. To him, Sylvia embodied purity, kindness, strength, and righteousness. Calling her name, Second apologized. He admitted that there were secrets he could not reveal to anyone, no matter who they were. He avoided the subject directly, acknowledging its existence while firmly refusing to elaborate. In truth, he believed that if he did not continue to evade such matters, everything he had built could collapse. There was no returning to who he once was, not after abandoning the position of the world's strongest. Sitting on the couch, he reiterated that this was a secret he would carry to his grave. Once again, he apologized. Sylvia remained calm. She told him that she did not mind, and that if the burden ever became too heavy, he was free to change his mind and share it whenever he wished. Hearing this, Second reflected quietly. In his eyes, she remained the same Sylvia Virginia, a genuinely kind and understanding person. It was a thought he held sincerely, from the bottom of his heart. From a distance, the blacksmithing town of Bad Gold came into view. As Second advanced another step, he declared that once they secured buyers for their mithril alloy at the blacksmithing guild, they would immediately depart for Proline. However, upon presenting their offer to potential buyers, their expectations were quickly dismissed. One man scoffed, insisting that a stable supply of mithril alloy was utterly impossible, while another brushed them off, claiming he had no time for jokes. Laughter followed, leaving no room for negotiation. Despite identifying several promising prospects, Second realized that not a single one was willing to accept their proposal. Yukari quietly remarked on the outcome, her tone calm yet unsurprised. Reflecting on the situation, Second admitted to himself that their reaction was only natural. If someone of unknown origin had approached him with the same claim, even he would have been skeptical. Seeking guidance, he asked Yukari what their next step should be. She suggested that they conduct a thorough raid of Proline dungeon to establish a reputation. By proving their capabilities, they could earn the trust of potential buyers. When Second clarified whether this meant working through the Adventurer Guild, Yukari confirmed it. At that, Second grimaced. The very thought unsettled him. His past experiences with the Adventurer Guild were filled with unpleasant memories, and he had no desire to become involved with it again. Still, he pressed Yukari for alternative options, but she had none. Turning to Sylvia and Iko, he found no help there either, as both admitted their uncertainty. Considering the risks, Second questioned what would happen if they entered the dungeon without registering. Yukari explained that doing so would only complicate matters. Without official recognition, they could easily attract suspicion or hostility, ranging from interference in their dealings to more dangerous consequences, such as being targeted. Second knew all too well that such actions were not beyond the Mabian Adventurer Guild. Reluctantly, he accepted the reality of the situation. With little choice left, he decided that they would register with the Adventurer Guild after securing lodging. Upon arrival, they proceeded to the reception desk. The attendant greeted them courteously and had Second complete the necessary paperwork. In return, they were issued guild cards, identification that served as both their credentials and passport within the guild. Second examined his card and noted that both his personal rank and his team's rank were set at F, the lowest possible standing. The receptionist politely offered him a beginner's manual or directions to training classes, but he declined. Though the process was complete, Second felt no satisfaction. Frustration simmered within him. He was irritated by the delay in reaching Proline, angered by the rejection of their mithril alloy despite its value, and deeply resentful of being forced to associate with the Adventurer Guild. Worse still, he found himself starting over at the very bottom rank. As these thoughts weighed on him, a sudden voice cut through the air, mocking and loud, calling attention to the small figure who had arrived with a dark elf at his side. A burly, overweight man approached Second with a smug expression, asking if he was a newcomer and offering to educate him. Laughter rippled among the surrounding adventurers as they watched the exchange unfold. Second felt irritation rise within him. More than anything else, what angered him was having to deal with people like this. It was precisely why he had always despised the Adventurer Guild. The man continued mockingly, insisting that Second should feel grateful for such guidance. In response, Second coolly remarked that he must appear to be an easy target. In his mind, he concluded that the man had likely assumed he had stumbled upon a weak opponent, someone naive, accompanied by attractive companions, and therefore easy to exploit under the guise of help. To Second, the man was nothing more than a habitual bully who had grown arrogant from getting away with such behavior. The man's expression twisted with anger, accusing Second of picking a fight and hurling insults at him. Second responded calmly, admitting that the accusation was not entirely wrong, but adding that the man himself was simply a repeat offender of such conduct. However, Second did not place all the blame on him. Instead, he reasoned that the Adventurer Guild itself was responsible for neglecting individuals like this. In his view, those in authority should properly guide even the most troublesome members. Without proper oversight, such behavior was inevitable. He ended his thought with a quiet, almost rhetorical question, whether he was truly mistaken. As Second glanced around, the man shouted at him, demanding that he stop ignoring him. Second dismissed him with irritation, likening his constant shouting to the chirping of an annoying bird, and told him to stop wasting time and come at him directly. At the same time, he noted that the man would not be able to claim self-defense if he chose to attack. Enraged, the man charged forward and threw a punch. Second immediately recognized the numerous openings in his movements. He could have ended the fight at any moment. Before he could act, Iko rushed forward, shouting for the man to stop. She stepped in front of Second and took the blow with her head. The impact caused the man to groan in pain, clutching his hand, while Iko merely smiled as if nothing had happened. The surrounding adventurers, angered by the scene, began to rush toward them. Suddenly, ropes tightened around their bodies, immobilizing them. Yukari calmly explained that she had restrained them as a precaution. Sylvia remarked that it seemed she had no role to play, but Second noticed her preparing her bow and wondered what she intended to do in such a confined space. With confidence, Sylvia declared that she would demonstrate the technique she had been practicing for moments like this. She leapt into the air and delivered a flying kick while chanting the name of her move, executing it with dramatic flair. Afterward, Second expressed his gratitude and suggested that they leave. The group exited the guild together, but as they stepped outside, Second noticed something strange. His legs were trembling. He looked down in surprise, questioning whether he had been afraid of the large man. He quickly dismissed the thought. That was not the source of his fear. What truly unsettled him was himself. If he had lost control of his anger and fought seriously, the situation could have turned into a massacre. Any strike he delivered would not have been a mere display of skill, it would have been an act of killing. This world was not a game. He understood that fact, yet deep down, he realized he had not fully accepted it. When he returned home, he lay on his bed, lost in thought. Becoming a flawless, unrivaled figure in this new world would not be as simple as he had once imagined. The following day, during a meal, Second announced that they should head to Proline. The others turned their attention to him. Yukari acknowledged his decision but pointed out that even if they conducted a raid on their own, the blacksmithing guild might still refuse to recognize them. Second questioned her reasoning, seeking to understand why. Yukari explained that dungeon raids were typically carried out by large, organized parties. These operations were conducted regularly as mass raids under the leadership of the Adventurer Guild. Because of this, if an unknown group were to suddenly claim that they had conquered a dungeon on their own, their words would naturally be met with doubt. Second quickly grasped her point, concluding that such a claim would simply be dismissed as a lie. Yukari confirmed his understanding. Still searching for a workaround, Second asked whether presenting mithril alloy as proof would be enough to convince others. Yukari shook her head, explaining that mithril could be obtained not only from the dungeon's boss but also from ordinary monsters. As a result, such evidence would not be definitive. The realization left Second visibly discouraged. He then proposed another idea: what if they gathered large amounts of mithril over several weeks? Yukari paused, acknowledging that it was indeed possible, though she admitted she had initially dismissed the idea as too unrealistic. If they were to pursue that approach, it might allow them to bypass the need for a mass raid and still conduct business with the blacksmithing guild. However, she expressed concern over whether the Adventurer Guild would tolerate such actions or interfere with their efforts. Second understood the implications. At that moment, Sylvia suggested a more direct approach, joining a mass raid and allowing Second to demonstrate his abilities there. Second replied dryly that such an option depended entirely on whether an F-rank team like theirs would even be accepted. Sylvia conceded the point. As he reflected further, Second recognized the situation for what it was. A large-scale raid on the still unconquered dungeon would soon attract elite warriors from across the kingdom. Even if his group managed to clear it alone, no one would believe them. Worse, it could provoke hostility from the Adventurer Guild itself. Every path seemed blocked. Yukari then proposed a more conventional strategy. They should contribute consistently to the Adventurer Guild. By building trust and recognition over time, they would eventually earn a place in future mass raids. Second considered her suggestion, but the thought of spending months working toward that goal left him unmotivated. He questioned whether his lack of drive stemmed from still viewing this world as if it were a game. Suddenly, he reacted as an idea struck him. Turning to Yukari, he asked if having a higher adventurer rank would grant them access to mass raids. He further reasoned that if he were already an A rank and conquered the dungeon alone, it would be acknowledged. Yukari agreed, noting that while such a scenario was extreme, it was indeed possible. However, she pointed out that steadily contributing to the guild would still be the most efficient way to reach that level. Second dismissed the notion. He had just remembered a different method, one from his past experience in Mabian. Though it had once seemed utterly impractical, he now saw potential in it. With growing excitement, he announced that they should head to Proline Dungeon immediately, eager to put his newly recalled strategy, the so-called Sky Rocket Bomber, into action. At the beginning of Chapter 27, a strategy known as the Sky Rocket Bomber was introduced as a way for the group to rapidly increase their adventurer rank. The concept behind it was straightforward. Within dungeons, certain items known as mana crystals naturally regenerate over time. By collecting these crystals and submitting them to the Adventurer Guild, adventurers could steadily build their contribution score. With this highly efficient method, it was estimated that they could achieve their goal in as little as 6 days. The Proline Dungeon alone regenerated around 128 mana crystals daily. If the group managed to submit approximately 83 crystals per day, their contributions would be sufficient to reach A rank within that timeframe. While it might seem possible to collect more, the regeneration of mana crystals occurred gradually at fixed intervals rather than all at once, effectively capping the daily collection limit at around 80. The key to maximizing their efficiency lay in locating secret rooms within the dungeon, where large quantities of mana crystals could be found. Accessing these hidden areas required a special technique known as the explosive jump, which inspired the name Sky Rocket Bomber. When Iko inquired about the technique, Second explained the process in detail. As Iko leapt upward, he would cast the choral form of wind beneath her feet to propel her higher. At the same time, both he and Sylvia would fire arrows imbued with the choral form of fire at her from below. Iko's role was to defend against these attacks using a sequence of shield techniques: Bishop Shield Art, Knight Shield Art, and finally Gold General Shield Art, while directing them downward. Through this coordinated effort, the force of the attacks would continuously launch her higher into the air. In essence, it was a secret maneuver that allowed a person to reach heights far beyond a normal jump, potentially up to 20 meters. Iko eagerly agreed to try the technique, though Sylvia expressed some concern about its safety. Second, considering Iko's magical resistance, believed it would be manageable but decided a trial run was necessary. They began practicing immediately. At Second's signal, Iko jumped, and he cast the choral form of wind, lifting her higher. Iko activated her Bishop Shield Art as Sylvia fired a flame-infused arrow toward her shield, pushing her further upward. Second followed with his own attack, and Iko responded with her gold general shield art, gaining even more height. Her excitement was evident as she soared higher than ever before. Watching from below, Yukari voiced concern about Iko's safety as she reached the peak of her ascent. Moments later, Iko began to fall, and Second suddenly realized he had not planned for her landing. Panic set in as Sylvia looked on in shock. Thinking quickly, Second shouted for Iko to use her bishop shield art while he cast the coral form of water below her. A surge of water formed just in time to break her fall. The group anxiously called out as Iko disappeared beneath the splash, only to sigh in relief when she resurfaced unharmed. Rather than being shaken, Iko was thrilled and immediately expressed her desire to try again. Though relieved, Second decided they would continue another time, and Iko readily agreed. Later, Iko was seen executing the technique successfully, reaching impressive heights and gathering all the necessary mana crystals from the hidden rooms. From below, Second called for her to return, and once she descended, the group prepared to deliver their collected crystals to the Adventurer Guild. The moment the receptionist laid eyes on the hall, her composure broke. Shock spread across her face as she confirmed that the mana crystals were genuine, and in overwhelming quantity. Second calmly asked if this would be enough for his team to reach C rank, and she affirmed that it was. Without hesitation, he declared that they would hand over all the crystals to the guild. He also mentioned that they intended to deposit all their earnings, requesting that both their individual ranks and their party rank be raised accordingly. The receptionist acknowledged the request. Before leaving, Second gave Camellia a wink and casually remarked that he would bring even more the following day. The gesture left the receptionist visibly flustered. Internally, however, Second felt a wave of discomfort at his own behavior. He considered it unnatural and overly theatrical, something that gave him goosebumps whenever he did it. Even so, he couldn't deny its effectiveness. Building a favorable relationship with a guild receptionist was a calculated move, one that could prove advantageous later. That calculation, however, came at a cost. As he turned away, he could feel the cold, silent pressure from both Yukari and Sylvia. Their disapproval was unmistakable. Once outside, Second shifted the conversation back to strategy. Over the next 5 days, while continuing to gather mana crystals, they would also gain experience by hunting golems within the Proline dungeon. Once they reached A rank, they would swiftly raid the dungeon, secure mithril alloy, and eventually save enough to purchase a house in the royal capital. That was the roadmap moving forward. Sylvia agreed with the plan to gain experience but raised a concern about whether they would still prioritize Yukari's blacksmithing. Second dismissed the idea, stating there was no longer a need to focus on it. Instead, experience would be distributed evenly among the party. Sylvia interpreted this as a return to improving their individual combat specialties. Yukari noted that Sylvia was honing her magic archery while Iko focused on her shield arts, then questioned what Second himself intended to develop. After a brief pause, he answered that he would begin improving his conjuration starting the next day. The following 5 days passed in what felt like an instant. While Iko gathered mana crystals using the Sky Rocket Bomber technique, Second and Sylvia spent their time relentlessly hunting golems. Their efficiency reached such a level that they half-jokingly wondered if they might drive the creatures to extinction. By the end of it, they had accumulated a substantial amount of experience. During this period, Yukari, who had fewer combat responsibilities, was assigned a different task: investigation. Drawing from her past as an assassin, she navigated the task with ease, gathering valuable intelligence on both the Blacksmithing Guild and the Adventurer Guild. She returned with 2 critical pieces of information. First, a large-scale Proline mass raid was scheduled to occur in 3 days. Second, the Blacksmithing Guild was struggling with a severe and ongoing shortage of mithril. Armed with this knowledge, Second found himself reconsidering their strategy. One option was to proceed as originally planned, reach A rank, participate in the mass raid, prove their strength, and gradually earn the trust of the Blacksmithing Guild to secure mithril alloy through legitimate channels. It was the safer route, but it would take time to yield significant profit. The alternative was far more aggressive. By leveraging the reputation of being A-rank adventurers, they could attempt to gain the guild's trust quickly, conquer the dungeon independently without waiting for the mass raid, and negotiate from a position of overwhelming control, as if they owned the dungeon itself. This path promised immense profit but would almost certainly provoke hostility from the Adventurer Guild. As he weighed both possibilities, Yukari suddenly called out to him. She asked for one more day. Curious, Second questioned whether she had a plan in mind. Yukari confirmed that she did, noting his dislike for wasted time. With that in mind, she revealed that she had devised a simple yet effective approach. Her proposal was to make use of the Merchant Guild. At the beginning of Chapter 28, Yukari explained that merchants would have no reason to refuse such a straightforward and profitable opportunity. Although a commission would be taken, the overall returns would far exceed the slower, conventional methods of earning. She pointed out that their team, the fastest party, was set to become A-rank adventurers by the following day, and their reliability had already been firmly established. Second, however, questioned whether this approach might provoke hostility from the Adventurer Guild. Yukari reassured him that there was no need for concern. In 3 days, they would participate in a mass raid, creating the public impression that they were building good relations with both the Adventurer Guild and the Blacksmithing Guild. Behind the scenes, however, they would secure a contract with the Merchant Guild. Still uncertain, Second wondered why this arrangement would not create conflict with the Adventurer Guild. Yukari elaborated that by wholesaling large quantities of mithril alloy to the Merchant Guild, their profits would increase significantly. Once this supply chain was firmly established, Second would no longer be easily condemned. Even if the Adventurer Guild attempted to act against them, the Merchant Guild would have a vested interest in protecting such a valuable source of income. Realizing the distinction, Second understood that unlike the Blacksmithing Guild, the Merchant Guild would be motivated to safeguard its financial interests. Furthermore, if the Blacksmithing Guild became reliant on the mithril alloy distributed through the Merchant Guild, Second's group would effectively gain the support of both organizations. Under such circumstances, the Adventurer Guild would find it difficult to take action against him. Satisfied with the plan, Second agreed to proceed with Yukari's strategy. Yukari confidently told him to leave everything to her, stating that she would present the proposal to the Merchant Guild the following day. In his thoughts, Second felt genuinely grateful for Yukari's intelligence in such matters. She compensated for his shortcomings, as his strengths lay primarily in gaming rather than strategy and negotiation. He expressed his appreciation, calling her dependable, to which she responded modestly, though he noticed a slight twitch of her ear. The following day, they delivered additional mana crystals, and Second attained A-rank status without difficulty. Afterward, they returned to Proline to continue gaining experience while Yukari handled negotiations with the Merchant Guild. Their relentless accumulation of experience had pushed Second's constitution, duration, skills, and spirits close to the 4th grade. In particular, conjuration, his primary specialization, was divided into 2 main branches: monster summoning and spirit summoning. Monster summoning was a skill that enabled its user to summon and command monsters they had previously tamed, while spirit summoning allowed the summoning and control of a single, unique spirit tied to each individual. Upon raising a spirit's rank to the 4th grade, a new ability, Spirit Possession, became available. This skill allowed a temporarily summoned spirit to inhabit the user's body, greatly enhancing their overall abilities. It was regarded as an exceptionally powerful buff, and was considered essential for elite players, even said to be indispensable for anyone aiming to stand at the very top. On that day, Second succeeded in unlocking a premium version of Spirit Possession after his progression reached the 4th grade. However, without an actual spirit to summon, the skill held no practical value. Opportunities to obtain a spirit were rare, but Second possessed a premium spirit ticket, a bonus he had received long ago when he purchased a limited-time avatar at the beginning of his journey. The ticket guaranteed a spirit with a strength of at least 25,000 to 1, an extraordinarily valuable item that would make most players hesitate due to its immense cost. Spirit strength served as a measure of both power and rarity. A value exceeding 100,001 classified a spirit as rare, 200,001 as super rare, 250,001 as ultra rare, and 300,001 as super ultra rare, categories reminiscent of those found in gacha-based games. The real dilemma, however, was determining the right moment to use the ticket. Second's hesitation stemmed from a deeper concern. Back when he had played in Mabian, spirits were nothing more than scripted entities with predetermined lines. Now, in the real world, he suspected that spirits might possess genuine will and individuality. If that were the case, summoning one would mean gaining a new companion rather than a mere tool. Given the current instability of their situation, he was reluctant to introduce a new party member. There was no immediate need to rush, yet delaying too long could also prove problematic, as building trust might take time, just as it had with someone he already knew. Amid these thoughts, Sylvia informed him that she had received a message from Yukari. Yukari reported that she had successfully reached an agreement with the Merchant Guild, though a complication had arisen. When Second arrived at the Merchant Guild, he learned that the issue concerned a required proof of strength. Yukari confirmed that while the guild had responded favorably and even prepared an attractive contract draft, its terms would only apply if Second's team could demonstrate their true capabilities. Second questioned whether his newly attained status as an A-rank adventurer was insufficient. At that moment, a man stepped forward and requested permission to explain further. He introduced himself as Shinsei, the acting master of the Merchant Guild. Shinsei turned towards Second and politely asked if he was indeed the man in question, expressing his hope that they could maintain a good relationship. Nearby, Iko trembled in fear as the two men exchanged a handshake. Shinsei then remarked that he had received an exceptionally appealing proposal, one that the Merchant Guild greatly appreciated. However, despite the offer, he admitted that being an A-rank adventurer alone was not enough for him to place his full trust in Second. The claim of supplying such a vast amount of mithril alloy sounded implausible to anyone listening. As Iko, still frightened, Edged closer to Second, Shinsei explained that although he held a sliver of hope, he needed proof. He proposed that Second demonstrate his strength by conquering Proline with ease. If Second succeeded, the guild would accept his offer without hesitation. But if the claim proved to be false, Shinsei warned that he would show no mercy. Second, however, remained unfazed. To him, such a threat carried no weight, as he was confident in his own abilities. In his assessment, Shinsei lacked the combat prowess to even rank among the top fighters in the world. Calmly, Second asked whether he should conquer Proline immediately, estimating it would take him only 3 hours. He then questioned what exactly Shinsei required as proof. Observing him closely, Shinsei seemed to measure Second's resolve. Second realized that what Shinsei truly wanted was assurance, evidence that he could repeatedly explore Proline and maintain a steady supply of mithril alloy. Understanding this, Second projected unwavering confidence. The two locked eyes in a tense standoff until Shinsei suddenly broke into a smirk and laughed heartily, declaring that Second had exceeded his expectations and was exactly as Yukari had described. Sylvia was stunned to learn that Yukari had been testing Second all along. Yukari, in turn, sincerely apologized, explaining that it had been necessary. Shinsei confirmed that he had requested Yukari's assistance to verify Second's capabilities, as he needed to ensure that Second could reliably fulfill such a demanding task. With this explanation, Second realized he had earned Shinsei's acknowledgement. However, Iko continued to whimper, which irritated him. Losing his patience, Second demanded to know what Shinsei meant by needing certainty and even insulted him, calling him Octopus Head, while insisting he apologize to Iko. Shinsei quickly complied, bowing repeatedly in apology. Although it appeared that an agreement with the Merchant Guild had been reached, a significant issue remained. Shinsei clarified that Second still needed to prove his strength, not for trust, but because, if his judgment was correct, Second represented an extraordinary opportunity. Second concluded that aside from Shinsei, no one else in the guild would easily believe in him, and he accepted that reality. Sylvia affirmed this situation. When Second asked for specifics, Shinsei explained that he wanted several guild staff members and prospective clients to witness the demonstration. Upon being asked how many, Shinsei estimated that around 200 people would attend. Yukari agreed to the proposal, explaining that Sylvia would demonstrate her abilities with a magical bow, while Iko would take on a defensive role using a shield. Curious, Shinsei asked what kind of special techniques Second possessed. In response, Second listed his abilities: archery, swordsmanship, sorcery, and conjuration, adding that he could also perform magic-enhanced archery and swordsmanship. Sylvia proudly added that while she herself could only wield the fire element, Second was capable of handling every elemental attribute in sorcery, all at an exceptional level. Shinsei reacted with clear amazement at the revelation. Yukari then asked Second whether his conjuration abilities had improved. Second confirmed that his spirit summoning had reached the 4th grade that very day. This announcement stunned Shinsei, who immediately sought confirmation, while Iko was once again left in shock. Second, irritated by the repeated reactions, stood up and insulted Shinsei, demanding an apology, which Shinsei promptly delivered without resistance. Regaining composure, Shinsei remarked that he might have found a solution. When Second inquired further, Shinsei explained that the matter concerned spirit summoning. Second quickly understood that Shinsei wanted him to demonstrate this ability in front of a large audience. He reflected on how spirit summoning, especially at higher ranks, often produced grand and visually striking manifestations. The stronger the spirit and the higher the summoning rank, the more impressive the spectacle. In particular, the first summoning of a spirit was known to be especially dazzling. From his experiences in Mabian, each spirit had its own unique summoning sequence, and if those visuals carried over into this world, they would undoubtedly captivate any audience. Shinsei reasoned that if Second spirit summoning truly matched a 4th grade level, equivalent to a high A rank, then anyone who witnessed it would naturally acknowledge his competence. Second realized that those present already regarded 4th grade summoning as a significant achievement. Considering this, he concluded that the idea was not only viable but potentially highly effective. With the advantage of his premium spirit ticket, Second was confident he could summon a spirit with immense initial strength, ensuring a spectacular display. Accepting the proposal, he agreed to proceed in that direction. Together with Shinsei, he began outlining a plan for the demonstration. Though he had not anticipated things unfolding this way, Second acknowledged that the situation had taken a favorable turn. At the beginning of Chapter 29, Sylvia and Iko conducted their demonstration outside. Sylvia drew her bowstring and released a flaming arrow toward Iko, who stood her ground and blocked it effortlessly with her shield. The onlookers reacted with surprise and admiration. As Iko raised her hand confidently, some among the crowd began to voice their approval. One remarked that, with such ability, conquering Proline might truly be possible, while another observed that a combination of a flame-wielding archer and an impenetrable defender could even allow for multiple expeditions in a single day. Following the display, Shinsei announced that the final demonstration was about to begin and called for Second to step forward. Second moved to the center and raised a ticket in his hand. As it began to glow, a magic circle formed beneath his feet. The crowd watched in confusion, unsure of what was unfolding. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and streaks of lightning tore across it. Some began to wonder if Second was manipulating the weather itself. Looking upward, Second felt a hint of unease. This was not the summoning sequence he had expected. Then it struck him. After major updates in Mabian Online, the first time a player summoned a spirit with a strength of at least 35,000, they would obtain a unique spirit. Across the game's long history of updates, only a handful of individuals had ever achieved such a feat. Among those rare spirits existed one of unmatched power, boasting an initial strength of 41,000. As the sky appeared to distort, a dense smoke descended, and from it, a colossal hand emerged. It reached down and touched the ground, causing it to crack under its immense force. The spectators braced themselves in fear. Moments later, a sphere-like form materialized before Second, and from it a man appeared. The figure introduced himself as Angalmois, the great ruler of all spirits governing the four elements. With a grin, he knelt before Second, declaring that he had long awaited this meeting. The crowd was struck with terror, perceiving him as something demonic. Whispers spread rapidly. Second had summoned a being that radiated overwhelming evil. Even Second found himself troubled by the situation. He could understand their reaction. Angalmois exuded a menacing presence, and seeing such a being kneel before him only made matters worse. Of all possible outcomes, this was the last one he had hoped for. The probability of summoning a spirit exceeding 35,000 in strength was already incredibly low, and yet he had drawn something far beyond that threshold. Trying to regain control of the situation, Second apologized to Angalmois and explained that he would speak with him another time. For now, he asked him to return and appear more normally in the future. Angalmois, seemingly disappointed, questioned whether he had failed to please his summoner and asked for forgiveness, admitting that he had been overly enthusiastic during his first summoning. Second simply dismissed him, prompting Angalmois to vanish, though not without visible shock. Left alone, Second scratched his head, unsure how he could possibly explain what had just happened. The damage, however, was already done. Any progress made during the negotiations had completely unraveled. Both the Merchant Guild and the Blacksmithing Guild fled in panic, declaring that they wanted no association with him. The demonstration had achieved the opposite of its intended effect. Angalmois, it became clear, was no ordinary spirit. He was the supreme ruler among spirits, standing above all others that governed the four elements. And Second had summoned him before an audience that could only interpret such power as something to fear. As a result, the summoning's introductory scene had been extraordinarily unique. Even in his past life as the world's #1, Second had never encountered a spirit like Angalmois. No one had ever possessed such a rare being before. Under normal circumstances, this should have been an ideal development for his goal of reclaiming the top position in the world. However, given the current situation, Second found himself unable to feel any genuine satisfaction. Yukari stepped forward and apologized, but Second questioned her reasoning. If anything, he felt that he was the one who should be regretful. Yukari insisted that she had miscalculated, believing it had been foolish for someone like her to suggest such a plan. Instead of helping, she feared she had placed unnecessary constraints on her master. Confused, Second asked what she meant by calling it a shackle. Yukari explained that Second existed on a level far beyond ordinary people. Whether he gained the trust of a guild or made enemies of them should not matter to someone of his caliber. From this incident, she realized that worrying about such matters or devising small schemes had been pointless. Second questioned her conclusion, but Yukari continued. She pointed out his unusually carefree nature, suggesting that he did not truly see failure as failure. Second, however, disagreed, stating plainly that this had been a failure, an undeniable and significant one. Yukari gently refuted this, arguing that a person who could still go about his routine, eat dinner on time, relax after a bath, enjoy a drink, and part from others with a smile, could not truly consider such an event a real failure. Her words gave Second pause. Yukari pressed further, saying that deep down, he likely believed that the outcome did not truly matter, even from the beginning. She asked if she was right. Reflecting on her reasoning, Second realized there was truth in what she said. His ultimate goal remained unchanged, to become the world's #1, and a setback like this would not alter that path. In that sense, he could not truly call it a failure. Impressed, Second remarked that Yukari seemed to understand him better than he understood himself. Yukari quickly denied this, and an awkward silence followed. After a moment, she apologized again, explaining that if she had understood him more deeply, she might have been able to form a better plan even in this situation. Second reassured her, telling her that she should not dwell on it. After all, he had been relying on her for everything despite not fully knowing her himself. Yukari still felt responsible, insisting that she had failed in her role. Second countered that the decision had ultimately been his, and therefore the responsibility was his alone. There had been no way for Yukari to predict such an outcome, so there was no reason for her to blame herself. She fell silent once more. Trying to lift her spirits, Second told her that things had simply not gone well this time, but he was confident that the next attempt would succeed. He asked if she would continue working with him to come up with better plans. After a brief pause, Yukari nodded and agreed. Encouraged, Second said he hoped he could continue to rely on her moving forward. Yukari affirmed this, though she still appeared uneasy. Hesitating, she admitted that from now on, she would need to understand him more deeply. She wanted to know everything about him. Second welcomed the idea. As Yukari stepped closer, her expression grew more serious, and her lips parted as if to say something important. Then, with a quiet but deliberate voice, she asked if she could stay with him that night. Second's eyes widened in surprise. At the beginning of chapter 30, Yukari moved closer to Second, closing the distance between them. Just as the moment intensified, a knock echoed through the room. It grew louder and more insistent, irritating Yukari and putting Second on edge. Regaining his composure, Second told the visitor to enter. A man stepped inside and immediately apologized for arriving so late. He confirmed Second's identity before introducing himself as Forrest, the steward of the lumberjack family. Acting under his master's orders, he had come to deliver a message. His lord wished to discuss an important matter with Second. As Second processed the introduction, Yukari quietly explained that the lumberjack family governed the commercial town of Reincarnated as an earldom. The presence of their steward was a formal gesture of respect. Second pieced it together in his mind, likening the role of a steward to that of a butler serving a noble house, though he still found the situation unnecessarily complex. What puzzled him more was why someone of such standing had arrived so late at night. Yukari leaned in again and suggested that Forrest had likely come in secret, a thought that made Second briefly wonder if she could read his mind. Curious, Second asked Forrest to explain his purpose. Forrest revealed that he had come with a proposition regarding Second's mithril alloy business. Second listened carefully, suspicion stirring within him. Perhaps the Earl had taken interest after witnessing their capabilities, or perhaps there was something more behind the offer. Forrest clarified that the Earl wished to secure exclusive wholesale rights to the mithril alloy. Second found the proposal both enticing and deeply suspicious. He glanced at Yukari, who seemed tempted by the opportunity. It appeared she saw this as a chance to recover and advance their position. Trusting her judgment, Second asked Yukari to take charge of the matter. Surprised but resolute, she accepted without hesitation. That night, Yukari and Forrest discussed the details. Afterward, Yukari informed Second that they would need to meet the Earl in person to proceed. Second agreed to leave everything in her hands. With confidence, Yukari began outlining a tightly structured schedule. The next day, they would meet the visiting Earl in Ball and attend dinner together. The following morning, they would travel with him to Reincarnated, hold a formal meeting that afternoon, and attend a banquet with the Earl's family in the evening. On the third day, another meeting would take place in the morning, with the contract to be finalized shortly after noon. Second was impressed by how efficiently Yukari had arranged everything. Still, he questioned whether the Earl would agree to such a packed schedule. Forrest reassured him that he would return the next evening as planned to escort Second, then took his leave. Once the door closed, Second voiced his concern. Could this all be a trap? Yukari admitted the possibility but believed it to be unlikely. She pointed out that the Earl had cleared 3 full days in his schedule and had even sent his steward personally to ensure the meeting. To her, it suggested that the Earl was fully committed to making the deal succeed, no matter the cost. Second reflected that among all those who served the Earl, the steward was the one closest to him. From a diplomatic standpoint, sending such a person carried significant meaning as a gesture of respect. While the situation still carried a faint sense of unease, it did not strike him as a trap. Even so, he realized that Yukari would likely be burdened with a great deal of work in the coming days. Despite that concern, Second asked if he could rely on her to handle everything. Yukari answered without hesitation, telling him to leave it all to her and assuring him that she would resolve the matter in accordance with his wishes. Though her confidence sounded reassuring, Second clarified that this was not what he truly meant. He was asking whether the responsibility would be too much for her. As he studied her expression, he found it difficult to read. She seemed momentarily puzzled, or perhaps not. He went on to point out everything she was already managing: blacksmithing, tending to his daily needs, and fulfilling her secretarial duties. On top of that, she would now be conducting business negotiations. If he were in her position, he believed he would collapse from exhaustion. Yukari, however, dismissed his concern. She explained that she was doing all of this by choice and did not consider it a burden. Compared to the challenge of striving to become the world's #1, she found this far less demanding. When Second asked if she truly thought so, she added that, unlike assassination, this kind of work felt meaningful to her. Hearing that, Second allowed himself a small smile. Changing the subject, Second reminded her that it would come out again the next morning and that she should be prepared. Yukari acknowledged this, though she admitted she had no confidence in being able to remain calm. Second confessed that he felt the same. In his mind, Engalmois, the great ruler of spirits, was a potentially overwhelming existence. If properly handled, it could become a powerful asset in his pursuit of becoming number one in the world. However, everything depended on whether he could grow accustomed to its presence. He also considered that Engalmois might even take a female form. The following day, Second announced that he would summon Engalmois. Sylvia stated that she was ready, and Iko expressed the same. Yukari claimed readiness as well, though she positioned herself behind Iko, clearly seeking some measure of reassurance. Sylvia remarked on the magic circle forming beneath Second, noting how quietly it appeared. Soon after, Engalmois manifested. The spirit immediately demanded to know the reason for being summoned, its tone intense and restless. Second began by thanking it for appearing normally this time. Engalmois responded that it had no choice but to comply, as Second had previously requested a more restrained appearance. Watching its reaction, Second wondered if the spirit was actually pouting, leading him to think that Engalmois might be more straightforward, and perhaps more honest, than expected. Engalmois pressed the matter further, demanding an explanation. He questioned why Second had dismissed him so quickly and whether Second had no need for his immense power. Second answered calmly that while he did not require Engalmois at the moment, there would come a time when he would. At first, Engalmois seemed to accept the response, but he immediately reconsidered, declaring that it was not a proper answer at all. He complained that Second's treatment of him was rather crude, emphasizing his status as the great ruler of all spirits, a being who stood above every other spirit. As he spoke, he pointed directly at Second in protest. Unmoved, Second simply replied, asking what of it. After all, he himself aimed to be number one in the entire world. Engalmois paused in surprise before breaking into laughter, clearly delighted. He declared that such a title suited his master perfectly, praising Second as someone worthy of commanding the ruler of spirits. Observing this reaction, Second concluded internally that Engalmois was surprisingly easy to handle. His curiosity piqued, he began asking questions, whether Engalmois was male or female, how old he was, and what name he preferred to be called. Engalmois answered in an unconventional manner. As the ruler of spirits, he claimed to have neither gender nor age, or rather, that such distinctions held no importance to him. He could be male or female, 1 year old or 100,000 years old. It made no difference. His name was Engalmois, though Second was free to call him anything he wished, such as Angamois or Angulim. Second found this flexibility unusual but decided to simply call him Engalmois. He then announced that he would introduce him to his companions. Engalmois responded with excitement, expressing great curiosity about the allies of the world's number one. At that moment, Sylvia and Yukari slowly rose to their feet. Second introduced them in order: Sylvia, Yukari, and then Iko. To his surprise, Engalmois immediately claimed to know them, identifying Sylvia as a skilled archer, Yukari as a talented blacksmith, and Iko as a shield user. He even remarked that they formed a well-balanced team. Taken aback, Second asked how he could possibly know such details. Engalmois replied that he had not known them beforehand. Rather, the information had flowed into him through Second himself. This caused Second to wonder uneasily if Engalmois was reading his mind. To test this suspicion, Second asked for Engalmois's birthday. Without hesitation, Engalmois answered, July 7th. Second grew more alarmed and posed another question: who the first emperor of Japan was, believing it to be something Engalmois could not possibly know. However, Engalmois merely laughed and correctly answered, Emperor Jimmu. At that point, Second realized the situation was far more serious than he had anticipated. Engalmois continued laughing and warned him not to underestimate him, reiterating his identity as the ruler of all spirits. Still, he added playfully that he could not quite measure up to his dear Second, or rather, perhaps he should call him Seven for now. Second responded with a grim expression, clearly unsettled by the turn of events. At the beginning of chapter 31, Engalmois noticed something unusual and asked Second what was wrong. In response, Second angrily warned him through his mind not to reveal anything about him. Engalmois quietly agreed, muttering that he understood. Internally, Second felt relieved, realizing how close the situation had been. Meanwhile, Sylvia and Yukari were left confused, unable to understand what the two were talking about. As Second reflected on the situation, he finally realized that the strange feeling of unity he had been experiencing was actually the result of a telepathic system. Curious, he instructed Engalmois to think of something. Following his suggestion, Engalmois mentally asked whether Second could hear him. Second confirmed that he could and remarked that it was incredible. Continuing their conversation entirely through their thoughts, Engalmois commented that the sensation was surprisingly pleasant. Second agreed and questioned what exactly this feeling of unity truly was. Engalmois simply explained that it was the sensation of being united. Deep in his thoughts, Second found himself amazed by how enjoyable the experience was. More importantly, he immediately recognized the enormous tactical advantage it offered. A telepathic system had never existed in Mabayon before, and alongside it stood Engalmois, the great ruler of the spirits, a being desired by all secondary players. Second realized that these two factors could greatly aid his ambition of becoming the strongest in the world. Engalmois possessed a particularly extraordinary quality, the lightning element. As the great ruler of the spirits, he held dominion over the four great elements of fire, water, wind, and earth. In Mabayon, lightning was considered a nameless element that existed outside the absolute hierarchy of elemental weaknesses, a cycle in which fire countered earth, earth countered wind, wind countered water, and water countered fire. Lightning stood apart from this system entirely, making it an overwhelmingly powerful and almost broken ability. Because of the strange unity they shared, Second somehow instinctively understood how to use lightning element sorcery. Shocked, he examined his own sorcery skill sheet and discovered that he had suddenly acquired everything from the first form of lightning to the fifth form, all classified under the 16th class. This was something completely new to him, as player-usable lightning element sorcery had never existed in Mabayon before. Through telepathy, Second excitedly informed Engalmois that he had learned something incredible. Engalmois naturally replied that it only proved how compatible they truly were. Although Second felt that the phenomenon went far beyond simple compatibility, he decided not to dwell on the unknown cost behind it. Instead, he chose to celebrate the moment and told Engalmois that they would likely work extremely well together. Engalmois happily agreed, and the two burst into laughter together. Watching them from nearby, Sylvia wondered what the two of them were doing. Yukari speculated that it was probably something similar to telepathy. Sylvia admitted that she had never heard of such a technique existing among spirit summoners. Yukari agreed and theorized that the phenomenon might only be possible because Engalmois was the great ruler of the spirits, or perhaps because of Second himself. In the end, those were the only explanations she could imagine. Sylvia remarked that it was troubling that the strange phenomenon could be caused by either possibility. At that moment, Iko cautiously peeked over and asked whether Engalmois had disappeared already. Sylvia pointed toward Engalmois, who was still laughing together with their master, and replied that he was very much still present. However, shortly afterward, Second calmly stated that Engalmois should return for now. The moment he said it, a beeping sound rang out, followed by Engalmois expressing surprise before suddenly vanishing from sight. Later on, Sylvia was left utterly shocked after hearing about the earldom of Lumberjack. Second explained that the steward of the Lumberjack family had visited them the previous night. He then asked Sylvia whether she was familiar with the family. Sylvia stammered in disbelief, saying that there was no need to even ask such a question. According to her, anyone who heard the name of the Lumberjack family would immediately think of the famous feudal lord of Regnard, Earl Woodcut. Hearing the title, Second inwardly questioned the absurd nickname. In response, Yukari explained that the commercial city of Regnard had originally prospered through its lumber industry. She added that the Lumberjack family's exceptional abilities were said to be the sole reason the town developed into such a prosperous city. Second immediately realized that this was why the Earl had earned the literal nickname of Earl Woodcut. Sylvia continued by explaining that the Lumberjack family's origins may have been tied to woodcutting, but for generations they had also been known as a militant household. Rumors claimed that the current head of the family, Earl Beryl, was an exceptionally capable individual who excelled in both literary and military arts. She further mentioned that both his son and daughter were reputed to be highly talented adventurers. In his mind, Second found it rather amusing that the heir and heiress of an earl's family were adventurers, considering how unrestrained such a noble household seemed to be. Yukari then explained that the older brother, Helly's Lumberjack, was said to possess swordsmanship comparable to that of the first prince, Klaus Castall. When Yukari began mentioning the younger sister, Sherry Lumberjack, she hesitated briefly before Second asked about her directly. Yukari explained that Sherry was known as a prodigious spirit summoner. She wielded remarkably powerful spirit arts, and had reportedly achieved A-rank adventurer status at only 16 years old. Upon hearing that description, Second immediately formed an image in his mind of a smug 16-year-old prodigy proudly flaunting her A-rank status. Oddly enough, the thought gave him a strangely pleasant feeling. Sylvia then shifted the topic, noting that they were suddenly discussing another 16-year-old prodigy. She pointed out that Yukari had not yet revealed her own age. Yukari calmly answered that she was 19 years old before asking Sylvia and Iko about theirs. Sylvia replied that she was 17, while Iko happily declared that she was 16. Sylvia then concluded that Yukari was the oldest among them. In response, Iko playfully started calling Yukari Big Sister. Yukari awkwardly explained that, by dark elf standards, she would still be considered around 16 years old. Hearing that, Second found himself confused about what exactly Dark Elf Age was supposed to mean. At the same time, he realized that he was the only one being excluded from the girls' conversation, which left him feeling unexpectedly depressed. Because of that, he briefly considered summoning Engalmois again, just so he would have someone to talk to. After being summoned once again, Engalmois immediately asked Second why he had brought him back. Second apologized, explaining that Iko had been frightened of Engalmois earlier, and more importantly, he simply wanted someone to talk to. Engalmois responded in disbelief, questioning whether Second had truly summoned the great ruler of the spirits for such a trivial reason. Nevertheless, he accepted it without much complaint. Second apologized once more, prompting Engalmois to casually begin telling a story about the time he had annihilated the great spirit of Earth, Gnome. Curious, Second asked him about it. Engalmois proudly explained that the incident had occurred one midnight when Gnome attempted to start a rebellion in hopes of overthrowing him and taking his place as ruler of the spirit. Hearing this, Second inwardly reflected that even the spirit world seemed to have its own wars and power struggles. He figured Engalmois must have had no choice but to fight back. However, Engalmois's complaints turned out to be far more petty than expected. He grumbled that Gnome had dirted his nightclothes and even cracked his favorite cup, making the offense utterly unforgivable in his eyes. Engalmois further complained that attacking someone while they were sleeping was shameless behavior. According to him, Gnome ignored his protests completely and attacked without hesitation, which led Engalmois to retaliate in anger by striking him down with lightning and instantly reducing him to ashes. After finishing the story, Engalmois burst into laughter. Second could only stare at him with a bored expression. Noticing this, Engalmois casually added that there was no need for concern since he had appointed Gnome's daughter as the next great spirit of Earth afterward. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. A butler informed Second that he had come to escort him, as the Earl was waiting at a nearby establishment. Hearing this, Second simply chanted for Engalmois to return. Completely caught off guard, Engalmois vanished before he could react. Later, Second arrived at the estate, where Barrel Lumberjack had prepared a lavish meal for them. The Earl warmly laughed and encouraged everyone to eat freely. Iko immediately began eating with visible excitement. As the meal continued, Second quietly observed Barrel. In his mind, he recalled the reputation surrounding Earl Barrel Lumberjack, a veteran merchant with both a sharp intellect and a powerful physique. Although the man carried himself with modesty and elegance, he also resembled a seasoned warrior whose unassuming appearance could easily deceive others. To Second, the entire gathering clearly felt like a reception meant to entertain them. In fact, Barrel was treating them with such excessive hospitality that it almost made Second uncomfortable. The effort only emphasized how desperately the Earl desired the mithril alloy. Barrel then asked everyone how the food tasted. Pointing toward one of the stews, he explained that it had been made with mushrooms harvested in Regnard and that it was one of his children's favorite dishes. He also remarked that every member of the A-rank team known as the fastest was still in their teenage years. Mentioning his daughter, Sherry, who was also 16 years old, he described her as somewhat of a restless horse. Even so, he expressed his hope that they would all get along during the banquet scheduled for the following day. After the meal concluded, Second and Barrel exchanged a firm handshake. Barrel smiled and told him that they would meet again tomorrow. As Second reflected on the encounter, he found the situation almost too perfect. Barrel had lowered himself in every possible way despite possessing status, prestige, authority, and pride. Second could not help but wonder why a man of such standing felt the need to go to such lengths. Barrel Lumberjack smiled calmly before asking Second what was troubling him. In response, Second decided to ask directly why the Earl was going to such extraordinary lengths to emphasize the importance of their deal. Barrel met his gaze and explained that he firmly believed wealthy citizens would naturally lead to stronger soldiers, which in turn would strengthen the kingdom itself. According to him, establishing a weapon and armor industry centered around mithril alloy, an exceptionally durable, lightweight, and sturdy material, would greatly contribute to the nation's growth. Because of that, he intended for such an industry to be built within Regnard, the commercial heart of the kingdom of Castal. Second questioned whether Barrel was claiming that all of this was solely for the sake of the country. However, Barrel shook his head and clarified that it was not just for the nation, but also for the citizens and the soldiers alike. In his view, his business needed to benefit all three equally. Hearing this, Second was impressed by the Earl's ambitious mindset, particularly because Barrel clearly distinguished ordinary citizens from soldiers. Second realized that the term soldiers did not merely refer to the kingdom's official military forces, but also to fighters such as adventurers. In other words, Barrel's vision extended to both inexperienced individuals and seasoned veterans alike. At that moment, Second understood something important about Earl Barrel Lumberjack. The man possessed a deep understanding of how the world worked, especially the difference between the weak and the strong. Because of that, Second concluded that Barrel would never attempt any underhanded schemes against someone powerful like him, no matter the circumstances. As a result, Second decided that the deal was worth taking a chance on. He nodded and stated that he now understood the Earl's intentions and would look forward to their meeting the following day. Beryl smiled in return and replied that he too was looking forward to it. He added that he would be waiting for Second in his territory tomorrow. By the next day, the members of Team Fastest were traveling together aboard it. Meanwhile, Sylvia and Iko had already fallen asleep during the ride. While traveling in the carriage, Second asked Yukari what she intended to do regarding the deal. Yukari explained that she did not believe it would be in Second's best interest to continuously wholesale mithril alloy without restraint. Instead, she proposed that they sell several hundred million CL worth of mithril alloy every few months. In her opinion, the wisest approach would be to repeatedly sign short-term contracts rather than committing to anything long-term. Hearing this, Second began calculating their potential earnings. He remarked that, based on completing 5 runs a day at Proline, they could harvest a tremendous amount of mithril alloy each time. Curious, he handed Yukari a sheet of paper and asked how long it would take them to earn 30 billion CL. Yukari carefully examined the calculations before answering that it would take roughly 20 days. In his mind, Second was astonished. 30 billion CL in only about 3 weeks effectively meant earning around 1.4 billion CL per day. The amount was absurdly high, causing him to wonder whether mithril alloy was truly that valuable in this world. However, after calming down and thinking it through logically, he realized it made perfect sense. Ordinary golems in Proline only had a 6.25% chance of dropping mithril, and even then, the amount obtained was only about 1/20th of what could be gathered from a mithril golem. On top of that, Proline had not yet been properly rated, making mithril an extremely scarce resource. Second then asked Yukari whether such profits sounded abnormal to her. Yukari calmly answered that the truly abnormal part was not the money itself, but rather the fact that they were capable of doing 5 runs per day. Second laughed at her response, agreeing completely. At the same time, he pointed out that they also needed to consider the possibility of mithril alloy losing value if too much entered the market at once. Yukari agreed and suggested that, for a deal worth 30 billion CL, giving themselves 2 to 3 months would probably be more reasonable. Second reflected on the idea and realized that earning 30 billion in only 3 weeks would require them to endlessly grind through 5 runs every single day without rest. That pace was far too exhausting. Instead, he thought it would be better to give themselves some breathing room by taking 2 days off every week and occasionally stopping after only 3 runs so they could relax during the afternoons. Finally, Second agreed with Yukari's proposal and decided they would proceed in the direction she recommended. He also entrusted her with handling the upcoming meeting on his behalf. Yukari confidently told him to leave everything to her. As Second scratched his face absent-mindedly, Yukari suddenly focused her gaze ahead. She informed her master that they had finally arrived at their destination. At the beginning of Chapter 32, Regnard had become the setting for an important gathering as Second and his group attended a business meeting within the commercial town. Several influential individuals sat around a large table as the negotiations officially began. Throughout the discussion, Yukari calmly explained the details of the agreement to Second through quiet guidance. Trusting her completely, Second simply left the entire negotiation in her hands. Outwardly, he repeatedly nodded as though he perfectly understood every topic being discussed. In reality, however, he did not understand a single thing happening during the meeting. One of the men present remarked that the meeting had been truly worthwhile and praised their efforts. Another noble then addressed Second directly, stating that it had been an honor for them to attend and asking whether the contract terms were acceptable as written. Second responded with a polite yes and thanked the man before quietly asking Yukari for her opinion. Yukari replied that everything had proceeded exactly according to their plan. After hearing that, Second internally summarized the situation. The agreement essentially amounted to a 30 billion CL deal spread across 2 months. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he enthusiastically grabbed Yukari by the face and thanked her, praising her brilliance. Yukari modestly replied that the contract had not yet been fully finalized, though Second noticed one of her ears twitch slightly afterward. Following the negotiations, they were informed that there would be a short recess before attending a banquet hosted by Beryl Lumberjack, his family, and several other important dignitaries. In his mind, Second could only continue admiring Yukari's competence. Later that evening, the banquet hall became filled with elegantly dressed nobles and guests. Beryl laughed loudly while holding a glass of wine and openly praised Team Fastest for their remarkable achievements. As he continued joking around and playfully patting Second, Second gradually began thinking about escaping the overwhelming social atmosphere. He started wondering how the others were doing. Nearby, Sylvia appeared to be speaking with a young woman who seemed acquainted with Sylvia's father, Noir. Sylvia looked surprised upon learning this, while the girl explained that Noir had been assisting her greatly. Sylvia respectfully answered that she felt honored to hear that. Watching from a distance, Second concluded that the girl must have been one of her father's acquaintances. Meanwhile, Yukari was deeply engaged in complicated discussions with several elite middle-aged men. Second remembered that before the banquet, Yukari had mentioned wanting to steal some know-how from the influential figures attending the event. As for Iko, Second spotted her being doted on by a group of older maids who were happily feeding her food. Looking around the banquet hall, Second increasingly felt out of place. Unsure of what to do, he eventually decided that joining Iko might be the safest option. However, just as he was about to move, a voice suddenly called out to him, asking whether she could speak with him for a moment. When Second turned toward the source of the voice, he found himself facing a grumpy-looking young girl. Curious, he asked who she was. The girl proudly introduced herself as Sherry Lumberjack. The moment he heard her name, Second immediately realized that she was the daughter of the Earl. Sherry then arrogantly declared that Second should feel honored that she had personally called for him. Slightly caught off guard, Second awkwardly replied with a hesitant acknowledgement. Even so, Sherry quickly puffed herself up and warned him not to get carried away. Second calmly replied that he was not getting ahead of himself at all. However, Sherry Lumberjack immediately reacted with irritation, demanding to know what kind of attitude he was giving her. Second, meanwhile, had no idea how he was supposed to respond to someone acting so aggressively toward him. Sherry then ordered him to come with her before turning around and walking away. However, Second simply remained standing where he was. About a minute later, Sherry returned in frustration and once again demanded that he follow her. This time, she forcefully grabbed his wrist and dragged him along. As they moved, Second briefly wondered whether Sherry had been talking to herself the entire time without even realizing it. Eventually, the two arrived at a balcony away from the banquet hall. Once there, Sherry abruptly asked him whether he was a spirit summoner. Second replied that she was mistaken. Hearing that answer, Sherry became visibly surprised that her assumption had been wrong and momentarily struggled to figure out what she should say next. Noticing her confusion, Second wondered if he might have toyed with her a little too much. He then casually clarified that he did, in fact, make use of a spirit. Sherry immediately shouted in response, insisting that this obviously meant he really was a spirit summoner after all. She quickly warned him not to get carried away simply because her father happened to favor him. Second once again replied that he was not pushing his luck. Sherry became even more irritated by his calm tone and proudly declared that she was an A-rank adventurer, meaning he should show her more respect. Second casually pointed out that he was also an A-rank adventurer. Sherry immediately emphasized that while Second belonged to a 4-person A-rank party, she herself had reached A-rank completely on her own. Second repeated her statement with mild surprise, internally concluding that she was probably a loner and that nobody else could tolerate her personality long enough to work with her. Seeing the lukewarm look in his eyes, Sherry furiously demanded to know what his expression meant. Second calmly suggested that if she had some kind of problem, she should simply discuss it with him properly. Instead, Sherry punched him and angrily told him to shut up, insisting that she did not need his help. Wincing from the sudden pain, Second demanded to know what she thought she was doing. Sherry haughtily replied that it was simply the punishment he deserved for not knowing his place. At that point, Second was becoming genuinely irritated. He could not understand what exactly Sherry wanted from him, and her behavior was seriously starting to annoy him. Frustrated, he finally asked why she had called him out there in the first place. Was it just to beat him up? Sherry loudly denied the accusation and declared that she had brought him there to demonstrate the difference in status between them. Hearing this, Second repeated her words with amusement, inwardly noting that he had more or less expected such a reason from her. He then told her to go ahead and explain exactly how she intended to prove this supposed difference in status. Sherry smugly snickered and claimed that he would soon find out. She confidently declared that once he witnessed her spirit, he would surely cry for mercy. Moments later, a magic circle appeared before them, and a beautiful dark elf emerged from within it. The mysterious spirit possessed an elegant and almost mystical aura. After appearing, the dark elf calmly asked Sherry whether she had summoned her. Sherry proudly instructed the spirit, whom she called Terra, to explain to the disgusting man exactly who she was. The spirit obediently nodded and introduced herself. She revealed that she was also known as Nomides, the great spirit of Earth. Contrary to Sherry's expectations, the meeting proceeded peacefully. Terra politely shook hands with Second, while Second thanked her for her kindness and introduced himself in return. Terra smiled gently and replied that she was also pleased to meet him. Sherry Lumberjack immediately became angry after seeing how casually Terra was interacting with Second. She sharply told Terra that she had never given permission for her to behave so familiarly toward him. Sherry then ordered Terra to properly announce her name to Second. Terra obediently apologized to her master before following the instruction. Meanwhile, Second reflected inwardly that encountering the great spirit of Earth was genuinely rare. From what he remembered, such a spirit possessed an initial spirit strength of around 32,000. Even so, he found the entire situation amusing, especially considering Sherry's obsession with proving the supposed difference in status between them. Noticing the grin on his face, Sherry furiously demanded to know what he was laughing about. She arrogantly ordered him to hurry up and summon his own trashy spirit, claiming that after witnessing the great spirit of Earth, anything Second summoned afterward would only look ridiculous in comparison. Second simply smirked to himself, agreeing internally that the situation would indeed become hilarious. Calmly, he replied that if she insisted, then he would go ahead and summon his spirit. Sherry confidently smirked back at him. However, just as Second was about to begin the summoning, Sylvia suddenly burst onto the balcony in panic, shouting that Eiko had collapsed. The moment he heard that, Second's expression changed completely. Without hesitation, he immediately ran off together with Sylvia, leaving Sherry behind as she angrily tried calling after him. Later, inside Eiko's room, a doctor explained that Eiko's condition was not serious. She had simply overeaten and would recover soon as long as she rested comfortably. Eiko weakly admitted that she had thought it would be wasteful to leave food behind. Hearing that explanation, Second wondered whether the banquet food had truly been that delicious or if Eiko's behavior was simply related to her feline beastfolk instincts. Regardless, he concluded that he would have to personally start managing her eating habit. In his mind, he firmly decided that Eiko absolutely could not be allowed to become overweight. If she ever turned into a fat Eiko, it would interfere with her primary role in the party. The following morning, the group attended the final meeting regarding the deal. According to Yukari, as long as they continued supplying enough mithril alloy, they were practically guaranteed to earn 30 billion CL or possibly even more. Although Second still did not fully understand the finer details of the business arrangements, he knew that his own role was extremely simple. All he needed to do was continue actively exploring the Proline dungeon and gather more experience points along the way. Eventually, the official documents were signed, and Second shook hands once again with Beryl Lumberjack. Standing in front of the carriage afterward, Beryl expressed that he looked forward to the day he could meet Team Fastest again. He then asked whether the town of Bad Gold would be a suitable destination for their return journey. Second answered that it would be fine, and the group prepared to depart. As they were about to leave, Yukari called out to her master after noticing that Second seemed distracted. Second had the strange feeling that he was forgetting something important, yet no matter how hard he thought about it, he could not remember what it was. Eventually, he dismissed the uneasy feeling and decided not to worry about it any further. Just as they were about to depart, a voice suddenly called out to him. It was Sherry. To Second's surprise, Sherry boldly declared that she would be joining them as well. As she confidently walked toward him, Second could only stare at her with a grim expression spreading across his face. At the beginning of Chapter 33, Sherry and Second spent nearly 2 hours riding together in the carriage while constantly exchanging banter. Whenever Second deliberately acted clueless or foolish, Sherry would immediately cut in and argue with him. Their non-stop back and forth resembled a comedy routine, with each of them alternating between the role of the fool and the straight man. At one point, Sherry pointed at him again while Yukari simply closed her eyes in resignation. Meanwhile, Sylvia and Eiko quietly watched the exchange unfold. As Second observed Sherry, he realized that despite all her complaining, she always seemed cheerful and full of energy. Curious, Second asked Sherry why she had decided to travel with them. Sherry lowered her gaze before explaining that she and Second were competing to determine which of them was the superior spirit summoner. According to her, they needed to settle the matter properly. Second jokingly asked if they intended to resolve it with a fistfight. Sherry immediately reacted with irritation, demanding to know why spirit summoners would ever settle things that way. She insisted that, naturally, they would compete using spirit arts instead. Inwardly, Second noted that he technically was not truly a spirit summoner. Even so, he brushed the matter aside and asked her how exactly the contest would work. Sherry paused to think, only for Second to point out that she seemed to be coming up with the rules on the spot. She denied it, claiming there were simply too many possible methods to choose from. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as inspiration struck. They would compete using contribution points earned through the Adventurer Guild. Second dryly remarked that she had clearly only just thought of that idea. Offended, Sherry called him rude and denied the accusation. When Sherry explained that the contest would revolve around contribution points, Second questioned what that had to do with spirit arts. Sherry confidently answered that spirit summoners naturally earned contribution points through the use of spirit art. She then let out a smug sigh, her expression practically declaring that victory would be effortless for her. However, Second knew he could accumulate contribution points even without relying on spirit art. Accepting the challenge, he asked how long the competition would last. Sherry thought for a moment before declaring that it would begin the following day and last for 1 full day. A moment later, she abruptly changed the rules, deciding instead that the contest would begin at sunrise the day after, and the person with the most contribution points before sunset would be declared the winner. Second simply agreed to the terms. After arriving at Bad Gold, Sherry rented a room next to Second's. Naturally, she also ended up joining the group for dinner. To second, it felt like the most troublesome situation imaginable. Then, suddenly, a voice called out nearby. "Oi, look, it's Sherry Lumberjack." The adventurers immediately recognized Sherry as the prodigious spirit summoner. One of them exclaimed in amazement that she was the genuine article. Hearing the praise, Sherry proudly puffed out her chest with a smug smile. Watching her reaction, Second quietly muttered that Sherry really was an unexpectedly incredible person. In response, Sherry smacked him on the shoulder once again and complained that he did not need to include the word unexpectedly. Second could only think to himself that Sherry truly was a remarkable straight man, using both her sharp tongue and her fists to keep him in line. Still, he had gradually begun growing accustomed to her presence. In fact, part of him found it strangely comforting that she would always interrupt whenever he acted foolish. Sylvia was far too serious. Yukari was far too indifferent. Iko was simply too adorable. None of his companions could properly play along with his antics. In a sense, Sherry had unintentionally filled that missing role within the group. Later that night, Second lay on his bed while thinking deeply about recent events. Suddenly, he remembered something important and summoned Engalmois. A magic circle appeared before him, and soon Engalmois emerged with his usual grumpy expression. He greeted Second, remarking that it had been quite a long time since they last spoke. Engalmois quickly grew irritated when Second failed to apologize for the long absence. Second casually explained that he had been caught up in various matters recently. Narrowing his eyes, Engalmois leaned closer and questioned whether that was truly the case. He then demanded to hear everything that had happened. After listening to Second's explanation, Engalmois asked if he had truly met Nomides. Second confirmed it, explaining that Nomides was currently going by the name Terra. He added that she gave off a surprisingly fluffy and harmless impression. Engalmois replied that while Terra might appear that way, she was not someone Second could fully comprehend. Second then reminded Engalmois that he had killed Terra's father and wondered whether it would really be fine for the two of them to meet. Engalmois immediately corrected him. He declared that he had not merely killed Terra's father, he had utterly decimated him. Laughing loudly afterward, Engalmois assured Second that there would be no problem at all. If anything, Terra was actually pleased to have become a great spirit. Hearing that, Second could only mutter in disbelief. Inwardly, he began thinking that Terra might actually be a surprisingly cool spirit after all. Since there supposedly was no issue, Second suggested that Engalmois could simply meet Terra now, considering she was staying in the room next door. Engalmois agreed and jokingly added that he could also frighten that Sherry girl while he was at it. Second casually suggested they head over immediately. However, the moment he mentioned that the room was next door, Engalmois' expression suddenly changed. Concerned, Second asked what was wrong. Engalmois questioned whether the room to the left was truly theirs. After Second confirmed it, Engalmois calmly stated that he could not sense anyone inside that room. Second froze in confusion. If Sherry and the others were not in their room, then where had they gone so late at night? As he thought about it more carefully, a strange sense of unease crept into his mind. He tried recalling the details of Sherry's proposed contest. She had said it would be a guild contribution competition. It was supposed to begin the day after tomorrow. If that was the case, then why had she not simply started the contest the very next day? Why had she suddenly created such a random competition in the first place, as though she had invented it on the spot? Why had Sherry conveniently run into him? Why had she decided to follow their group? And why was she so determined to hold this contest? The more Second thought about it, the more suspicious it all became. Then, as if reading through his thoughts, Engalmois calmly stated the answer. It was envy. After thinking it over, Second could not deny that Sherry had been envious of him. As fellow spirit summoners, she had likely joined their journey in an attempt to rid herself of that envy. He began to wonder if her true goal was to take away the meaning of his existence or something along those lines. Realizing this, Second was stunned. He blurted out in disbelief, asking if she was truly serious about it. Engalmois calmly confirmed that there was no doubt. Frustrated, Second cursed and complained about what a troublesome girl Sherry was becoming. In his eyes, she was far too reckless, and at this rate she would likely lose her life. Taking a step forward, he muttered that he was so exhausted from dealing with all of this. Engalmois merely turned toward him and laughed, remarking that despite all his complaints, it was still admirable of Second to rush off to rescue someone. Meanwhile, deep inside the cave, Sherry was determined to conquer the Proline dungeon before Second could. If she succeeded, everyone would have no choice but to acknowledge her worth. Her father, her mother, Second, and everyone else would finally pay attention to her. No one would ignore or leave her anymore. The liveliness and attention that always surrounded Second would become hers instead, and she would no longer feel alone. Sherry believed that she could change herself. She intended to use her envy towards Second as the very thing that would push her forward. She told Terra that once she conquered the dungeon, she wanted Second to accept her as his comrade. If she failed to properly tell him herself, she asked Terra to make sure to say it for her when the time came. Terra simply smiled and agreed. At the same time, Second thought that if Sherry had only fought ordinary golems along the way, he could simply drag her back by force. The true problem would begin if she had already reached the dungeon boss. The mithril golem of the Proline dungeon was infamous for killing challengers on their first encounter. Most adventurers misunderstood the creature completely. Seeing it as just another golem resistant to physical attacks, they assumed sorcery would be enough to defeat it. While ordinary golems could indeed be handled that way, mithril golems were entirely different. Neither physical attacks nor sorcery worked particularly well against them. First-time challengers who lacked knowledge of the monster often approached it with overly simplistic thinking. They would confidently cast powerful spells, believing sorcery would solve everything. Yet their attacks would deal almost no damage. Once their magic was exhausted, the mithril golem would close in on them while they were unable to move, crushing them mercilessly. Without any way to retaliate, they could only wait for death. Starting the battle with sorcery was practically a guarantee of defeat. The proper method for defeating the mithril golem was actually very simple. One needed to build up enough physical attack power and skill to damage it directly before even attempting the dungeon. Otherwise, they simply should not enter the Proline dungeon at all. Second doubted that Sherry possessed such overwhelming physical strength. Even if she could handle the golems along the path, there was no way she could defeat the mithril golem. As he ran deeper into the dungeon, Engalmois guided the way ahead. In Second's mind, Engalmois seemed capable of sensing the presence of Nomides, which meant that Sherry was still alive. At the beginning of chapter 34, Second rushed into the dungeon and quickly slew a golem. He did his best to avoid drawing unnecessary aggro, attempting to push forward while engaging in as few battles as possible. In any case, he sprinted through the dungeon as fast as he could. Meanwhile, Sherry reflected on her past, remembering how she had been alone ever since childhood. She understood why she constantly insulted others and why no one wished to associate themselves with the daughter of an earl. To her, it felt inevitable. After all, she was an earl's heiress. Because of her personality, she had never once considered changing herself, nor had she believed it was even possible. Deep down, however, she felt lonely. Out of guilt and isolation, she turned to spirit arts, believing spirits could become irreplaceable companions that would never abandon her. Through them, she tried to bury her loneliness. Her eyes widened as she looked at Terra, and a proud smile appeared on her face. She reminded herself that she was a prodigious spirit summoner, the daughter of an earl, blessed with beauty and an attractive figure, and even an A-rank adventurer. She had survived on her own for so long, relying on no one but herself. Because of that, she had never experienced the pleasant feeling of speaking with someone who could accept her harsh personality. For the first time, she understood the joy of wanting a true human friend. Second was the first companion she had encountered in all her years of living, and she absolutely refused to give up on him. She would make him acknowledge her. She would make him recognize her worth. Another golem suddenly appeared, and Sherry instructed Terra to deal with the one ahead of them. Terra agreed and swiftly defeated the monster. Afterward, Sherry urged her to continue forward without delay. Moments later, Sherry noticed a strange pile of rocks ahead. Terra stared at it and immediately realized what it resembled, the massive rocks from the mountain. Alarmed, Terra shouted for Sherry to get back. Before Sherry could react, the pile of rocks began to move. She stared at the enormous figure before her and realized it was a mithril golem. The creature turned its gaze toward them as Terra grimly explained that it was the dungeon boss. According to her, they stood no chance against it and needed to flee immediately. Sherry, however, now fully understood that the mithril golem was the boss monster, yet she still declared that they would fight it. Terra protested against the reckless decision, but Sherry's thoughts were already fixed on one thing. As long as she could defeat this enemy, she could prove herself. Clenching her fist, Sherry ordered Terra to prepare the fifth form of Earth. In response, Terra clicked her tongue in frustration. Sherry believed that this was the strongest sorcery she had recently learned and the most powerful attack she could currently perform. She gave Terra the signal to fire. In response, Terra moved her hands and manipulated the surrounding rock. Massive boulders floated high above the mithril golem before crashing down onto it with tremendous force. Sherry eagerly asked if they had defeated it. Dust and debris still concealed the monster from view, and a triumphant smile spread across her face. In her mind, they had conquered the Proline boss before Second could. The thought filled her with delight. However, as the smoke gradually cleared, the mithril golem remained standing completely unharmed. Terra was visibly exhausted after casting such powerful sorcery, and Sherry immediately realized how defenseless they now were. Without warning, the golem delivered a brutal kick to Sherry. Blood burst from her mouth as the impact sent her flying into the rocky wall behind her. Terra shouted in panic and rushed toward her master. Unable to move, Sherry lay there weakly, wondering how many seconds had already passed and why she had even come to this place in the first place. She could vaguely see Terra standing in front of her, but she could no longer understand what the spirit was saying. The mithril golem slowly turned its attention toward them. Terra moved to shield Sherry with her own body, and Sherry realized that Terra was trying to protect her. Weakly, she muttered her gratitude. Though she could barely speak anymore, she hoped Terra understood her feelings. In her mind, Sherry thanked Terra for remaining beside someone as foolish, lonely, hopeless, and pathetic as herself. She silently bid her final farewell to her spirit companion. Then suddenly, her eyes widened. Second appeared between them and the mithril golem. In a single motion, he sliced off one of the golem's arms before launching himself toward the monster. He relentlessly struck the mithril golem again and again with consecutive attack. Sherry immediately recognized the technique he was using. It was the cast-all swordsmanship skill, a style she had once seen her older brother, a first-class swordsman, perform. Even then, it had been incredibly powerful. Yet Second's strength was clearly abnormal. His swordsmanship existed on an entirely different level. As she watched him overwhelm the massive golem, Sherry recalled how Second had once claimed that he was an A-rank adventurer just like her. At the time, she had mocked the idea internally. A prodigious spirit summoner and the heiress of an earl, so what? Now, those very words seemed to echo back at her. Terra reassured Sherry that everything would be fine now and that they would be saved. The spirit smiled warmly at her master, but Sherry no longer had the strength to return the smile. Instead, she only felt guilt toward Terra. She apologized inwardly for being such a terrible master. She had only wanted to prove something. In the end, she wondered if the one who had truly been getting carried away all along was herself. As her consciousness faded, Sherry slowly closed her eyes. Her final thought was a bitter realization that she truly was an unbelievable fool. At the beginning of Chapter 35, Second decided to allocate all the experience points he had earned from the monsters they encountered along the way into his spirit possession skill. The skill advanced to the 11th class, making it finally borderline practical in combat. As they continued running, Angalmois suddenly remarked that the girl appeared to be in trouble. Second immediately understood that Sherry was on the verge of death. Without hesitation, he informed Angalmois that he would use spirit possession there and then. Angalmois calmly replied that it would be as Second willed. The moment Second activated the skill, his body began to glow brilliantly. At the 11th class, spirit possession granted a possession duration of 120 seconds and came with a 442-second cooldown before it could be used again. It also amplified all of his stats by 2.5 times. Second turned his gaze toward the golem as it advanced toward Sherry and Terra. The massive creature swung its fist down at them, but Second arrived just in time, positioning himself between them and the attack. With a swift strike, he sliced through the golem's arm. In Second's mind, the mithril golem was actually a relatively manageable opponent. As long as one possessed enough physical attack power, its predictable attack patterns made it a boss that could be defeated rather easily. However, such knowledge only mattered if someone survived long enough to grow accustomed to fighting it. Unfortunately, most people in that world died before ever reaching that point. Soon, Second stood before the defeated mithril golem. Letting out a sigh, he realized that spirit possession had just ended. Despite that, he laughed to himself, thinking that the skill was truly incredible. The overwhelming surge of power felt amazing, to the point that he thought he could easily grow addicted to it. Terra then called out to Second. When he turned toward her, she expressed her sincerest gratitude for saving them. However, Second immediately demanded to know what in the world they had been thinking. If he had not noticed the situation in time, both she and Sherry would have died. Terra lowered her head in silence. Remembering Sherry's condition, Second quickly realized they needed to make her drink something. He took out a high potion, held Sherry up, and forced the liquid into her mouth. Although she remained unconscious, he believed she would most likely recover. Afterward, Terra explained that Sherry was actually a good girl at heart. Second replied that he already understood that Sherry was not truly a bad person. Rather, her personality was simply more twisted compared to most people's. In his opinion, Sherry was hasty, foolish, and lonely. Terra agreed with his assessment. Ever since childhood, Sherry had never had any friends aside from Terra herself. Second remarked that it certainly explained a lot. Terra then added that Sherry had likely developed feelings for Second. However, since these emotions were something Sherry had experienced for the very first time in her life, Terra did not believe she knew how to properly deal with them. Hearing that, Second paused in disbelief. He then asked if Terra was essentially saying that Sherry had done all of this in an attempt to gain his affection. Terra replied that Sherry's actions were also motivated by a desire to be acknowledged by her parents. She believed there were many emotions involved, though that was likely not the main reason behind Sherry's behavior. Second muttered something under his breath. Terra was about to ask him what he had said, but suddenly Second exploded in anger. He shouted at Terra to stop messing around and harshly berated her, demanding that she properly watch over Sherry. Terra quietly answered that she was a spirit and therefore could not oppose her master. Hearing that only irritated Second further. In his mind, he wondered what was wrong with her. Terra genuinely managed to anger him. Terra then hugged the unconscious Sherry and apologized, asking Second not to hate the girl. Second replied that he did not truly hate Sherry. He could not say he particularly disliked her either, but he still considered her an enormous nuisance, an absolutely royal pain in the ass. After calming himself slightly, Second remembered that he wanted to summon the Great Spirit. He chanted spirit summoning, and Engalmois immediately appeared before them. The moment Terra saw him, her eyes widened in shock, and she began to stutter nervously. Engalmois glanced at her and asked why Terra was still standing. He then raised his hand and unleashed lightning magic toward her. Terra immediately stumbled forward, drenched in cold sweat. Trembling, she lowered herself and bowed deeply before Engalmois. Second was startled by the sudden display and quickly told Engalmois not to do that. At the same time, he could not help but wonder what exactly was happening there. Engalmois asked whether he had done something wrong and apologized to Second. Now able to move again, Terra slowly sat upright. Second then asked Engalmois whether he could not sense his thoughts through their feeling of unity. Understanding Second's meaning, Engalmois nodded and stated that he would directly answer Second's question. He explained that spirits and their masters gradually became one over time. The greater their compatibility and the longer they remained together, the deeper that connection became. In Terra's case, as the daughter of the gnome spirit, she had become overly influenced by Sherry. Whether it stemmed from sympathy or longing, her inability to oppose Sherry's commands was merely an excuse. A spirit should never allow its master to come close to death. Because of that failure, Terra was no longer worthy of being called a great spirit. Terra remained silent, unable to refute his words. Second then interrupted, pointing out that if spirits and masters gradually became one, then would it not become even more difficult for a spirit to resist its master's wishes? Engalmois denied that notion. Spirits, he explained, could not be controlled unilaterally. Becoming united meant reaching mutual understanding with one another. Terra had simply become too emotionally attached to her master. Second remarked that it still sounded rather pitiful. Thinking about it carefully, if someone encountered a lonely child who could not make friends, it would be natural to want to stay by that child's side. Engalmois then asked Second whether he was no longer angry with Sherry. Second admitted that after hearing the full story, his compassionate side had gotten the better of him. Engalmois calmly replied that if that was the case, then he would acquit Terra as well before letting out a laugh. Second looked at him skeptically and asked if he was truly certain about that decision. Engalmois replied that Second was simply making a mountain out of a molehill. He claimed to have no interest whatsoever in the master-servant relationship of some random spirit and admitted that he had merely been teasing Terra for his own amusement. Hearing that, Second could only think that Engalmois had an unbelievably terrible personality. He wondered when the spirit had become like that. Deciding to move on from the matter, Second suggested that they should head back. He then picked up the unconscious Sherry in his arms. However, the moment he did, his eyes widened in realization. Her clothes were damp and there was moisture running down her legs. Second immediately realized that Sherry had wet herself. Without commenting on it aloud, he continued walking while contacting Sylvia through the team chat. He woke her up and instructed her to prepare a change of clothes and boil some water to help take care of Sherry once they returned. Sylvia, abruptly awakened, was clearly startled as she listened to Second's hurried instructions through the team chat. Meanwhile, as Second carried Sherry back, he silently thought that once this idiot woke up, she had better seriously reflect on her reckless behavior. Later, when Sherry finally regained consciousness, she jolted upright in bed in shock. She looked around in confusion, wondering what had happened and what she had been doing before she passed out. The moment Terra noticed that Sherry was awake, she rushed over and hugged her tightly. As memories of the incident returned, Sherry immediately apologized to Terra. However, Terra gently told her not to apologize, insisting that she herself should have warned Sherry much earlier. Sherry angrily slapped the bed and denied it. She insisted that none of it was Terra's fault and that she alone had recklessly rushed ahead on her own. According to her, Terra had done nothing wrong. Terra shook her head and quietly admitted that she had realized something about her master long ago. Sherry had feelings for Second. Sherry's eyes widened instantly, and her face flushed bright red. She loudly denied it, shouting that Terra had to be joking. There was no way she could possibly like Second. Smiling calmly, Terra pointed out that Sherry's bright red face was already proof enough. Sherry desperately insisted that Terra had misunderstood and that such a thing was impossible. Still smiling, Terra questioned her further. If that were true, then why had Sherry acted so recklessly? Why had she attempted to raid Proline? Why had she insisted on accompanying Second to that town? Sherry could only stutter helplessly in response. Terra then laughed softly and explained that those feelings were exactly what it meant to like someone. Hearing that, Sherry began to think deeply about her own emotions. Wanting Second to acknowledge her, wanting him to notice her, and wanting to spend more time talking with him, were all of those truly signs that she liked him? Terra remarked that she should have pointed it out much earlier. If she had, then Sherry might not have pushed herself to the brink of death, nor would she have suffered such humiliation afterward. Confused, Sherry immediately questioned what Terra meant by humiliation. Terra explained that after Sherry collapsed while bleeding from the nose, Second had rescued her. While she was unconscious, he had even given her a potion, which instantly healed her before he carried her all the way back. At first, Sherry felt delighted upon hearing that Second had personally used a potion on her. Considering her condition at the time, the potion must have been incredibly expensive. She even began thinking that she should repay him properly somehow. However, her thoughts soon returned to the embarrassing part. Nosebleeding alone already sounded humiliating enough. Nervously, Sherry asked whether she had still been wearing the same skirt and outfit she had on before collapsing. Terra then calmly revealed the truth. Sherry had wet herself. For a moment, Sherry sat there completely dumbfounded. She slowly asked Terra to repeat what she had just said. With an almost gleeful expression, Terra repeated that Sherry had indeed peed herself. The realization instantly overwhelmed Sherry with embarrassment. Tearfully cursing in humiliation, she felt as though she wanted to disappear on the spot. At the beginning of chapter 36, a knock on the door woke Second from his sleep. Irritated at being disturbed, he opened the door and sharply asked what the visitor wanted. Standing outside was Sherry, her face red with embarrassment as she held out a letter to him. Second stared at the letter in confusion, while Sherry quickly apologized and thanked him before hurriedly running away, saying that they would meet again someday. Beside the bewildered Second, Terra smiled warmly. She told him that they would never forget his kindness and asked him to convey the same gratitude to the great ruler as well. After saying that, Terra followed after the fleeing Sherry, leaving Second wondering what had gotten into the two of them. When he looked through the letter, he found that it was divided into 3 topics: an apology, words of gratitude, and promises of meeting again someday, all written in excessive detail. Second thought it was unnecessary since Sherry had already told him all of that in person moments earlier. Afterward, he simply returned to bed. Later on, Second gathered the others and announced that it was time for a strategy meeting. Iko became visibly excited as they met in the middle of the Adventurers Guild. By then, it seemed that Sherry had ultimately returned to Regnard. The inn receptionist informed Second of her departure and handed him a package Sherry had left behind in their care. Inside the package was a bag overflowing with gold coins, apparently intended as payment for his assistance. The amount totaled nearly 2 million CL. Second could not help but think that Sherry was surprisingly honest. Ethan then told Sylvia that he would explain the plan moving forward. Sylvia eagerly replied that she had been waiting to hear it. Recently, Sylvia had shown remarkable growth and had become highly motivated in her training. Second explained that her goal was to raise all of her skills to the 9th grade while also learning the magic archery skills Multiply and Charge Attack. Both abilities specialized in increasing offensive power and would greatly improve her firepower. In addition, if she had spare time, he wanted her to acquire the Promoted Bishop and Promoted Rook archery skills as well. However, Sylvia hesitated at that suggestion and reminded him that he had previously called Promoted Bishop and Promoted Rook useless skills. Second explained that the skills were indeed difficult to use. Not only did they place a heavy burden on Sylvia, but they also required an enormous amount of XP to develop properly. He admitted that, to put it bluntly, the skills were practically worthless for someone just beginning their training. However, for experienced users, they became essential abilities that had to be mastered and utilized effectively. Most importantly, attaining a title required all of Sylvia's skills to reach the 9th grade, making the acquisition of Promoted Bishop and Promoted Rook crucial prerequisite. Sylvia quietly repeated the phrase, "attain a title," to herself before suddenly exclaiming in shock, asking who would be attaining one. Second calmly replied that it would be Sylvia herself. She remained unable to believe it as Second revealed that her ultimate goal was to earn the archery title known as Demon Piercer. Even so, Sylvia still struggled to accept the idea. In Second's mind, however, he believed he would eventually take the title for himself anyway. With Sylvia's training plan finished, Second turned his attention to Iko. Iko energetically answered him with enthusiasm. Second instructed her to prioritize learning Promoted Rook shieldsmanship above all else. Once she obtained the skill, they would focus on aggressively raising it to the 1st grade. Afterward, if she still had time, she would acquire the remaining shieldsmanship skills and work toward earning a title of her own. Iko loudly exclaimed something incomprehensible, prompting Second to assume it probably meant that she understood. Finally, Second moved on to Yukari. Yukari immediately stepped beside him with a serious expression on her face. Second found himself sweating nervously because she was standing far too close to him. He explained that Yukari would continue on her current path until her blacksmithing skill reached the 9th grade. After that, she would acquire the skill endowment and raise it to the 9th grade as well. Curious, Yukari asked what the endowment skill actually was. Second explained that it was a skill capable of imbuing equipment with special effects. Once mastered to the 9th grade, it became an absurdly powerful ability. Hearing that, Yukari's eyes sparkled with excitement as she repeated that it would become insanely good. She confidently declared that he should leave it to her. Yukari then asked what Second's own plans were moving forward. Second began listing them one by one. First, he intended to acquire promoted bishop and promoted rook swordsmanship. Second, he would raise spirit possession to a high grade. Third, he planned to learn transformation. Fourth, he would explain the next step once the time came. Fifth, he intended to retrieve the fourth form from Min. Finally, sixth, he aimed to attain titles in swordsmanship, sorcery, and summon arts. Sylvia immediately interrupted, complaining that there were far too many things involved in his plan. Iko curiously asked about transformation, while Yukari remarked that it was frightening how detailed and concrete Second's ambitions sounded. The transformation skill he sought was a support ability similar to spirit possession, capable of drastically increasing a person's stats temporarily. Once he learned it, all of his preparations would finally be complete. His abilities would rise significantly, allowing him to prepare for a certain target he had in mind. Second then explained that, for the time being, their group would mainly focus on earning XP at Proline while also making money through mithril obtained from Beryl. For roughly the next 2 months, they would repeatedly travel back and forth between Proline and the inn, and he told everyone that he would be relying on them to fulfill their respective roles. Iko cheerfully declared that they would all do their best, causing the 3 adults to smile at her enthusiasm. Second agreed with a nod. From a distance, however, someone was secretly peeking from behind a building. It was Sherry. She wondered whether Second had already read the letter she had given him earlier. Beside her, Tara suddenly noticed someone approaching and informed Sherry about it. A young man then stepped forward and politely excused himself. He asked if she was the famous Sherry Lumberjack. Sherry stared at him in annoyance and questioned his rude behavior for suddenly appearing out of nowhere. She demanded to know who he was. The man quickly apologized and introduced himself as Serum, a 19-year-old C-rank adventurer who was still training as a spirit summoner. Sherry muttered to herself that he was incredibly annoying and wondered why he could not tell that she was busy. Ignoring her irritation, Serum excitedly explained that he had always wanted to see the great spirit of Earth up close. He praised Tara, saying she was incredible compared to an ordinary nymph spirit and that her aura was on an entirely different level. At that moment, a small spirit appeared and apologized for being a lower-class spirit. Serum laughed while Sherry completely ignored him. Tara, however, seemed to recognize the newcomer and asked if she was perhaps a wind spirit. The spirit confirmed it and introduced herself as Nymph, the wind spirit. She respectfully stated that it was an honor to be acknowledged by Nomides. Tara smiled brightly and admitted that she was happy to meet Nymph as well. She then casually mentioned that she had met the great ruler the previous night. Both Serum and Nymph were stunned by that revelation. Serum quickly asked if she meant the great ruler of the spirit. Tara confirmed that she was referring to Engalmois, the being who stood at the very peak of the spirit world and was feared above all others. Serum reacted with awe, calling Engalmois an amazing spirit, and eagerly asked where he could find him. Tara innocently replied that Engalmois currently served a man named Second and pointed toward him in the distance. Sherry froze in shock. She immediately demanded to know why Tara had failed to mention such an important detail earlier. The idea that Second had the great ruler of the spirits serving him was simply unimaginable. Her voice trailed off as she remembered all the rude remarks and disrespectful comments she had directed at him before. Embarrassment overwhelmed her. Tara casually answered that she had simply forgotten to mention it. Sherry immediately denied that explanation, insisting that such an important detail was impossible to forget. Tara could only apologize. In Sherry's mind, the fact that Second possessed the loyalty of the great ruler of the spirits meant there was no possible way she could ever compare to him as a spirit summoner. As she nervously looked around, Sherry suddenly asked Tara where the nasty long-haired man had gone. Tara pointed ahead and explained that he had gone in that direction. Sherry's expression changed in alarm as she noticed that Serum and Nymph were already running toward Second. Panicking, she told Tara that they needed to run before Second noticed them. Tara immediately followed after her as the two hurried away. Outside the inn, Second stared at the people standing before him. The young man immediately asked if he was Second, and Second casually confirmed it. The man introduced himself as Serum, a spirit summoner, and explained that Sherry had introduced Second to him. Hearing that, Second inwardly wondered what this strange man wanted from him. Besides Serum, the wind spirit nymph politely introduced herself as well. She explained that, since Second was the master of the great ruler of the spirits, she had come personally to offer her greetings despite being nothing more than an insignificant twin spirit. As she spoke, Second could not help but think that the way Nymph spoke Japanese sounded oddly unnatural. While observing her, Second estimated that Nymph possessed a spirit strength of around 17,000. Second then asked Serum what exactly he wanted. Serum enthusiastically replied that he wished to meet the great ruler of the spirits in person. Deep down, Second disliked people like Serum, the type who seemed to believe they could gain favor simply by flattering him. At that moment, however, he suddenly received a team chat message from Yukari. Glancing at the message, He read Yukari's warning that Serum supposedly knew about assassination techniques and that Second should stay vigilant. Second became confused. Was Yukari serious? Did this man actually have knowledge related to assassination? He began wondering if approaching him while pretending to be an ordinary admirer was itself some sort of assassin's tactic. Meanwhile, Serum nervously asked whether meeting Engalmois was impossible after all. Second continued analyzing the situation in his mind. If Serum truly was suspicious, then what exactly was his motive? What benefit could he possibly gain from seeing Engalmois? Since Second's personal philosophy was to ask directly whenever he did not understand something, he straightforwardly questioned Serum about why he wanted to meet Engalmois so badly. After pausing briefly, Serum explained that the Great Spirit of Earth had described Engalmois as a terrifying being who stood at the very peak of the spirit world. As a spirit summoner, he believed it was only natural to desire an audience with such an existence, no matter the cost. Second accepted the explanation as reasonable, at least if Serum truly was a genuine spirit summoner. Then an idea suddenly came to him. He calmly told Serum that he would allow him to see Engalmois. Serum stared at him in disbelief before immediately expressing his gratitude. At that moment, Engalmois suddenly appeared with a smirk on his face. The overwhelming presence instantly shocked Serum. Without hesitation, Second ordered Engalmois to force both Serum and Nymph to kneel. Engalmois obediently responded that he would act according to Second's will. In the next instant, crackling lightning-like power erupted from him, and an immense pressure forced Serum onto his knees before he could even understand what was happening. Completely overwhelmed, Serum found himself kneeling helplessly in front of Engalmois. Second recalled that Engalmois had done something similar to Terra before. There were still far too many unknowns surrounding the great ruler's abilities. If this technique, which forced others into submission, could actually be used during battle, then Second believed it would be nearly unstoppable. Through telepathy, Engalmois explained that the ability was a special privilege granted only to the great ruler of the spirits. It was known as the Lightning of Domination. However, the skill only worked on demon spirits and their masters, making its practical applications rather limited. Hearing that explanation, Second finally understood. In his mind, Engalmois had basically been using the technique to force frightened people to kneel before him, only to terrify them even further afterward. Second could not help but think it was a truly awful power. Meanwhile, Nymph quietly muttered that it was an honor to be acknowledged by the great ruler himself. Seeing both Nymph and Serum trembling before Engalmois, Second began to feel slightly sorry for them and thought they should probably be allowed to raise their heads by now. Engalmois then signaled the two to look up again. Watching the scene, Second smiled inwardly, oddly amused by the sense of unity between himself and Engalmois. Serum, on the other hand, looked thrilled beyond belief. He excitedly exclaimed that he was actually standing before the great ruler of the spirits. However, Engalmois suddenly looked towards Serum and communicated telepathically to Second that the young man seemed suspicious. Engalmois explained that he intended to investigate further through Nymph and asked Second to wait a moment. At the same time, Yukari quietly whispered to Second that Serum appeared to be searching for an opportunity to escape. Second found himself wondering if she was serious. Without warning, Engalmois unleashed lightning toward Nymph. Serum immediately reacted to the attack, but Engalmois coldly ordered him not to move, calling him an insolent fool. The pressure from Engalmois forced Serum back onto his knees once again. Afterward, Engalmois communicated telepathically that he had discovered Serum's true identity. Serum was apparently a spy from the Marbel Empire who had been investigating adventurer districts throughout the kingdom of Castal. Second was genuinely surprised by the revelation. If a spy from a major empire had specifically taken an interest in him, then perhaps Serum had been sent either to scout him or attempt to recruit him. Second could not determine the exact reason, though it did not seem like a particularly convincing motive. Using telepathy, Second instructed Engalmois to allow Serum to raise his head. Engalmois obediently replied that he would act according to Second's will. Confused, Serum asked what was going on and questioned whether he had somehow offended them. In Second's mind, if Serum's confusion was merely an act, then the situation was far more serious than it appeared. Even if Serum truly was a loyal hound of the Empire, he was still clearly a highly capable individual. Second himself did not particularly hate the Marbel Empire. It was a nation that valued overwhelming strength above all else and saw no need for underhanded schemes or predatory tactics. They conquered neighboring countries through direct displays of military might, and their rapid rise to power was comparable to becoming the strongest nation in the world. For now, Second decided that he would simply ensure Serum never forgot the name of the man who would one day stand at the very top of the world. With that thought in mind, Second deliberately glared at Serum and coldly praised him for doing an excellent job before calling him nothing more than a dog of the Empire. At the beginning of Chapter 37, the story shifted to Serum's perspective. He was hiding while investigating the Kingdom of Castel, a potential enemy nation of the Marbel Empire. Having infiltrated the kingdom for 3 months, Serum carefully gathered information while remaining unseen. During his surveillance, he spotted someone and realized that this was a rare opportunity to observe Sherry Lumberjack's spirit up close. The great spirit of Earth, Terra, struck him as troublesome enough to be considered a dangerous factor in any future war. However, there was someone else who demanded even greater attention. Serum turned his thoughts toward Engalmois. He could hardly believe that the being said to stand at the pinnacle of the spirit world truly existed. Not only had Serum confirmed the presence of the ruler of spirits within this potential enemy nation, but he also realized that such a being could not simply be ignored. He could not allow this chance to slip away. To his shock, Second suddenly praised him for doing an excellent job and referred to him as the dog of the Empire. At that moment, Serum felt a sense of doom wash over him. He wondered if Second had known the truth from the very beginning. Questions raced through his mind. How had he been exposed? Had Engalmois done something? Yet Engalmois had not even spoken with his master. Could the dark elf have uncovered his identity instead? Serum could not think of a single clue that should have revealed him as an imperial spy. Confused and shaken, he desperately searched for an explanation. Could Second somehow read minds? Serum cursed inwardly, realizing he understood nothing. Still, there was one undeniable truth. He had completely lost within his own field of expertise. Second had outmatched him in every possible way. To Serum, that realization alone was enough to seal his fate. Believing this to be his final moment, Serum admitted defeat and asked if he could at least write a letter to his family before dying. In truth, he was determined to complete one final mission no matter the cost. He had to report this terrifying reality back to the Empire. Second, however, looked saddened by the misunderstanding. He explained that Serum seemed to have the wrong idea, because he had no intention of killing him. Serum stared in confusion and asked if Second truly meant he would spare him. With a smirk, Second confirmed it and casually stated that Serum could do as he pleased. He even joked that Serum was welcome to accompany them, since they were planning to raid the Proline dungeon afterward. Inside, Serum became even more terrified. In his eyes, Second had known from the start that he was an Imperial spy. Yet instead of immediately dealing with him, Second had confronted him calmly, tested him, manipulated him, and toyed with him as though everything were merely a game. Serum was an intelligence operative of the Marbell Empire, negotiating with his life on the line, and yet Second maintained an abnormal level of composure throughout the encounter. Serum could not understand how someone could remain so calm under such circumstances. Overwhelmed by fear, Serum declined Second's invitation. Second simply responded that if that was the case, then Serum was free to leave. Afterward, Serum recalled Nymph, causing her to vanish. Before Serum departed, Second stepped forward and told him to deliver a message to his superior. Second declared that he was the world's #1, and that he liked the Marbell Empire just the way it was. Serum immediately understood that his boss referred to the Emperor himself. He respectfully promised that he would deliver the message without fail. As he left, one thought remained firmly in his mind. The man known as the world's #1 was none other than Second. Serum silently swore to himself that he would never forget the terrifying man known as Second. For the time being, he decided to postpone any further plans involving the Kingdom of Castel and focus instead on reporting what he had learned. After Serum departed, Yukari questioned whether letting him go had truly been a good idea. Second confidently replied that it was perfectly fine. Yukari then remarked that for Serum to have been a spy of the Marbell Empire, Second had shown remarkable intuition. Second casually admitted that it had actually been Engalmois who discovered the truth for him. Engalmois proudly explained that he possessed the ability to extract memories from any spirit under his absolute control, laughing as he said it. Hearing that, Second once again found himself amazed by the overwhelming power of the ruler of the spirit world. Second then commented that they had managed to leave a fairly good impression, hadn't they? Both Sylvia and Yukari stared blankly at him. Confused by their reaction, Second asked whether they did not understand. He openly admitted that he actually liked the Empire quite a bit. Engalmois immediately agreed, saying that he liked the Empire as well. Second repeated that the Empire had seemed rather nice, and Engalmois once again agreed without hesitation. The two girls could only continue staring at the pair in disbelief. Yukari finally explained to her master that he seemed completely unaware of how far beyond reason his actions had been. Sylvia added that even though Second claimed to like the Empire, he had mentally crushed the Empire's spy before driving him away, and provoking the Emperor himself was an outrageously reckless act. Realizing that he was essentially being scolded, Second admitted to himself that Sylvia did have a point. Meanwhile, Iko continued pestering him from behind. Eventually, Second brushed the matter aside and declared that they would now head to the Proline dungeon. Iko excitedly shouted for everyone to get going, while Sylvia sighed at how quickly Second had switched away from the subject. Yukari quietly remarked that such behavior was exactly what one would expect from their master. For the next 2 months, their plan was to earn massive amounts of experience points while gathering mithril within the Proline dungeon. However, after only a little more than a month of adventuring, they unexpectedly succeeded in collecting all the mithril needed to fulfill their agreement with Earl Barrel Jack. In addition, they had accumulated an enormous amount of experience, leaving them with an unusual amount of free time afterward. Seeing this as the perfect opportunity, Second finally decided to move forward with another plan. Gathering everyone together, he explained that since they had been given this rare chance, they should learn as many advanced skills as possible. The group listened closely as Second elaborated. Regardless of whether they could immediately make practical use of them, he wanted everyone to learn the promoted bishop and promoted rook variants of the main skills they already possessed. For Sylvia, this meant learning promoted bishop archery and promoted rook archery. For Iko, it meant promoted bishop shieldsmanship and promoted rook shieldsmanship. As for Second himself, he intended to learn not only promoted bishop and rook archery, but also promoted bishop and rook swordsmanship. Second reasoned that it would be troublesome to acquire these skills individually once they became necessary in the future. Instead, they should take advantage of their current situation to learn everything they could now and raise those abilities to the 16th class rank. Among all the skills, promoted rook swordsmanship stood out to him as particularly useful in actual combat, so he planned to focus heavily on improving it once he acquired it. Curious, Sylvia asked exactly how they intended to obtain these advanced skills. Second realized that those 2 promoted archery skills were the only archer-related abilities Sylvia had not yet learned, which likely explained the enthusiasm shining in her expression. Second asked Sylvia to let him explain the requirements, beginning with promoted bishop archery. He stated that, in simple terms, they only needed to defeat a dragon. The moment she heard the word dragon, Sylvia froze in place. Stammering nervously, she asked if he had truly said a dragon. Second calmly replied that the important part was not simply defeating it, but the method used during the battle. For promoted bishop archery, the finishing blow had to be delivered using bishop archery. However, before that final attack, the dragon also needed to be struck at least once with every archery skill ranging from pawn archery up to castle archery. As Second explained the process, Sylvia's face gradually turned pale. Meanwhile, Yukari questioned whether using such inefficient attacks was even possible in a battle against a dragon. Second confidently answered that as long as they understood how to approach the fight, it would actually be easy. Unfortunately, he then revealed that this was still not enough to obtain the skill. Shocked, Sylvia asked if there were even more conditions. Second confirmed that there were. To fully learn promoted bishop archery, they would need to repeat the same process on 5 different dragons. At that point, Sylvia became visibly furious. Iko commented that the task sounded incredibly difficult, while Yukari quietly agreed. Even Second admitted inwardly that the requirements were undeniably troublesome. Still, he reasoned that there were over 20 different kinds of dragons in Mabayon, ranging from weak to powerful. By targeting the weaker species first, he believed fulfilling the conditions would be manageable. Second then explained that compared to the bishop requirement, obtaining the promoted rook skill was somewhat simpler. In the case of promoted rook archery, they only needed to defeat 10 dragons using nothing but castle archery. Sylvia reacted violently to that statement, shouting that there was nothing simple about it at all. To her, it sounded like an impossible dream piled on top of another impossible dream. She felt so overwhelmed that she thought she might faint. Second added that swordsmanship followed nearly identical conditions, meaning that he himself would be hunting dragons alongside Sylvia. Since he would personally support her during the battles, he assured her that everything would be fine and that she had no reason to worry. Hearing that gave Sylvia a small glimmer of hope, and she cautiously asked whether he truly meant it. Even so, she could not help but point out that despite his reassuring words, it still sounded as though he was planning to throw her straight into a dragon's den. Second inwardly wondered what kind of person Sylvia thought he was. Meanwhile, Iko's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly asked about her own requirements. Second explained that shieldsmanship was slightly different. For promoted bishop shieldsmanship, a dragon simply needed to be defeated by a party member after it had been struck at least once by every shieldsmanship skill from pawn to castle shieldsmanship. This process also had to be repeated against 5 different dragon species. As for promoted rook shieldsmanship, Iko would need to parry 100 consecutive attacks from a dragon while using castle shieldsmanship. Second admitted that it was fairly difficult, but he promised that he would teach her the proper method to accomplish it. Iko enthusiastically declared that she would do her best. Second nodded approvingly and encouraged her to work hard. Afterward, while discussing their upcoming dragon hunts, he turned to Yukari and asked whether he could rely on her to handle matters with Earl Barrel Jack in their absence. Yukari confidently agreed and assured Second that he could leave everything to her. Second declared that it was finally time to commence the operation. With that, their adventure in the Proline dungeon came smoothly to an end. After leaving Bad Cold, the group traveled northward toward a massive ravine. Along the way, Iko curiously asked where exactly the dragons could be found. Second explained that there were entire swarms of them within Medio Dungeon. He went on to explain that Medio, the second-ranked dungeon, was actually an outdoor dungeon that resembled a gigantic ravine. 7 different kinds of dragons inhabited the area, including the dungeon boss itself. In other words, the place was essentially a dragon's den. The moment she heard the dungeon's name, Sylvia immediately reacted in alarm. She asked Second if he had truly just said Medio. Second casually confirmed it with a nod. Sylvia nervously pointed out that Medio Dungeon had never even been conquered. Second replied that he was already aware of that fact. In his mind, it made perfect sense since Medio was considered the second hardest dungeon in existence. If even the Proline Dungeon had remained unconquered for so long, then it was only natural that Medio would still stand undefeated as well. Sylvia became increasingly uneasy and questioned whether it was truly alright for them to head into such a dangerous place just to hunt dragons. Second reassured her that there would not be any major issue. Unlike other dungeons overflowing with monsters, Medio did not contain large numbers of enemies. They would be able to fight the dragons steadily as a group of 3. At the same time, Second understood the trade-off. While the quantity of monsters was low, every creature that appeared there was a dragon. Each one possessed tremendous power far beyond ordinary monsters. Even so, he confidently assured Sylvia that she would not die. Though still anxious, Sylvia reluctantly accepted his words. Eventually, the 3 of them arrived before the entrance to Medio Dungeon. As they surveyed the area, Second suddenly spotted a dragon and energetically announced that he had found one. Iko stared at the creature in awe and commented on its enormous size. Sylvia, meanwhile, nervously asked if they truly intended to fight such a monster. Second calmly explained that he would demonstrate the process first, instructing the 2 of them to watch carefully as he handled the dragon. At the beginning of Chapter 38, the group began their dragon hunting course. Second immediately summoned his spirits and chanted, Angalmoy's possession. In response to his call, Angalmoy's merged with him. Knowing he could not afford to waste even a second after activating the ability, Second focused on his objective, acquiring the promoted bishop archery skill. To achieve it, he first needed to fulfill the condition of attacking at least once with each of the 7 different skills ranging from pawn to castle. Second drew his bow and chanted, Pawn archery. The dragon moved and roared fiercely at him. Without hesitation, he followed up with spear archery, causing the dragon to groan in pain. As the creature charged toward him, Second countered with gold general archery, knocking it backward. Pulling his bow once more, he activated bishop archery. The dragon let out another pained growl, and Second quickly noticed a pattern. Whenever the dragon let out a foolish squeal as if preparing to exhale, it signaled an incoming breath attack. The moment its body stiffened after releasing the breath, it became completely vulnerable to an all-out assault. Lightning crackled around Second as he unleashed castle archery, silver general archery, and knight archery in rapid succession at the dragon. With that, he had successfully fulfilled the condition of striking the enemy once with all 7 skills. Now all that remained was to finish the battle with bishop archery. Second pulled back his bowstring and released another bishop archery attack. Immediately afterward, he chanted, Bishop Rush, unleashing a relentless barrage of arrows that rained down upon the dragon. Unable to withstand the assault, the dragon collapsed to the ground. Afterward, Second turned toward Iko and Sylvia and casually remarked that this was roughly how things usually went. The 2 girls stood speechless before him. Second explained that he had defeated the dragon alone only as a demonstration, but from now on, they would be fighting together. When neither of them responded, he continued by explaining that defeating white dragons was actually simple. First, they needed to repel the dragon's advances using gold skills. Second, whenever the dragons let out their foolish squeals before using their breath attacks, they simply needed to evade them. As long as they followed those 2 points, victory would be possible. Second then asked if they were ready. Receiving no response, he simply declared that they would begin immediately. However, Sylvia quickly stopped him and demanded that he wait a second. She asked whether he even realized what he had just accomplished. Second had single-handedly subdued a dragon, something she considered completely unthinkable. Iko also questioned whether he had not been scared during the fight. Hearing the question, Second reflected on it inwardly. To him, there seemed to be some sort of misunderstanding. Still, knowing it would become a problem if the 2 of them lost their nerve, he decided he should warn them properly beforehand. Second calmly told the 2 girls that there was nothing to fear. Iko and Sylvia looked at him in confusion, unable to understand how he could speak so casually about fighting dragons. Second continued by explaining that, based on their current stats, even if a white dragon landed 3 critical hits using its strongest attack, they still would not die. He reminded them of the strategy he had already explained earlier: repel the dragon's advances with gold general and evade whenever it let out its foolish squeal before unleashing its breath attack. As long as they followed those rules, it did not matter whether someone had achievements to their name or was merely bluffing, anyone could defeat a white dragon. Sylvia's jaw dropped in disbelief at his words. Second then added that they were aiming to become the strongest in the world someday. If that was truly their goal, then eventually they would need to be capable of defeating white dragons in a single hit. According to him, members of Team Fastest could not afford to lose their nerve against enemies of that level. The two girls were already stunned, but Second suddenly realized there was still more he needed to explain. He apologized, admitting that while talking earlier, he had failed to properly elaborate on details such as why Sylvia and Iko would survive even after taking 3 direct hits from a white dragon. The girls immediately listened with great interest. Sylvia jokingly remarked that they were practically being scolded for acting surprised, while Iko bluntly told Second to apologize properly. Second obediently apologized once again. After fully sharing all of the information he had gathered, the group officially began their dragon hunt. Medio Dungeon contained 7 kinds of dragons, including the boss monsters. There were the white, blue, yellow, green, red, and gold dragons, as well as the enormous rainbow dragon, a terrifying boss monster covered in rainbow-colored scales. Second mentally compared their strength levels. If the strength of a white dragon was considered a 10, then a blue dragon would rank around 12, a yellow dragon around 14, a green dragon around 16, and a red dragon around 20. However, the gold dragon's power increased drastically to around 80. Beyond even that was the rainbow dragon, whose strength Second estimated to be approximately 666 by comparison. With their current abilities, Second believed battles up to red dragons would be relatively easy. Gold dragons, however, were a different story altogether. Since they were 8 times stronger than white dragons, they could potentially give the group some trouble. Second himself would be fine, but he worried about Sylvia and Iko being unable to keep up. As for the rainbow dragon, it was completely out of the question for the others. Even so, Second believed that if someone ordered him to defeat it right then and there, he could likely accomplish it by himself, although it would take him quite a long time to do so. Second understood that if the 3 of them attempted to fight the rainbow dragon together, it would be nearly impossible for him to battle effectively while also protecting Sylvia and Iko at the same time. Because of that, he wanted to avoid encounters with both the rainbow dragon and the overwhelmingly powerful gold dragons for the time being. Fortunately, their goal during this expedition was not to conquer Medio Dungeon itself, but rather to acquire the promoted bishop and promoted rook classes. To efficiently fulfill the conditions required for those promotions, they only needed to focus on weaker dragons within the dungeon. For promoted rook archery and promoted rook swordsmanship, the condition required defeating 10 dragons using only castle skills. Meanwhile, promoted rook shieldsmanship demanded that they parry a dragon's attacks 100 consecutive times using castle shieldsmanship. As for the promoted bishop conditions, those could all be completed simply by fighting white, blue, yellow, green, or red dragons. Because of that, there was absolutely no reason for them to intentionally challenge the absurdly powerful gold dragons or the rainbow dragon. By default, the strongest enemies they actually needed to face were the red dragons, creatures with crimson scales that were roughly twice as strong as white dragons. In other words, after all his explanations, Second summed it up by saying that the entire ordeal was basically a walk in the park. By that point, however, Sylvia looked almost lifeless from exhaustion. Leaning heavily against the table, she complained that she was completely worn out after remaining tense throughout the entire day. Iko looked equally drained. Despite their exhaustion, the day had been extremely productive. Sylvia successfully learned promoted rook archery, while Iko acquired promoted rook shieldsmanship. Second himself managed to obtain both promoted rook swordsmanship and promoted rook archery. Along the way, their total count of defeated white dragons had easily surpassed 34. As the 3 of them sat together eating dinner, Second casually mentioned that they only needed to defeat 4 more dragons the following day before they would practically be finished. Sylvia immediately pointed out that those remaining 4 dragons were stronger than white dragons. She reminded him that he himself had said red dragons were twice as powerful as white dragons. Second replied that he needed to warn Sylvia about something. Then, as if the timing had suddenly reminded him of it, he recalled what he called a wise saying and told Sylvia to remember it well. Curious, Sylvia asked what the saying was. Second calmly declared, "No harm befalls that which is untouched." Sylvia admitted she had no idea who originally said it, though she remarked that it certainly sounded like the kind of "why bother" wisdom someone would use to avoid trouble. She then told Second that he should try putting himself in the shoes of the subordinates he had dragged along with him. Second stared at her in confusion. Sylvia clarified her point, explaining that just because something was possible for Second did not mean it was possible for her or Iko as well. Second merely responded with a puzzled, Sylvia immediately protested, telling him not to simply reply with After a brief pause, Second awkwardly answered with an even more confused. Sylvia suddenly began furiously hitting Second on the shoulder, angrily telling him that instead of saying unnecessary things, he should first teach them how to properly evade the dragon's attacks. Calling him a blasted fool, she demanded that he take the matter more seriously. Second, however, calmly replied that he was being completely serious. He warned Sylvia that she absolutely could not let her guard down the next day. If she became even slightly confused during battle, she was to prioritize evasion immediately. He firmly asked whether she understood. Sylvia reluctantly nodded and answered that she understood. Second then turned toward Iko and gave her the same warning. He told her that if she ever became uncertain or felt she could not activate her bishop skill in time, she should evade without hesitation. Iko energetically responded that she understood as well. Second continued by explaining that there were 3 specific ways to evade dragon attacks, and he stressed that they absolutely had to memorize them. If the dragon stopped moving its neck in a circular motion, they needed to run in a large circle around it. If the dragon took flight, they had to run perpendicular to the dragon's movement. Finally, if the dragon lowered its gaze downward, they needed to duck immediately. As he explained the methods, Second reflected inwardly on how one survived dragon breath attacks through intelligence, outran stomps with full speed, and avoided tail attacks by ducking. These techniques were not something he had learned casually. In the past, he had only arrived at the perfect approach after being killed by dragons over and over again. However, in this world, he could not afford to die even once. Because of that, the knowledge remained something only a very limited number of people knew about. After hearing the explanation, Sylvia smiled and confidently declared that she had memorized everything. Second looked at her and suspected that she had silently swallowed her doubts. Even in the past, Sylvia would sometimes wonder how he could possibly know such detailed information. Naturally, Second could never reveal the real reason behind it, and both of them understood that. Because of that, Sylvia simply accepted his words without pressing further. Second reassured them that as long as they remembered the 3 rules he had just explained, their lives would remain safe for the time being. Beyond that, all they needed to do was fight the same way they had practiced against the white dragons. He then asked whether either of them had any questions. Sylvia raised one final question, asking whether they intended to conquer Medio Dungeon itself. Second immediately answered no. Sylvia seemed to understand his reasoning at once. Second explained that although conquering the dungeon would not be impossible if they prepared properly, there was ultimately no real benefit in doing so. Sylvia remarked in disbelief that simply being capable of conquering it at all was already absurd, while Iko stared at him in amazement. Even so, Sylvia commented that Second himself was fairly strange. While she could understand obsessively chasing the vague dream of becoming the strongest in the world, Second seemed completely uninterested in clear achievements such as conquering dungeons. She questioned whether he even understood what it meant to be greedy. Hearing that, Second thought to himself that Sylvia was essentially calling him a weirdo. Still, he completely accepted that judgment. In his opinion, nobody could become the strongest in the world without being at least somewhat abnormal. Second simply replied that he did not want to waste any unnecessary time. Since his goal was to become the world's #1, everything else was merely part of the process. Sylvia then clarified that what she truly found strange was not his ambition, but rather his abnormal composure and unwavering confidence. Second casually asked whether that was not actually a good thing. Sylvia admitted that she supposed it was. By the end of the conversation, Iko had already fallen asleep face-first into her bowl from sheer exhaustion. At the beginning of chapter 39, a dragon let out a deafening roar as Second launched himself upward. Sylvia had already acquired the skill of promoted bishop archery, while Iko had gained promoted bishop shieldsmanship. The 3 of them had been continuously fighting dragons together, and whether the enemy was a green dragon or a red dragon, none of them could stand against the group's strength. Sylvia humbly believed that their success was largely due to Second's strangely accurate advice. On top of that, Second himself had also learned promoted bishop archery. Because of this, Sylvia could not help but wonder why Second was personally fighting at that moment. The answer soon became clear. He was trying to acquire promoted bishop swordsmanship. Treating the prospect of death as casually as if he were taking a walk, Second calmly approached the red dragon. He effortlessly dodged the dragon's attacks, and Sylvia found herself thinking that if she had to describe his swordsmanship with a single word, it would be beautiful. Every movement was optimized to the absolute limit. Second's perfectly refined motions mercilessly cornered the red dragon until he finally defeated it. Afterward, Second casually announced that he had learned the skill and that they would now head back. He had successfully acquired promoted bishop swordsmanship. Sylvia remained standing there in silence. Second wore his usual expression, the same look he had when he managed to secure a luxurious corner room at an inn or when he discovered delicious cuisine at a tavern. She had witnessed countless irregularities from him before, but never something as emotionally striking as this moment. For reasons she could not fully understand, she found herself deeply admiring him. She even wished she could become more like him. Iko then walked towards Second and suggested that they should return. However, Second suddenly looked off into the distance. Sylvia was about to speak when Second mentioned that someone else seemed to be fighting nearby. He asked if they should go and check it out. Sylvia thought it was rare enough to encounter other people inside a dungeon, especially within the Medio dungeon, which had not yet been conquered. Anyone willing to come to such a place had to either be an insane daredevil or an incredibly powerful individual. Second observed the distant battle and commented that it looked like swordsmanship, adding that the man appeared to be fighting alone. Nearby, a man wearing a hat was battling a dragon. The dragon roared as the mysterious swordsman swiftly drove his weapon into the ground. Iko asked if the man was strong, and Sylvia immediately recognized that he certainly was. Anyone could tell from the way he completely overwhelmed the yellow dragon. Second then remarked that the man had already defeated it. Judging by the marks left behind, the swordsman had not even bothered to fully finish the creature off. Second concluded that the man likely possessed even greater firepower than he did. Sylvia was stunned by the realization. In her mind, she questioned whether that man truly possessed even more firepower than Second. If that were the case, then he had to be an incredibly important figure. Second observed that the man seemed to be heading into yet another battle, this time against a green dragon. The swordsman leaped forward and sliced through the dragon's wings with swift precision. Sylvia watched the fight intently. Although the man was undeniably strong, she could not describe his movements as beautiful. He carried himself skillfully enough, but when compared to Second's battle from moments earlier, the difference between them felt as vast as heaven and earth. Second then remarked that the man would surely die if a rainbow dragon were to appear. Even a gold dragon, in his opinion, seemed beyond the man's ability to handle. Sylvia wondered if that really happened, it would become a serious problem. She considered whether they should warn him. However, Second soon pointed out that the man and his maid were already leaving. Sylvia concluded that, for the most part, the man could still be considered a big shot. At the very least, he seemed to know his limit. Second then stated that they should head back as well. They planned to hurry and regroup with Yukari before inspecting the mansion the following day. Meanwhile, after Second, Sylvia, and Iko departed for their dragon hunt, Yukari visited the home of the Earl Lumberjack family. Since they were receiving the enormous payment of 30 billion CL for the mithril alloy, Yukari decided to remain at the Earl's residence until her master returned. She knew better than to recklessly wander around while carrying such a massive fortune. In her mind, the safest place in the world was by her master's side, so she concluded that obediently waiting for him there was the wisest choice. Still, Yukari was not simply sitting around doing nothing. Regarding the grand mansion they intended to purchase, she had already arranged a formal discussion about its acquisition. She invited a developer, contractor, builder, and carpenter, all of whom were renowned figures within the royal capital. Even so, Yukari doubted whether they would truly be capable of satisfying her master's demands. Her concerns stemmed from what Second had said after inspecting one of the mansions. Although it was considered the largest and most expensive estate on the outskirts of the royal capital, worth 2.5 billion CL, Second had barely reacted to it. Instead, he casually declared that they would purchase 9 mansions arranged in a 3x3 grid, along with all the land between them, and transform the entire area into one enormous territory. At that moment, Yukari narrowed her eyes. Despite Second being her beloved master, she briefly wondered whether he might actually be a fool. As Second laughed, Yukari realized that there was only one thing she needed to do, to take the first step toward making her master's dream a reality. During the meeting, the men presented their demands, causing the room to fall silent. Yukari calculated that the combined cost of the land and construction would total approximately 200 billion CL. Even so, she believed such a scale was only natural for her master. Surely, Second intended for his home to become the greatest residence in the entire world. Yukari calmly continued the discussion. In her mind, all of the preparations were now complete. The only thing remaining was to devise a proper plan for the household service. A knock soon echoed through the room. An attendant informed Yukari that President Philip of the Maurice Slave Company had arrived. Hearing his name immediately shocked her. She remembered the man well. In her mind, she suspected that one of the agents had either gone too far in their investigation or accidentally let something slip. Yukari had always assumed this matter would eventually have to be confronted, but she never expected it to happen on this particular day. She reminded herself that she was no longer a slave. Because of that, the contract protected by the Maurice Slave Company should no longer be valid. Avoiding the issue was impossible now. Deciding to confirm things with her master first, she contacted Second through team chat. A notification soon came back. Second simply replied that it was probably fine. Even so, Yukari still felt uneasy. However, if her master believed there would be no problem, then she trusted that things would work out. Yukari instructed the attendant to allow Philip inside. A pair of polished shoes stepped into the room, and as Yukari lifted her gaze, she finally saw the man's face clearly. Philip politely excused himself before remarking with surprise that the situation was quite unexpected. Yukari silently wondered what exactly he found surprising. Philip continued by saying that everything felt rather uncanny. He mentioned that he had merely come to check on Yukari and commented that even he himself seemed to have grown dull over time. Yukari remained silent. Philip then spoke about the existence of criminals in society who illegally broke slave contracts in order to sell slaves on the black market, calling such acts absolutely unforgivable. Yukari still said nothing, but in her mind she realized something important. Philip did not appear to have come there to threaten her master. Confused, Yukari wondered what his true intentions were. Philip then stated that, for that very reason, Yukari's master was truly magnificent for managing a slave so perfectly. Yukari's eyes widened in shock. She could not understand what was happening. She was no longer a slave, and the contract should have already been invalidated. There was no way Philip was unaware of that fact. Philip calmly reached into his coat and pulled out an envelope. He explained that it was meant for her master. Referring to Yukari's former master, he handed her the letter. The mention of her former master stunned Yukari. The sender was Duchess Isine, the woman who had adopted her as an orphan and raised her into an assassin. Yukari could not understand why Lucia would leave a letter for Second. Philip explained that the late Duchess had instructed him that if Yukari and her master ever formed a good relationship, then the letter was to be given to her. Yukari was horrified. She immediately realized that Philip knew everything all along. When she pointed this out, Philip feigned ignorance and asked what she meant. He claimed that he had merely been entrusted with delivering the letter. Unable to hold herself back, Yukari accused him of lying. Philip calmly denied it, insisting that his earlier assumptions had merely been misunderstandings. He added that Yukari and her master simply shared an exceptionally wonderful master-servant relationship. Yukari could not respond. She had intended to deny everything until the very end, yet Philip's attitude made it impossible to tell how much he truly knew. Questions swirled endlessly in her mind. Why would the Duchess orchestrate something like this? Why had Lucia preserved her life? Why had the Maurice Slave Company taken her in afterward? Why had the company president overlooked her escape? As Yukari thought about it all, she slowly realized that every event may have existed solely for the sake of delivering this single letter. She began to wonder if the Duchess's true objective from the very beginning had been for her master to receive it. At the beginning of Chapter 40, Iko excitedly ran through the hallway before rushing out onto the balcony. With sparkling enthusiasm, she asked if they were really going to live there. Second simply answered that they would. Yukari, meanwhile, remarked that she could no longer truly imagine Second being in the right state of mind. Sylvia looked around the enormous property in disbelief, silently wondering if this was all actually serious. Even Second himself admitted inwardly that the scale of it all was excessive. The entire situation was completely overboard and far too extravagant for them. Even so, he casually told the others that if they ever became tired of the place, they could simply move into another mansion. They could continue doing that indefinitely, relocating depending on the seasons. He even declared that this particular mansion would become their summer home. Yukari pointed out that even if they were not actively using the building, maintaining it would still cost an enormous amount of money. Second merely laughed and reassured her that it would be fine. According to him, they could simply earn as much money as they needed. Yukari was left speechless by his confidence. Once outside, Second suggested that they continue inspecting the other properties as well. The group then headed toward the southeast mansion. Sylvia asked whether they were supposed to choose between that mansion and the previous one they had seen. Second casually clarified that this mansion also belonged to him. Sylvia stared at him in confusion. Second explained that not only that mansion, but the one they had just visited, the surrounding estates, and every mansion they were about to inspect, all 9 of them, were his homes. Sylvia was completely stunned. Second then added that he intended for the servants to live in that particular mansion. Sylvia still struggled to fully process the absurd scale of what he was saying. At that moment, Yukari called out to Second and requested that he leave all training and management of the servants entirely to her. Second felt that the task would likely involve exhausting amounts of labor, but he agreed nonetheless. He could not help wondering if Yukari was taking on too much responsibility. However, Yukari insisted that she truly wished for him to allow her to handle everything herself. Second accepted her request and entrusted the matter to her, though he warned her not to overwork herself. Yukari thanked her master respectfully, and Second noticed one of her ears twitch slightly. Afterward, the group inspected all 9 mansions before finalizing the purchases. Thanks to Yukari's careful preparations, everything proceeded smoothly. In total, they spent 21.6 billion CL. Second considered the price surprisingly cheap. Later, Sylvia informed him that they had already been granted permission to move into the Eastern Mansion that very night. She then asked him whether he was not excited about it. Second simply smiled. Until now, he had never particularly cared about real life. As long as he could continue playing Mabayon, he had been satisfied. By society's standards, he would probably have been considered a loser. However, this world had now become his reality. Owning these massive mansions felt like undeniable proof that he had become a winner, and because of that, his mood had steadily improved. With a grin, Second declared that they would hold a barbecue that day. Iko immediately burst with excitement at the announcement. The following day, Second walked down the stairs while thinking that he had probably drunk too much the night before. He considered getting himself some coffee, but the moment he reached the lower floor, he froze in surprise. Standing before him was Yukari, her ears twitching slightly as she wore a perfectly tailored maid outfit. Second's eyes widened, and he awkwardly greeted her good morning. Yukari calmly replied that he should wait a little longer. In his mind, Second was in complete disbelief. The maid outfit suited Yukari unbelievably well. Her appearance looked so natural and professional that it did not feel strange in the slightest. Still, he could not understand why she was suddenly dressed as a maid. A moment later, Sylvia came downstairs, only to stop in shock upon seeing Yukari. Sylvia remarked that Yukari had actually gone through with it, leaving Second even more confused by the comment. Yukari confidently declared that the winner was the one who took action first. Before Second could question her further, Iko suddenly excitedly called out to him. She enthusiastically shouted that the fruit in the garden looked huge and delicious. Iko continued repeating that she had found giant fruit outside. Completely baffled, Second asked Iko what she was talking about and told her to calm down. However, Iko continued chanting excitedly about the big fruit. When Second followed her outside, he quickly realized that she was referring to coconut. He explained to her that the inside could be eaten, though the shell itself was incredibly tough. Later on, Yukari announced that lunch was ready, and everyone gathered at the table. After the meal, Second sat sipping coffee while a letter rested in front of him. Yukari explained the situation surrounding it. Apparently, the late Duchess Lucia Icene had wanted him to do something. Yukari admitted that she still could not understand why her former master had trusted Philip enough to deliver the letter personally. Second speculated that Philip had likely been brainwashed as well. Yukari considered the possibility, while Second reasoned that it was strange no matter how one looked at it. The president of a massive company would never personally travel such a distance merely because of a single dark elf slave and one letter. Because of that, it would not be unreasonable to believe that Philip had been manipulated by the Duchess. If that were true, then Second became even more curious about the contents of the letter. For the Duchess to go to such lengths simply to ensure that he received it, the information inside had to be extremely important. The moment he opened the letter, Second's eyes widened. The contents were far worse than he had anticipated. Yukari asked him what was wrong, and Second admitted that it was a very serious problem. Though he found it difficult to explain immediately, he reassured Yukari not to worry and told her to leave everything to him. Yukari's eyes widened at his words before a faint blush spread across her face. She quietly agreed with her master. Second smiled at her before returning his attention to the letter. The document contained 4 major sections. The first was a list of trustworthy individuals. The second was a list of people who could not be trusted. The third detailed the internal political situation of the kingdom of Castal. The fourth explained the method for acquiring brainwashing magic. From the first 3 sections, Second learned a shocking truth. The Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Castal, Balmoral, was secretly affiliated with the Marbell Empire. Furthermore, countless imperial spies had already infiltrated the kingdom and were manipulating public opinion from within. Those within the kingdom who were aware of this truth had already been placed in dangerous positions. At that moment, Second realized that the man who had recently been causing trouble around Bad Gold Village, the so-called dog of the Empire, had likely been one of those agents as well. The Kingdom of Castal stood on the verge of falling under the control of the Empire. According to the information within the letter, if the first Prince, Claus, who had risen as the leader of the reformists under the guidance of the Prime Minister, were to ascend the throne, the kingdom would inevitably become part of the Empire. The reformists preached about creating a new era in which the kingdom would walk alongside the Empire. To many citizens, such promises sounded appealing and progressive. However, the reality behind those ideals was far darker. The kingdom would simply become a vassal state of the Empire, forced into one-sided treaties before being relentlessly exploited. Second realized that the same fate had already befallen many of the smaller nations surrounding the Empire. Countless countries had been absorbed, drained of their resources, and discarded afterward. On the opposing side were the people within the kingdom who understood the truth. Those individuals had rallied around the second prince, Maine, appointing him as the figurehead of the conservatives in resistance against the reformists. Even so, Maine's faction was clearly at a disadvantage. The conservatives continuously advocated against military expansion and had steadily reduced the kingdom's armament. Meanwhile, the citizens themselves strongly opposed the idea of war, voicing their anti-war sentiments loudly and repeatedly. At this rate, the kingdom would be conquered before its people even realized they had lost the chance to resist. That was where the 4th section of the letter came into play. The method for acquiring brainwashing magic. Second understood that the inclusion of such information was directly tied to the desperate state of the kingdom. For centuries, The Icene family had known the truth behind the Empire's schemes and had quietly remained in hiding. Now, Duchess Lucia Icene had recorded the means of obtaining brainwashing magic within the letter for an obvious reason. Even Second could understand her intentions clearly. She wanted him to change the fate of the kingdom of Castal in her place. At first, Second wondered why she had chosen him of all people for such a responsibility. However, it did not take long before he arrived at the answer himself. Lucia was transferring her brainwashing magic to the one person strangely superior enough to see through and dispel Yukari's brainwashing. At that moment, Second finally understood everything, and it all made sense to him. If he had failed, the letter would never have reached him, and Yukari would have been returned to Philip once again, forced to find a new master and repeat the entire cycle. Truthfully, Second could not bring himself to care about what would happen to the kingdom of Castal from that point onward. However, he had made a promise to Yukari, and he was also concerned about Maine. Another thing bothering him was the possibility that the championship battle would never be held if the kingdom were to collapse. As he considered ways to resolve the issue quickly, he wondered if overthrowing Prime Minister Balmoral and the first Queen White would solve everything. Yet he also felt certain that the spies would manipulate public opinion and paint him as a villain. If that happened, he believed assassination attempts would inevitably follow. In the end, Second concluded that the ideal outcome would be for Maine to become powerful enough to eliminate the source of corruption entirely. Although he spent a long time thinking over the matter, he could not arrive at a definitive answer. For now, he decided to leave the problem as it was. Based on his past experiences, he felt certain he would become involved sooner or later anyway. For the time being, he postponed acquiring brainwashing magic, as he could already tell it would be an enormous hassle to deal with. Before anything else, he intended to settle his own affairs first, matters that would establish him as the undisputed strongest person in the world. Second informed Yukari that he would be taking Sylvia and Iko out to learn transformation skills. He then asked her to look after the servants while he was away. Yukari calmly replied that he could leave everything to her. Second apologized for having to handle matters separately, but Yukari reassured him that it was no trouble at all and told him not to worry about her. Ever since Yukari had mentioned wanting to train the servants, Second had vaguely noticed it, but now it became clear to him that she genuinely cared about them. He also wondered if her unexpected maid outfit and the feelings she expressed were connected somehow. Quietly, he found himself hoping that the maid outfit suited her well. Yukari turned back toward him, thanked him once more, and then walked away, her ears twitching slightly as she left. Second could not help but smile. Later, they arrived at the slime forest. Sylvia asked if they would be able to learn the transformation skill as well. Second answered that they could. Sylvia, however, admitted that she had never even heard of a skill called transformation before. Hearing that, Second wondered if the skill had yet to be discovered in that world. After all, the requirements for learning it were rather unusual. He explained to Sylvia that there were 4 conditions required to obtain the skill and that the process was fairly complicated, so he would explain everything one step at a time. As soon as he mentioned that, Sylvia quickly pulled out a pen and notebook, preparing herself to take notes carefully. Second began explaining the conditions required to obtain the transformation skill. First, against the same type of monster, they needed to deal damage ranging from 1111 to 9919, while achieving every possible set of matching digits at least once. Second, against a dungeon boss, they had to deal damage ranging from 1111 to 9999, again with every set of matching digits appearing at least once. Third, both of those conditions had to be completed within a single week. Finally, the last requirement was to strike a pose while shouting, "Transform," at the same time. According to Second, that would complete the process. Sylvia immediately stopped him and asked if the final step was truly necessary. Second answered without hesitation that it absolutely was. With a reluctant expression, Sylvia carefully wrote the requirement into her notebook anyway. At that moment, Iko suddenly struck a playful pose and loudly shouted, "Transform." Both Second and Sylvia turned to look at her. Now beginning to understand the purpose behind everything, Sylvia asked if the weapons Second had recently purchased were specifically meant to help them deal matching digit damage. Second confirmed that she was correct. He explained that with their current main skills, dealing low and carefully controlled damage such as 1111 would be impossible unless they fought an especially durable enemy around first-rank level. Before arriving at the slime forest, the group had purchased 3 spears from a weapon merchant in the royal capital. Afterward, they returned to the Grand Royal Library, where they studied the pawn spearmanship skill book and learned the necessary technique. With those preparations complete, they were finally ready to intentionally deal weak and controlled damage. The reason they had chosen the slime forest was simple. Although slimes possessed low attack power, they were known for their unusually high defense. Furthermore, the forest was filled entirely with different varieties of slimes and almost no other creatures, making it the perfect hunting ground for their objective. Second then reminded Sylvia to carefully record every matching digit damage number they achieve. He instructed Iko to do the same. Both of them agreed enthusiastically. He then asked whether they had all equipped their spears properly, and they confirmed that they had. As Second looked at the two girls, he noticed the contrast between them. Iko was overflowing with enthusiasm, while Sylvia still appeared somewhat reluctant about the whole situation. However, he suspected that once Sylvia actually learned the transformation skill, she would probably become completely absorbed in it. He could already imagine her spending nights loudly testing out names for herself or inventing dramatic special attack names. Still, he decided not to think too deeply about it. With everything prepared, Second declared that the hunt for matching digit damage would now begin. At the beginning of Chapter 4, the group spent 3 full days acquiring transformation skills. Once they finally succeeded, Sylvia realized that what she had feared had become reality. Standing proudly, she chanted in the name of justice as a knight and declared her condemnation. Raising her hand high, she shouted, "Transform." After striking a dramatic pose, a new costume appeared around her body. She quietly muttered that with her chivalry, no, instead everyone should count their sins. As Second observed Sylvia, he could tell that she was completely devoted to improving herself. Transformation abilities could normally be activated through one of the 4 great elements chosen by the user. Sylvia selected fire as her element, causing her equipment to become a blazing crimson color. However, something unexpected happened when Second made his own selection. Instead of one of the 4 known elements, he gained a lightning transformation. Such a thing was unheard of, since transformations were supposed to rely only on the 4 great elements. When he transformed, crackling lightning surrounded his body, while both his cloak and mask took on entirely unfamiliar designs. Second began to wonder whether lightning had always existed as a hidden element from the beginning, or if it was part of a newly added feature. If it had existed all along, then there was no issue. But if it was newly introduced, then it likely meant that the world itself was updating. In other words, even more elements could eventually be added into the game without anyone knowing. The thought made him uneasy, yet at the same time, he could not help looking forward to what might come next. Meanwhile, Sylvia continued chanting her skills while practicing with her bow. From watching her, Second realized that she had finally reached the stage where she was training special move. 2 weeks passed after that, and the group spent the entire time tirelessly earning experience. By then, Second had completed his preparations. He had just raised his transformation skill to the 9th grade and gathered the minimum skills he required. His abilities included castle archery, bishop swordsmanship, promoted rook swordsmanship, the coral form of lightning, critical hit, spirit possession, transformation, and taming. Most of those skills had reached between the 6th and 9th grades, while taming had advanced to the 11th grade. The taming skill was a Samoan arts ability used to train monsters. Upon reaching the 11th class, Second gained the ability to tame wolf-type monsters. The skill could only be activated once a monster's HP had been reduced by at least 80%. Although the average success rate was said to be around 20%, the actual probability varied greatly depending on the target monster's type and strength. The preparations Second had made were all for the purpose of taming a particular Majin known as the Darkness Wolf. This creature was a mutated species descended from the Black Fire Wolf, the boss of the first-ranked dungeon, Isekai. Having evolved through centuries of isolation within everlasting darkness, the Darkness Wolf had become an extremely rare wolf-type Majin. The Darkness Wolf was designed as an extremely hostile creature that attacked without hesitation. Second believed that taming this Majin was one of the main reasons he had been able to remain the #1 player in Mobion Online for so long. In the past, only a single person had ever succeeded in taming the Darkness Wolf, and that person was Second himself. The reason no one else had accomplished it was simple: the task was considered nearly impossible. It was common knowledge that bosses could not be tamed, a rule treated as one of the most basic truths in the game. On top of that, the Darkness Wolf possessed overwhelming strength. During the game's earlier days, even top-level players struggled greatly against it, so no one seriously attempted to tame it. However, Second knew the truth. The Darkness Wolf was actually tameable because it was not technically a boss. It was a living being that had evolved from a mutated species of a boss monster, making it fundamentally different from ordinary dungeon bosses. Somewhere within it, there was perhaps still the possibility of a wolf pup. With that belief in mind, Second repeatedly fought the Darkness Wolf, reducing its HP to below 20% before attempting to tame it. Every single attempt ended in failure. By the time he had surpassed 1,000 attempts, his mind was almost entirely convinced that taming it was impossible. Even so, for reasons he could not fully explain, he refused to give up. Each time the Darkness Wolf died, its corpse disappeared just like the remains of ordinary monsters. That alone convinced him it could not truly be classified as a boss. Because of that, he continued hunting it endlessly. 2,000 attempts became 3,000. From morning until night, day after day, he kept challenging the Darkness Wolf. Then, at last, the moment arrived. After surpassing 4,600 attempts, he finally succeeded in taming it. This fact would only become known far in the future, but the actual probability of taming the Darkness Wolf was approximately 0.0001%. No amount of skill enhancement could improve those odds. Even after the news spread that the Darkness Wolf was technically tameable, countless lesser players attempted to achieve the same feat. Not a single one succeeded. Complaints claiming that it was impossible soon flooded the internet. Now Second intended to challenge that impossibility once more. That was the reason behind all of his preparations. The method for accomplishing it was engraved completely into his mind, a strategy he considered an absolute victory method. Even so, this world was different from Manga Online. Here, death was final. It had been a long time since Second had experienced true fear. He had minimized the risks as much as possible and even prepared contingencies for the worst-case scenarios. Yet the unease within him remained. There was a real possibility that he might die. Despite that, Second had no intention of running away. At that time, the Kingdom of Castal and the Marbell Empire were secretly engaged in a conflict behind the scenes. Second understood that if he continued to delay, it might eventually become too late. Before the flames of that conflict reached him, he was determined to tame the Darkness Wolf no matter the cost. He believed this was the only opportunity he would ever have. With that resolve, he announced that it was finally time for the finishing touches of his preparations. Through his thoughts, he instructed Yukari to craft a mithril longbow, a mithril longsword, and several sets of high-class lesser-tier armor. He planned to have the weapons enhanced to 5 out of 6 stages, while the armor would be boosted to 4 out of 5 stages. In addition, he requested that Yukari perform a 3rd stage enhancement on the chase ring as well. At the same time, Second realized that he had started relying on Yukari far too much. By then, he could no longer imagine becoming the world's #1 without her support. Because of that, he decided that while he fought the Darkness Wolf, he would let Yukari enjoy a peaceful and carefree vacation. Sylvia and Iko, however, would not be receiving the same treatment. Recently, the two girls had grown far too accustomed to the luxurious lifestyle of living in mansions. Second believed that if they continued like that, reality would eventually hit them hard. For that reason, he had already devised an intense training regimen for both of them. Once Yukari completed the equipment, Second planned to gather everyone for a strategy meeting. There were many important matters he needed to explain, including what they should do in the absolute worst-case scenario if he ended up dying. Hearing those words, the others reacted with shock and protest. Even so, after talking with them throughout the entire night, Second somehow managed to make the 3 of them understand. He also had them promise to report to him every single day through team chat. Although he found the arrangement somewhat troublesome, he believed there was no other option. Second then instructed Sylvia and Iko to undergo intensive training by exploring Limped Fath on their own. However, he clarified that he did not mean for them to enter separately. Instead, they were to explore together, with one fighting on the front lines while the other provided support and guarded their back. Sylvia questioned whether such training would not be too difficult for Iko. However, Second believed otherwise. Iko could only rely on shieldsmanship and recovery sorcery, meaning that even defeating a single monster would likely take her a long time. Even so, Second thought Sylvia would actually have the harder role. Through this harsh training, he believed the 2 of them would come to understand the true importance of vanguards and rearguards, as well as proper conduct during battle. If they could become stronger before his return, then the training would be worthwhile. As for Yukari, although Second had granted her a holiday, he was also concerned that she might suddenly have too little to occupy herself with. Because of that, he entrusted her with handling one lengthy matter during his absence. After settling the various preparations and discussions, Second bid farewell to everyone for the time being. As Second prepared to depart, something suddenly caught his attention. A line of maids bowed respectfully toward him. Seeing them, he wondered when the mansion had acquired so many servants. From there, Second planned to travel to Piho Town before continuing toward the port city of Kula, where he would board a ship and sail out to sea. The first-ranked dungeon, Iserois, was located on a small islet not far from the port. However, before heading there, he still had some minor business to take care of at the Asiasparn dungeon. Because of that, he intended to spend the night in Piho Town first. As he traveled, Second decided that it was time to share his knowledge with the reliable partner who would be fighting alongside him for a long time to come. He summoned Angalmois and asked whether he could enter mana mode and compact his body. If this world functioned the same way as Manga Online, then spirits should be capable of compressing themselves into a smaller form. Angalmois confirmed that it was possible. In the next moment, his body transformed into a small sphere of dark matter. He explained that in this form, nobody else should be able to see him. While Second continued his journey on horseback, the 2 of them communicated telepathically, with Angalmois remaining completely formless. Second found the arrangement extremely convenient. and Galmoys then asked why Second had not summoned him while riding before. Second explained that they were about to face an unbelievably powerful enemy, so he wanted to share all the information he had. Hearing that, Galmoys became excited and eagerly asked if it was true. Second described the enemy as something horrifyingly powerful, an opponent so absurdly dangerous that if someone managed to defeat it in a single attempt, he would not hesitate to kneel naked before them in admiration. Galmoys laughed and remarked that if even Second described it that way, then the enemy must truly be extraordinary. The spirit admitted that he was becoming fired up just hearing about it. Second then revealed that the enemy was known as the Darkness Wolf and that he intended to tame it. Galmoys immediately supported the idea. Second explained that his plan was to weaken the creature until it was half dead before attempting to tame it. If the attempt failed, he would simply start all over again and repeat the process as many times as necessary. Galmoys praised the plan as both brave and admirable, though he believed it would inevitably turn into a very long battle. Eventually, Second arrived at the Asiasparn dungeon. Curious, Galmoys asked what he intended to do there. Second explained that he was searching for a goblin mage horn. To him, the item would serve as preparation for his trump card. Galmoys complimented him, noting that not a single detail had been overlooked in his preparations. Later, Second successfully acquired the goblin mage horn and continued onward to Piho Town. Upon arriving, he immediately asked the receptionist to sell him every high potion available. The receptionist reacted with visible surprise at the enormous request. Second reflected that his inventory now contained enough high potions to last for several years. Even so, he was not worried about having too many. From that point onward, he knew he would be consuming them at an unbelievable pace. The following day, Second continued his journey toward the port city of Kula. During the trip, he used the spare time to explain the details of his main strategy to Galmoys. He told the spirit that he would now go over the fundamental information regarding the Darkness Wolf and asked Galmoys to listen as though they were fighting as one. Galmoys readily agreed. Second began by explaining the Darkness Wolf's basic abilities. The first was Dark Transformation, a skill that allowed the creature to shift between human and wolf forms. The transformation process required 8 seconds to complete. The next ability was Dark Teleportation. This skill allowed the Darkness Wolf to instantly teleport to any previously memorized location. However, the destination had to be within a shadow. Then there was Dark Sorcery, an ability usable only while in human form. The Darkness Wolf could release a massive cloud of darkness across a wide area, forcibly reducing the HP of every being caught inside it to 1. The spell required a cast time of 3 seconds. Another ability was Dark Roar, which could only be used while in wolf form. It was a devastating long-range attack unleashed directly in front of the user, with a cast time of 2 seconds. Second then explained the skill known as Empty Shadow. Once activated, it completely nullified incoming attacks. The skill had no cast time and remained active for 3 seconds, though it carried a cooldown of 30 seconds. While in wolf form, physical attacks had absolutely no effect on the Darkness Wolf. Conversely, magical attacks were completely ineffective while it was in human form. After hearing all of this, Galmoys was stunned, especially by the fact that certain attacks had no effect whatsoever. Second confirmed that it was true. Galmoys then reacted in disbelief to Dark Sorcery's ability to reduce a target's HP to 1, wondering whether such an absurd spell could truly exist. Second explained that not only did it exist, but the Darkness Wolf used it frequently. For a moment, Galmoys was left speechless. Second continued by explaining that complete attack nullification was not actually what frightened him most. The true danger was the Darkness Wolf's instant death tier attacks that covered a wide area. Even more terrifying was the fact that after using Dark Sorcery, the creature would recklessly assault its opponents with a relentless barrage of attack. Galmoys reasoned that Second should simply heal himself immediately after being struck, which explained why he had hoarded such an enormous supply of potions. However, Second corrected him. Healing immediately was not the safest choice. Instead, it was better to wait until there was a confirmed opening to do so. Confused, Galmoys asked why. Second explained that Dark Sorcery was often followed by either Dark Summoning or a Staffmanship attack. In such situations, an advanced guard needed to prioritize blocking, while a rear guard needed to focus on evasion above all else. Galmoys paused in surprise after hearing the term Staffmanship, admitting that he had never heard of such a skill before. Second then explained its mechanic. In Staffmanship mode, the Darkness Wolf wielded a shadow staff that could spin continuously, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks without leaving any openings. The shadow staff possessed a special property where damage would still be inflicted even if the shadow itself was struck instead of the actual weapon. Second then described the creature's ultimate mode. While teleporting rapidly from shadow to shadow, the Darkness Wolf could unleash long-range attacks using a black fire spear. Every swing of the spear caused powerful black flames to erupt violently. Furthermore, throughout all of these movement patterns, Empty Shadow could activate randomly at any moment. Hearing the full explanation, Engalmois once again fell silent before finally commenting that the Darkness Wolf truly was a monster. Second agreed. That was precisely why he had warned him beforehand. Even Engalmois, the great ruler of spirits himself, acknowledged the Darkness Wolf as a terrifying monster of overwhelming power. At the beginning of Chapter 42, Second recalled that the Darkness Wolves did not necessarily possess extraordinarily high stat. However, among the players, a theory had spread that they were the most powerful monsters in Mabayon because of how troublesome their attacks were. Their staffmanship combo combined with dark sorcery was especially dangerous. Because of that, Second wanted to tame one in this world as well. He explained to Engalmois that if taming failed, it would be more time efficient to use potions on the Darkness Wolf. Engalmois questioned whether they truly intended to use potions on it. Second then explained that taming was a skill that could only be activated once a monster's HP dropped below 20%. In reality, this meant they had to reduce 80% of the creature's total HP before the skill could even be used. Therefore, restoring the Darkness Wolf back to full health with potions and weakening it again was far more efficient than waiting for it to recover naturally. Although they could simply kill it and wait for another to spawn, there was no guarantee that a new one would ever appear in this world. Because of that, healing it with potions was the safer option. Engalmois soon announced that they would be arriving shortly. Before long, they reached Port City Kula and sailed onward to Iserois. Iserois was an ancient and enormous fortress dungeon that had fallen into ruin over time. Its boss resided on the highest floor, one of the fortress's two deepest points, but Second's true destination was the other deepest point, the underground Grand Library. Upon arriving, Second and Engalmois were confronted by two gigantic guards. Second told Engalmois that they should hurry toward the library for the time being, and Engalmois agreed. As one of the giant guards swung its sword, Second closed his eyes. The moment he opened them again, he chanted, "Transformation!" A flash of light burst before the giant guards as lightning surrounded him. When the smoke finally cleared, both giant guards collapsed to the ground. In his mind, Second reflected on one of the most important effects of transformation. Any enemy within a certain range during the transformation process would always be knocked back. It also granted approximately 8 seconds of invisibility, something Mobion's developers clearly designed with great care. There was another crucial detail as well. Although the invisibility lasted for around 8 seconds, the transformation itself only required about 6 seconds to complete. That meant Second still had roughly 2 seconds in which he could move freely while remaining invisible. Taking advantage of that hidden window, he dashed forward. He charged toward one of the giant guards that was beginning to stand up again. By exploiting the remaining invincibility time, he was able to knock the enemy back even further and secure enough time to prepare a skill. Since sorcery attacks were especially effective against night-type monsters, Second immediately unleashed the Castle Archery Coral form of lightning combination and fired his arrow. Second had given the attack the nickname, Cast Arch Coral Light. He looked toward the giant guard and saw that one of them had already fallen. Without hesitation, he unleashed Cast Arch Coral Light once more at the remaining guard. Engalmois laughed and remarked that the battle seemed overwhelmingly one-sided. Second explained that he had landed critical hits on both enemies, which allowed him to defeat them in a single strike this time. If the attacks had not been critical, however, the fight would have taken much longer and would not have appeared so overwhelming. Engalmois simply mumbled in response, questioning if that was truly the case. Afterward, Second proceeded deeper into the dungeon. He walked through the long hallway until he finally arrived at the entrance to the underground Grand Library. There, he told Engalmois that they would establish a camp in that area. Engalmois pointed out that the location was merely beside a pathway, but Second explained that it was actually a safe zone. Only ghost-type monsters appeared in that region, and since the ghosts could not jump, they were unable to reach beyond a certain height. Once the night had passed, Second picked up a torch and informed Engalmois that it was time to move. He instructed Engalmois to use spirit possession the moment the door opened. Engalmois agreed. Second then kicked the door open and instantly activated his spirit possession skill. The moment his eyes adjusted, he spotted the Darkness Wolf. He recognized it immediately, and the Darkness Wolf stared back at him. Engalmois warned that there was absolutely no way Second could defeat the creature in his current state and advised that they should retreat. Second acknowledged that Engalmois possessed remarkable observational abilities. As the great ruler of the spirits, Engalmois was making a completely accurate assessment. With Second's current stats, defeating the Darkness Wolf through ordinary means was impossible. However, Second reminded himself that this world still functioned like a game. He calmly placed the torch onto a holder and stepped forward to confront the Darkness Wolf. The beast immediately charged toward him. Second recalled that whenever the Darkness Wolf was in its wolf form, it would always begin with its charge skill. In response, he activated Cast Arch Coral Light. Second knew that physical attacks were ineffective against the Darkness Wolf while it remained in wolf form, so he relied on a combination of magic archery and magic swordsmanship instead. As expected, he specifically targeted the creature's legs in order to accumulate weakness points. He also remembered that the Darkness Wolf's movements after charging were divided into 4 distinct behavioral patterns. This time, the beast quickly pounced forward with its front left leg. From that motion, Second recognized that it was attempting a tackle attack. In that situation, dodging was the best option. Just before the attack connected, he sidestepped smoothly and avoided the impact. Second further recalled that whenever the Darkness Wolf failed either a tackle or claw attack, it would inevitably follow up with Dark Teleportation, then Dark Transformation, and finally Dark Summoning. Exactly as he predicted, the creature used Dark Teleportation and returned to the pile of rubble behind it. Everything was unfolding according to pattern. The next moment, the Darkness Wolf activated Dark Transformation. A woman with wolf ears appeared before him, floating gracefully in the air. Second grinned at the sight of her. Even in this world, she remained just as beautiful as ever.